Saw a bunch of my buddies, walked around, dapped people up. Everywhere I was going, it was, damn, I'm a roaster. Tell Bonte he's a hater. Oh, damn, I'm a roaster. Tell Bonte to believe in this team. Every single person was saying the same thing. I was like, I know. I've had the Niners back the whole time. And then as we walked in United, we were screaming, beat LA. Sat down in my seats. The fireworks were going. The smoke or the fog from the fireworks just lingered over the stadium. It was a vibe last night.
I want to meet these people calling me a hater.
I think it was love, but it's just
no, hating.
People we love.
Even though I picked the Niners to win yesterday, but I'm hating.
They think you pick on me.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, I'm the voice of reason, and at times you just pick on me.
Voice of reason.
Yeah.
Oh, the RJs in the bathroom, the people at the tailgate. Next time the Niners play the Vikings, I'm walking through the tailgates. I'll get there early.
Yeah, me too. It's my birthday.
I want to meet these people.
I'm fired up.
I want to meet these people.
Yeah, I guess I got 2 special guest appearances for that Viking game. We are rolling deep.
All right, so
Deli Boy and Dad. We're going to the game deep. Oozing with swagger. I'm telling you, Section 327 about to be popping. And by the way, the Bud Light section last night was off the hook.
I'm so happy you're feeling good
It was
today.
off the hook.
I'm so
it was
happy.
daps and high fives.
Last Monday,
I felt like I hit a walk-off grand slam. So many people were so happy
I didn't
last
think
night.
you would make it last Monday. I didn't think you was going to make it last Monday.
This is what the team does to me. They suck me back in, B. They do this every single time. They lose a game. I get heartbroken. I'm angry. I'm pissed. So my significant other cheated on me to the point I'm just furious.
Niner fans.
And then the next week, we make beautiful makeup love.
I'm with 5-0. Some of you Niner fans, little SOFT. You think I'm a hater?
Wine and cheese.
You think I'm a hater?
That's what it does to us.
I think I'm a hater. SOFT.
Hey, Deebo played hard.
Going back to the
night.
principal's office, calling people soft.
Did you see that George Kittle touchdown? Did you see that? Did you see Jimmy G hitting guys over the middle? Did you see this defense hitting?
I saw Jimmy G throw it within the 10-yard box.
Did you see Stafford pee down his leg?
I saw Jimmy G being very serviceable. Very serviceable. It was okay.
In the words of you, why don't you give Shanahan his flowers?
I'm not giving no flowers. You moved to 4-5. Can I get a winning streak? Danker, Trey, Tamir, Tsunami. Get to you on the other side before Baldy. Promise you. What's coming up in the game brought to you by MD Jesse Painting. Your calls. How you feeling, Niner fans? You back? You all the way back? You like Shasky? You back? Is your business, high-rise, or HOA in need of quality painting now that teams are returning to offices? MB Jesse Painting offers the most trusted painting services in the Bay Area, completing projects on time. Get a free quote today from the Bay Area painting experts at mbjessepainting.com.
The red and gold.
podcasts, and videos will teach you things you'll actually use, so you're ready for real-life conversations. With Babbel, you can speak a new language. Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free. Just go to Babbel.com to start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
On first down and goal, Samuel takes that handoff out of the backfield and into the end zone. Touchdown, 49ers.
Now, back to the morning roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
What's this?
Boom.
It's this girl by an artist called Kungs, and I found it on the Odyssey exclusive
Is it
station.
Kings of Kungs or just Kungs?
Just Kungs.
All right.
What?
King? You're thinking of what? Kings of Leon?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
No.
that
I thought Kings of Kungs, but Kungs. I know the song, though.
Oh, do you?
This is a good song.
Well,
it's
it
a really
is.
good song. You
Well-
hear how it breaks down, and then it slowly comes back. I love beats like this.
Oh.
Makes me feel good.
What is this genre technically called?
This would be called EDM technically,
Okay.
but I went to the pop section on the Odyssey
Gotcha.
exclusive stations, and this popped up under one of the playlists.
Curly's shaking his head like he knows what time it is.
You mean Jack Johnson back there?
See, I know the track, Layford. You know that. Come on now.
You know a lot of the words.
Damn,
don't know
dog.
any
You
of the
like
words.
Pinocchio because your nose is just growing.
This song
as
is
you
playing.
lie.
This song is playing in my car. Listen to a little something. Download the Odyssey app, the new Odyssey exclusive station on the Odyssey app. Brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar. I don't know what Curly's laughing.
That was like the biggest lie you've ever told.
No, I played that song before. This
Oh,
song's
yeah?
good. It's a good song. It's a good song. Very good song. We used to hear it all the time
I
at
wanna
the
know
old
how
station.
you would even stumble across it.
We used to work at the old station. What was the station next to us? Live 105? I would hear it all the time walking past there.
Live 105 was
No,
an
that was in
alternative
our.
rock
Yeah, that was our station. What was the station over at the old building? On Hawthorne.
99.7?
99.7. 99.7. They
The
would
more
play this.
details, the more I don't believe the lie.
Right, that's fine.
It's all right,
That's
though.
fine.
You know
You
what?
don't have to believe me.
I want to know, was the chain that Deebo had, I've never seen that chain before. It was like a Niner, like gold crusted, bejeweled. I don't even know how you would describe it. It was a giant chain. Is that real?
Probably.
I've never seen that chain. That thing was unbelievable.
Chain was legit. That's real
You
ice.
weren't feeling it?
Oh, I was definitely feeling a
Oh,
chain.
yeah. I mean, I
No,
thought
that's a chain. That's got to be a real chain.
not
I mean,
sure if I'd want to walk around with that chain. I'm not
mean,
really a jewelry guy.
You and I probably can't walk around with that chain, but if you're Deebo Samuel.
You've got some pretty good jewels.
No. But I tuck it in when I get around. Come on, I
yeah,
still
but in
tuck
here
it in.
you let it hang.
Well, look who's in here. I mean, come on, John Curley's in the world in here. He ain't jacking me for my chain. Ain't no Akeem Talib ain't crossing that. He ain't walking down the hallway. You know what I'm saying? Crabtree ain't walking down the hallway. But if we're walking down the street or something, I'm tucking the chain in. If you're Deebo, you don't have to tuck the chain in. If you're Nick Bosa, you don't have to tuck the chain in.
Deebo.
If you're Joe Shasky the Butcher or Bonte Hill, you got to tuck the chain in. We're not walking down the street with a chain like that. All right? We're getting swagger jacked. Getting pickpocketed, everything.
Do you remember in the WWE lexicon when Undertaker's urn was taken from him and it was melted down into a chain?
Yeah, I do remember that.
I think that's what they did to Aaron Donald's soul over the last 5 times that they've played him. Because the Undertaker, a.k.a. Aaron Donald, has done nothing against the Niners.
He's done nothing.
He's done nothing.
He's done nothing.
Absolutely nothing. And I love the way that they've neutralized him. I truly believe he is one of the greatest football players I've ever seen. And I cannot remember a game that I went to with him on the field where I only saw him make one play. It was
nothing.
the one play in the backfield. Now, maybe I missed like him dominating on the line and stuff. Maybe the Manning cast was talking about it.
Right.
You guys can tell me, Bonte, they neutralized him. I don't know what it is about Kyle Shanahan against McVay, but my God,
He owns him.
they could just do that every week.
He owns them real quick. Let's go to Trey and Vallejo real quick. Trey. What's happening? You're on the roast.
What up?
Man, top of the morning to you guys, man. It's good hearing you guys.
Top of the morning.
Man, you know what? Let me just start this off, man. Great minds think alike. Because you and Shiesty said the same thing I said. I said last night when I was talking to my boys, I don't know what it is, but it seems like the Niners just have the Rams money. They like in their back pocket. They just have their soul. They're like in a zone when it comes to playing the Rams because they can do no wrong. And I mean this literally. The Rams could be 12-0, and let's just say if the Niners are 0-12, the Niners will still win those games every time because they just got the Rams number. I just think right now they just in a zone because it felt like they could do nothing wrong. And I said, this is just like a pattern. It don't matter. The Rams came in with all the hype with, of course, like with OBJ and Von Miller. And it just didn't matter.
Yeah.
It just didn't matter.
No, you're right,
and
Trey.
You guys took the words right out of my mouth when you said it about Sean McVay and, of course,
It's a division game, Trey. It's a division game where you built to beat opponents in your division, and they just physically whipped the Rams at the line of scrimmage. Physically whipped their ass. I'm sorry. They just beat you up, say, hey, we're going to come out 18-play, 93-yard drive, and eat 11 minutes up. The fact that the Niners had 2 drives in the first half, and they went into the locker room at halftime up 21-7. Despite still having bad clock management at the end of the first half.
So, explain to me why you were mad about the clock
management.
management.
I wasn't mad. I don't get mad no more about it. I'm going to just say that right now.
Okay.
It's just who Shanahan is.
What was
Shanahan?
It's
just like, hey, you get to stop. You got 3 timeouts.
Yes.
You can't bring the timeouts into the second half.
Yeah, I was
You can't go from 3 to 6. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
I wanted another possession.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
what I wanted.
Let me get a 2-minute drill. That's all.
Yeah,
You're trying to double up, but it's the Shanahan way. This is how he's going to play. Then he called the timeout with 13 seconds left, and I'm thinking, why would you do that?
Yeah, I don't know.
Why?
I don't know.
Why? So, whatever. They stopped the fake field goal. They went in the halftime with the lead. I'm nitpicking here, but
and then they went. I was going to say they went 3 and out to start the
third quarter.
The third quarter, and I got worried. I'd be lying to you if I didn't say that I got worried. Wow. Like I did, But the defense, I thought they did a great job adjusting. There was that one drive they did like a fake screen to where they threw over the top to Cooper Kupp down the sideline. It's a beautifully designed play. Yeah. Arizona did that the week before against them. But then the 49ers, they give up the touchdown. Outside of that, I felt like their defense just was one step ahead of the Rams at every single turn.
Shut them down.
And I thought the Rams wide receivers, people can say they dropped the ball, which they did. They did. Stafford was behind guys. He was late. And I thought that they heard footsteps because of the way they hit early in that game.
Tyler Higbee dropped the pass for a first down. Ball was behind him.
The third down play?
Cooper Kupp dropped the third down play with Jimmy Ward defending him. It was behind him. He heard footsteps. Rams were just off. And you know what? Rams are about to go on the slide.
I love how you're predicting that. I like that.
I mean, come on.
But you saw this.
They're not built for winter. Let me say that.
Oh.
They're not built for winter.
And winter's
They're
coming.
one of those summer teams, right?
Yeah.
Oh, the weather's nice, 7-on-7, everything's all flashy. Let's go out there and play. This is big boy football time, all right? This is big boy football time. Put on your big boy pads. You got to play physical. You got to hit. You got to be able to run the football. All that little passing around stuff, you ain't Tom Brady, Matthew Stafford. Sean McVay, you ain't Belichick, all right? They're done. I'm telling you, right? They may sneak into the playoffs. I don't see them losing the rest of the games this season. They're done. They're done. The Rams are not a threat to win the Super Bowl. They will not be hosting a Super Bowl at SoFi Stadium this season. So lock that up.
What kind of piece of meat are they that you've left in the oven too long? What would you do? What do you think they are? Just a giant ham? Because even ham overcooked still tastes good.
Yeah,
I'm thinking they're the turkey from Christmas Vacation, where he sticks the fork in it.
Maybe a pot roast.
And it just deflates.
Maybe a pot roast.
Yeah, but pot roast gets better as you cook it longer.
I don't know. Let me think about that.
Yeah, think about
real
that.
quick. 2 quick calls
I got to get with Gordon
Ramsay.
Ramsay.
Let's get Danker on here real quick before we get to Baldy. Then we have a very special guest on the warm line here, on the hotline. Danker, real quick. What's happening?
Real quick. Good morning, gentlemen. Big win. Bonte, we called it. I just got to say, it's amazing how fresh our defense is when we stick with the run. First game all season, we really stuck with the run. And, I think what really helped is the hard counts in the beginning. Jimmy doesn't really get guys to jump.
That's a great call.
He wasn't, he was controlling it, And then this is my comp, real quick. Tell me Deebo is not Hines Ward. And real quick to that, Hines Ward needed that Plaxico burst, big receiver. That would help Jimmy. We need that big body receiver. So I love what's happening. It seems like we really woke up. We got to stick with that run. we've got to get that I mean, it's late. It's hard. It's really tough. But that would be beautiful to have that big body guy.
No doubt. No doubt, Danker. Good
That's
call.
been
Good call.
one of my. I've been demanding that for a long time. They need a 6'4" guy.
6'5", it's a touchdown chain. They just ain't been scoring.
Is that what that is?
Yeah, I guess so. Let's go to the hotline real quick. Hotline before we get to Baldy. Who's on the hotline? We got a special guest.
Good morning, fellas. How you guys doing?
Oh, boy. Mr. Shasky? Is this Mr. Shasky?
What's going on, fellas? Hey, I got to say, who are those 49ers wearing red last night? They sure weren't the team we've been watching the last 6 weeks. I got to say, all is right with the world when the 49ers win. I got to say that.
Thank you.
Right out of the gate. Now, the defense set the tone right from the beginning, and I got to say, Jimmy played a hell of a game. There were some throws that he threw in the window that, I mean, I look back on a replay on that one that he threw to Deebo on that fourth down play. I mean, that window was tight, and he threw it in there. Got to give him credit. He made some great throws yesterday. Got to give him a lot of credit. The defense played great. An all-around game. I just hope that they're only playing 2 teams with winning records the rest of the way in. I can see them maybe losing maybe to the Titans, but they should win the rest of the games out. If they continue on this trend, if they can use this game as a momentum to get them going. I really think it's a positive start. Plus, getting off the schneid, 8 games in a row, losing at home. Get off the schneid. I think that's gonna be a big momentum moving forward for them.
You're right, Pops. You're right. One game. If they lose one game, that means they will finish the season 11-6.
Oh my God, they go 11-6. I'm throwing a house party, Dad.
11-6. Let's get to Baldy. Bye-bye, Mr. Shasky. We got to get to Baldy, man.
I love when your face lights up when my dad calls.
He does. He makes me feel good. He makes me feel good.
They needed that.
Just your dad.
He makes me feel good.
Win.
Sometimes I wish I was doing the show with him.
Yeah, well, I don't blame you.
Let's get to Baldy, man. I say that now.
He breaks down plays better than anyone.
I mean, this is like Shark Week now. And you know what Baker Mayfield is? He's chum. Look at these sharks. You think you're getting away from those 4 angry sharks? It's Shark Week. It's time to eat. Make the read urgency. That's the name of the game right here. Urgency. Now, on it. He's on it. Touchdown. Beautiful throw. He's our 95.7 The Game NFL insider, Brian Baldinger.
Baldy, every Tuesday joins us at 7:30 a.m. here on the Morning Roast. We're about a minute late off of that one. But Baldy, good morning. Follow him at Baldy NFL on Twitter. He breaks it down. He's breaking down the 49ers right now. Seen a couple pancake blocks, one from Juszczyk, one from Kittle. And let's just start right there, Baldy. Yesterday was just an old-fashioned beatdown at the hands of the L.A. Rams. Niners just said, you know what? We're going to run it up the middle. We're going to run it right. We're going to run it left. We're not going to throw it on first down. And we're going to play power football and pummel you at the line of scrimmage. And that's what they did. They basically ran the playbook straight out of Tecmo Bowl on Nintendo, Baldy. When you were playing, back when you were a Dallas Cowboy, get your teammates playing Tecmo Bowl, it was basically an 8-play playbook yesterday, and they beat up the Rams.
They did, and it's been a long time coming. It took a half a season to really play the way that they're capable of playing. And, the way they played last night, they don't need anybody else. They don't need to go out there and find anybody. They've got enough. And, they were healthy, and they played fast, and they played physical, and it was just beautiful to watch. It was really good football. It was for the first time, you could say it was a complete team victory all the way around. Everybody contributed. Kyle was on his game. Got the ball to their best player, Deebo Samuel, on that opening drive, a lot of different ways. And that's the way they have to play. If they want to dig themselves all the way out of the crypt and not just tease the fans if they want to get out and get into the race, how they played last night was a pretty good sign.
Yeah, hitting George Kittle on third down after third down, throwing him the ball in the end zone. What is it about the Rams? Is there something that you're seeing, Baldy, on tape? Because they're 5 in a row now against Sean McVay and the Rams. What is it that you're seeing that the Niners are doing to the Rams specifically that creates such an advantage?
Well, they're not letting their star players outshine their star players. That's one way. So, like Aaron Donald, he was out there last night, but he didn't change the game. Jalen Ramsey was out there last night. He didn't change the game. But the 49er stars did. And so that's part of it. And then secondly, what we don't see, and it's almost impossible to see, because it's a great question, is the confidence they have going up against those guys, whether it's, Leonard Floyd or, Aaron Donald or TJ Reed or whoever it is. Like, they don't fear them. They kind of know what you're going to do. It's a divisional game. They see them on tape all the time and all their cut-ups. So there's nothing that the Rams are doing to them that they're not ready for. For example, like the opening play of the third quarter, Elijah Mitchell goes off right tackle for 17 yards. Well, the Rams' adjustment at halftime of that game last night was to go to a 6-1 defense. And they were just going to plug all the gaps. And, they and the 49ers, like, their outside zone takes care of that. It's what the Packers did to them in the championship game 2 years ago. And they're ready for that because they've seen it. They've seen that adjustment. And so you kind of know what's coming as soon as you start to have success. And I think that's part of the reason why they have this dominance over them.
And, Baldy, how about Deebo Samuel? You talk about setting the tone. We could talk about the defense in just a second, but Deebo Samuel, he's lining up in the slot. He's lining up out wide. He's lining up in the backfield. He's doing everything for this offense right now, and he's taking that step. He's now playing like a superstar.
He is, and I don't know how many weeks I've said this. This is the guy that ignites this team. He's their best player, and he doesn't ever have a bad game. He might drop a ball here or there, but you got to feed your best players, and you got to find different ways to. Like, I remember a game this year against Arizona. He scored the only touchdown. From the tailback position, they just flipped it to him. I said, well, why did it take 4 quarters to give it to your best player? So put him in the backfield. I always said, I remember talking to Deebo during the pre-draft process. He came to the NFL Network. And, he literally is a big-time running back from the waist down. And that's how he runs. He runs like a running back because he's so powerful. He breaks tackles. And then he hits his top gear, whatever that is, in probably a second step. Now, he's not the fastest player on the field, but he has a burst like he's the fastest player on the field. You constantly see him run away from players like that 4th and 6 to finish the game and put it on ice to go 40 yards. As soon as he touched it, he just got it into gear. And, some guys can just play really fast. He's a guy that can play really fast.
How'd you think Jimmy Garoppolo looked? Because he was hitting his playmakers, Kittle and Deebo, over the middle on some precision passes. I really liked what I saw from a rhythmic, accurate Jimmy Garoppolo. What did you see?
I thought, in a word, he was crisp, super crisp, and really. Okay, he threw 19 balls last night. But, the touchdown to Kittle, he's got to keep it away from DJ Williams. Kittle went up and got it, but there's a corner there sitting, waiting to steal that ball. There was a couple throws over the middle where you have to be precise. The throws where you saw Deebo do those things after the catch, he's catching that ball in stride. And so I thought he was just crisp in all of his attempts and really didn't have a bad throw. You could say Jalen Ramsey got his hands on one, at one point. But other than that, he threw it from a dirty pocket a couple times. There's Von Miller and Aaron Donald, they're breathing down his neck. He's setting his feet. And that was the other thing. I think his footwork was really good last night. And, when he's on, his footwork, it starts there. He's throwing the ball from a good platform. He's got his feet reset, whatever he's got to do. And I thought he did that throughout the night.
Brian Baldinger on 95.7 The Game, NFL Insider. Of course, catch him on NFL Network, Compass Media Networks, calling football games, of course, and the smartest man on football on Twitter, of course, at Baldy NFL. Breaking down last night's win over the LA Rams. Niners win 31-10. They're 4-5, a game back in the NFC wildcard spot before they head down to Jacksonville to take on the Jags on Sunday. Baldy, they say running games travel in December, November, in the cold weather games. Also, defense travels. And the defense yesterday showed up. They flustered Matthew Stafford. They had the wide receivers hearing footsteps. I thought this was one of the best games defensively all season long for the Niners.
I thought they played fast. I just thought they played fast when they played crisp. But we saw flashes. I saw flashes in the loss to Arizona that this team defensively, although they don't have the horses up front they had 2 years ago, they whether it's Contavious Street, guys know how to play and how to play effectively. And that's a good offense that they went up against. Now, it helps that they're up 14-0, and you get a defensive touchdown, all that kind of stuff, and the offense is controlling with long drives. So, I mean, they're defending, that Rams offense for 19 minutes last night. So they're not on the field that much. And when you're not on the field that much, you can play really fast and you can stay fresh. And they did. I mean, I thought the linebackers were outstanding last night.
Yeah, I did too. And what about the secondary? Because, Jimmy Ward, I haven't given him enough credit as a player back there. I think his communication and him just kind of getting everybody feeling right back there, I've appreciated it, I guess, if you will. I know the 2 interceptions were awesome, but what does Jimmy Ward bring to the back end of this secondary?
Well, I think, first of all, he could cover. He can run, and he can hit. Those are 3 good qualities to have in your secondary. And then he's got a lot of veteran experience. So, he can, whether it's formation, the formation, the play, those kind of things, down distance, just where you're at, even in the interception to Odell Beckham. I mean, he's in the right. I mean, I don't know what happened between Beckham and, the quarterback on that play. I can only guess at this point. He's been there for 2 days. But, I mean, he's in the right position. Even if Beckham is in the right place or where Stafford thinks he's going to be. I mean, Jimmy's there to defend the play one way or the other. So, you got to be the deepest than the deeper. You got to be deeper than the deepest, and he was in that play. So his positioning was really good. Even on the interception for a touchdown, I mean, he's got Cooper Kupp on the play. It's man coverage. And, it's one thing to take Cooper Kupp. He's the league's leading receiver. But it's another thing to have eyes that are bigger than just like a real narrow vision. So when the ball glances off Higbee right there, he's there waiting for it. And so I thought his eyes were really fast last night.
Baldy, what about the Rams? Because the Niners will see them again in the last week of season, January 9th, 8th or 9th, down at SoFi Stadium down in L.A. They've been beat up 2 weeks in a row now. The Titans beat them up without Derrick Henry, really exposed them. And then the Niners beat them up last night. They're going to go on a bye and then go to Green Bay. Where's that team at? Because I feel like a slide could be coming for them, especially without Robert Woods, who I feel like is the heart and soul of that team.
Well, I mean, look, you lose a player like Robert Woods. I mean, the way that he blocks, his contributions, I mean, he's just I don't know if he's the heartbeat of the team, but, he's one of the team leaders. Like I've always said this about the Rams and the way that they're built. I mean, they put all their resources into about 5 or 6 players. I mean, they're star built. And when their stars play big, Donald, Ramsey, we'll see what Vaughn does, Stafford, Kupp. And when they play big, they usually win. And 2 weeks in a row now, Stafford has made some really questionable decisions. And so, I thought there was going to be this thing with Odell there. We got to break them in. We got to force them. Like, they forced the ball to him. Like, They don't have to do that. Like, let him just get a couple days under his belt of practice, rhythm, how the ball comes out of Stafford's hands. Like, just let him feel it a little bit. I just thought they were forcing it to him last night, and just to make him feel like you're going to be a part of this thing. And I thought that was the wrong approach. But look, if that quarterback keeps making questionable decisions with the ball, then anything is possible. I mean, this slide can happen real fast.
So on the other side of it, we've got 9 games in, 10 total weeks in the NFL. Who are the 49ers? Like, I can't make out who they are week to week. Who do you think they are right now?
Well, I don't think they're a pretender. I don't think they're a contender. I mean, all those kind of phrases that you use. I mean, they got, at some point, if they're going to be a good team, like they were 2 years ago, you got to start stacking wins. Now, maybe that was the catalyst last night. I mean, it's always a tough turnaround when you got to go on the road, to Jacksonville, to a team that's not very good, and you come off an emotional win. You got to go across the country. Who knows if it's 80 and humid, in Jacksonville, whatever it might be. But, it's time to start stacking some wins. If you're going to be a good team, then you got to prove it every week. And you got to find, even if you don't have your like they had last night, you got to find ways to win games. And if you're going to be a good team, and you're going to be who I think everybody in that locker room feels like they can be, you got to start putting it together week in, week out. And you never know when it's going to happen. Sometimes it happens early in the season. Like Arizona won a bunch of games, and who knows what they are right now. But at some point, early, middle, late, you got to put a 4 or 5, even a 6-game win streak together if you want to be a great team.
Well, it's got to start with last night's win, and of course going down to Jacksonville this Sunday, Minnesota after that, then a Sunday night date against Seattle up in Seattle, and the Niners are a game back at a 6th spot. The Saints now 5-4. We'll see what happens with Kumara. They got Trevor Siemian play at quarterback. The Panthers bring back Kemp. They're 5-5. This thing is wide open. So let's see if they can stack some wins. Baldy, we thank you again every single Tuesday. We look forward to 7:30 a.m. and hopefully we're talking about another Niners win next Tuesday. Take care, Baldy. We'll check out your work on Twitter and, of course, NFL Network.
Okay, thanks, Bonte. See you guys.
Anytime. Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game here on a Tuesday. Niners, a victory Tuesday, I guess we could say. Victory Tuesday.
Victory week.
How long you celebrate this win?
I don't know. Ask me on Friday how I'm feeling. You know what I mean?
How'd you feel about Shanahan not giving out any game balls yesterday?
I didn't even know that.
He said he didn't give out a game ball.
Oh.
I kind of like it.
Why?
You know what, guys? Start winning some games. You get some game balls.
Oh.
You know what? I don't know. I really don't. I thought it was interesting.
Well,
Somebody asked him who got the game ball. He goes, I haven't given any game balls away.
I was thinking more Tony Sperano where he, buried a football. I was thinking maybe we bury a football where, Drake or Patrick's body lied over there on the 17-yard line after getting trucked by Eno Benjamin. But that's not the day today.
He was inactive.
Yeah,
he was inactive.
Thank God. And look how much better the secondary played.
Yeah. Langford, get it here. What you got, Langford?
Well, I was just going to ask if it was your job to give out a game ball for this one, who would you give it to?
Two guys.
This is why you're behind the glass. That's phenomenal.
Our
producer
and technical producer, Stephen Langford.
Who are they?
Carrying the intern, John Curley. It's easy. This is an easy one.
Okay.
Deebo Samuel, Jimmy Ward. Deebo Samuel, Jimmy Ward get the game balls. If you wanted to give another one out, I'm looking at Hufanga. I'm liking Hufanga.
Did Nick Bosa play better for you?
Nick Bosa did play well. He did play well.
Am I tripping on the holds?
Yeah, he gets held. You could call holding on every single play, though. Ask any defensive lineman across the league.
But it does feel like he's getting held just a ridiculous amount of times, especially on very obvious in front of the official situations.
He was good yesterday. Nick Bosa was good. Who'd you give a game ball to?
Deebo absolutely has to get a game ball yesterday. I thought George Kittle was fantastic yesterday as well. And I think Jimmy Garoppolo, there's too many of them, so let me peel it back. All right, let's go Deebo. And I think Jimmy Ward. I think those are the two guys. Jimmy Ward was outstanding
Jimmy
yesterday.
Garoppolo?
I thought Jimmy Garoppolo played really well in this game. I really did.
Is that enough to win?
What?
Is that enough to win what you saw yesterday?
In yesterday's game, you didn't need to do anything else. Like, I've sit here for 2 years and heard you explain to me, when you're pounding a team down the throat, you don't have to throw more than 7 times in an NFC Championship game. So, like, to me, I never crossed my mind once yesterday because I listened to my friend, and not once did it cross my mind that they need to go to a different quarterback. I thought Jimmy was in rhythm. I thought Kyle set him up properly. They were on distance and down perfect all game. 3rd and 4, 3rd and 5, 3rd and 6, 3rd and 3. Like, he can be a great quarterback in those circumstances. If you're telling me, he can be efficient and get 3-step drops and get rid of the ball and hit guys over the middle, yeah, that works. Here's where it gets dicey. When you're in 3rd and long and he has to drop back 5 and 7 steps, now I'm opening him up and this offensive line to extreme pressure. Yep. And I just don't think that's how they're going to win. So, to me, this was a great blueprint game. But the reality is, you're not going to be up 2 scores, 3 scores against everyone else, and you're going to have to stretch the field. Yesterday wasn't that day, though. So I have no problem with where Jimmy was. I will love this. The Kyle Shanahan part on 3rd down. Multiple times, he went 3 wide, 4 wide, and split George Kittle out. And I was like, there we go. Like, let Jimmy, I think if Jimmy's going to throw and thrive, I like Jimmy from the shotgun with things a little spread out. Well, and I thought that they pick and choose their spots really well with that yesterday.
Well, Jimmy Garoppolo, you bring up shotgun. David Lombardi from The Athletic says the Niners have made an adjustment. Jimmy Garoppolo began passing out of the shotgun 96% of the time 3 weeks ago.
Really?
96% of the time he's throwing out of the shotgun.
Really?
PFF, he's the highest graded passer over that 3-week stretch.
Oh.
PFF has Garoppolo, Mac Jones, Justin Fields, Kirk Cousins, Dak Prescott, and Josh Allen.
So I think a lot of people that are, fire Kyle Shanahan. Like, Kyle Shanahan's made adjustments throughout the year. Kyle Shanahan deserves credit today. He owns Sean McVay. The team still playing hard, still out there throwing bodies around. Deebo Samuel is developed into the best 49er drafted wide receiver since T.O. George Kittle is now getting the ball on third down, getting the ball in the red zone. Check, check, check. They're running the ball with Jeff Wilson Jr. just enough yesterday, I thought. Using Deebo in the backfield, sprinkling in these other guys to have around Elijah Mitchell, who I think Elijah Mitchell is a spectacular player.
Yeah, he's going to run for 1,000 yards.
And he's been awesome this year. And then you did it with no right tackle yesterday. You didn't have your starting right tackle who you invested a first-round pick in.
You know what? Mike McGlinchey hasn't played well. I don't think you missed him. I don't think you missed him yesterday.
I don't think that's fair. I think
it's not fair.
I think
it's
McGlinchey's
the truth.
Played pretty well this year.
The truth sometimes isn't fair. McGlinchey has not been good this year. He's been okay.
I mean,
at best. McGlinchey's been.
He's the least of my problems on this offensive line.
Yeah, because you got Brunskill in right guard. He's your second problem on the offensive line. I think
that the offensive line yesterday dominated.
Yeah,
I loved what
they did
what
not miss McGlinchey. That's what I'm saying. McGlinchey's been.
Well, I don't.
Tsunami, San Jose.
I don't want to kick him while he's down.
I'm not kicking him while he's down. I'm just telling the truth, man. That's what we do on the show. Tsunami, San Jose.
Right. I'll back
Shanny,
Hey, what's up, fellas?
What up?
Hey, Shafty, Niners winning on Monday hits a little different, doesn't it?
Man, it feels so good. Like, so good. I woke up, the sky was shining, and it was foggy and 50 degrees out.
Yeah, man. I tell you what, man. Monday night, it has that aura, man. You win on Monday night, it hits different. But anyways, man, hey, Bonte, I'm with you, brother. I've been bagging on Shanahan for a while, man. But last night, he was in his bag, brother. I was listening to Peyton Manning and Eli Manning, which, by the way, they're a treasure, man.
Yeah, they are good. They're really good.
Without him. Yeah, and they were actually saying that too. They were saying, man, Shanahan is in complete control of this game tonight, and he owns McVay. You know, when they it was like a complete role reversal. You saw McVay on the sideline. He looked like what Shanahan's looked like the whole first half of the season. And then when they shook hands at halftime, at the end of the game, it was like McVay got in his bag and gave him a couple quarters for his milk money. And Shanahan, that's what it looked like. But I just all the smoke and mirrors that Shanahan was running, all the motion, he just had him all over the place, man. The Rams defense, he just owned that game. It was awesome to see. I haven't been a big fan of Shanahan all season, but this game, and also you started seeing it at the back half of the Bears game, where actually they started imposing their physicality on the Bears. They didn't do that the next week, but they did it this game.
No doubt.
In the last 3 games, right?
I think, honestly, yes, they are. And again, I'm going to go back to, I undervalued Jimmy Ward. I did. I think that Jimmy Ward is a better player than I've given him credit for, and I think it was real evident watching the Arizona Cardinal game. They were just lost. They were lost in the back end of that secondary. And I also think Alshire played way better this week than he did the week before. He was out there hitting.
No, he was playing really, really well. Number 51 was flashing. Here's what Shanahan had to say about the Niners winning their first home game in 393 days.
It's been frustrating. We haven't won at home yet this year. Last time we did win at home was versus the Rams. We had one game after that versus the Packers. Then we spent our homes in Arizona. But just going to this year was very frustrating, especially, the crowds that we've had, the way our fans have been. They were awesome today, just like they were awesome last week. But I'm glad we gave them something to be proud of today.
And then on how they reacted from the Arizona loss.
I think we've taken a lot this year personally, so I wouldn't just say taking something personally is what leads to that, but we were very embarrassed about last week in every aspect, and which we have been at a few things this year. I don't know if that's what leads to that, but we definitely played our best game all around.
I watched the Shanny presser live. It's much more relaxed yesterday.
Well, when you win, everything kind of settles itself, so I'm not surprised there. On the fan thing, this is a real tangible thing. I know when you go out to Chase Center, it's a different experience than watching at home. I'm not saying it's better or it's worse. It's just different. And I was talking with Bill. I was talking with my man Jesus, who's been sitting next to me for a couple of years now in my section. And they're like, man, we haven't had a home win that the fans have been at since the NFC Championship game, January 2020. It's like, damn, he's right. Like that's number one. So for a lot of people that invest their time, their emotion, and I call the religion of the 49ers, like, yeah, man, we needed that for our soul. We needed that win. And yeah, I know you were confident going into it. I wasn't, and I was more optimistic as I obviously got to the game and started to feel good. But seeing Niner fans walk out of that stadium feeling good, yelling, Niners, there's just something about it, man. It was a palate cleanser. It was good for the soul yesterday. I feel so rejuvenated. And we say this so many times when a team plays our teams. Oh, this is a get-right game for Team X. Yesterday was a get-right game for the Niners. The quarterback's in rhythm. Offensive line looked good. Playmakers making plays. Defense flying. They're creating turnovers. Secondary looking good and actually making plays on the ball. Like, check. And Kyle Shanahan owns Sean McVay. I don't want to hear about Sean McVay anymore around these parts. And I'm looking at you, B. I don't want to hear about McVay no more. Head-to-head, Shanahan owns him.
Okay.
Let's go.
He thought McVay was winning yesterday. Samir in Oakland. I got bullets today, man. Don't mess around today, dog. Miles are back there. You hit me with the drive-by. I got the bulletproof vest.
That wasn't a drive-by. That was a dome shot.
I'm in the G-Wagon.
I looked you in the eyes.
I'm in the G-Wagon, bulletproof G-Wagon, dog. I'm here.
You know what I did? I just did the...
You can side-eye me all you want to.
Bro, no.
I got the vest on, baby. I'm 50 Cent around here.
I did the Michael Corleone. I went to the bathroom. I came out, and I hit you right between the eyeballs.
King Kong got nothing on me. Let's go to Tamir in Oakland.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm coming to Bonte's defense. Joe, you're flip-flopping every other week when the Niners lose. Bonte's been on the radio airwaves all day telling everybody, calm down. The Niners are still in it. You Niner fans and you, Joe, calling out Bonte saying he was the one saying it. It was you, Joe, man. I don't know what to say with you right now. Bonte was the real fan. He had faith the whole time. He even called out a win. Thank you, Bonte, because I won money off because I believed in you. So
easy money.
Appreciate that.
That was easy money.
You know what I'm saying?
You know what? Hey, Tamir, thanks, man. We got to run. Call us back tomorrow. I can give you more time. I want to hear your basketball take on the Nets and Warriors. We got Iron Eagle coming up. There's something about the flip-flopping around here. And I know the boss man is going to have me in the office. No, dog. You got to have fun, and you got to leave it, let it ride. But I'm the voice of reason here in the Bay Area. That's why I'm the ambassador of this fan base.
You were calling this team the stanky-ass Niners.
They were the stanky-ass Niners. They were the stanky-ass Niners.
I'm the guy that can give you a Tupac. I'll give you Brenda's Got a Baby, and I'll give you Hit 'Em Up.
I told you they were the stanky-ass Niners, and that they were still in it. And that they were still in it. They're still in it. 707's right. You ain't been optimistic about anything since like September 1st when the Dodgers came to town. Oh my God, the Dodgers came out. We're going to blow the division.
I'm the one that had the flag going down the street. Look, man, I feel good today.
All right, I don't want to rain on your parade.
You are raining on my parade. I don't want to rain on your parade. I don't want to rain on your parade. It's like the 2012 World Series parade. I'm like, dude, it's raining. I'm
not going to rain on your parade.
I'm in a poncho.
You can celebrate. You can be happy. I'm not telling anybody not to be happy. One game out of the playoff spot. Niners are one game out of playoff spot.
I don't want to hear about McVay ever again. I'm so done with the McVay Shanahan. Shanahan owns him.
Back on Shanahan, huh?
Owns him.
Iron Eagle.
5 in a row?
Iron Eagle.
Owns him.
Iron Eagle next year on the roast.
of Morning Roast. Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Presented by Timeless Coffee. This is the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Good morning to everybody out there. Roadways, getting off the graveyard shift. Getting ready for work. Langford, Curly, Shasky, Mauser's in the building. Running to YouTube and Twitch. And we got Mr. No condiments. One of the many voices of the NBA. Great voice in the NBA. One of the many voices of the NFL. Heard him on in New England this past week against Browns and Patriots. Called him Mac Jones's game. That's Ian Eagle, the voice of the Brooklyn Nets. Of course, he's off tonight because the game's on national television on TNT, but he still knows the Nets inside and out. And Ian, good morning. Welcome back to the Morning Roast with Joe Shasky, the Butcher, and Bonte Hill. And we're looking forward to this one. Steph Curry, the Western Conference Player of the Week. Kevin Durant, the Eastern Conference Player of the Week. Dubs are 11-2. Brooklyn's won 3 in a row. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a fun one at Barclays.
Yeah. No condiments. No. Yeah, I'm not going to be at home drowning myself in condiments watching the game on TNT. I'll be excited to see Brian Anderson and Stan Van Gundy and Grant Hill doing the game, but I'm not going to break my streak. I'm going to watch the game with my sad dry sandwich, and just regale in basketball greatness, because this is what we're expecting. We're expecting the Warriors and the Nets, two teams that have legitimate chances to maybe be in it when the smoke clears, give us a little taste of what could be come June in the NBA. It really should be an entertaining matchup tonight.
No, I actually met your son a few weeks ago, the voice of the Clippers, Noah Eagle, and I thought he was Ian. I was like, hey, Noah. And we're walking into the media center. I'm like, hey, we've had your father on our show many times. He doesn't like condiments. What about you? He goes, yeah, I'm not like my dad, but I don't like too many condiments either. So it's like, it's basically in the DNA. It's like it's an Eagle household thing, right? The condiments you guys don't waste money on that.
You remember the PSA way back when we were young, and it was a father and a son, and he busted him with drugs in his room, and he said, I learned it from you, Dad. I learned it from you. It's that. Like, I pushed my stuff onto my son, and I have to deal with that. You know, there will be years of therapy down the road, but for now, he's just got to live a non-condiment life, just like his old man.
I love it. We got the Nets and the Warriors tonight. Kevin Durant against Steph Curry. Obviously, James Harden's involved as well. And whenever Warrior fans hear James Harden's name, but specifically Kevin Durant's, all the feelings come back. What's the buzz around this team right now? You know, is there any kind of Warrior, Steph, Durant thing being bandied about town on your end? Because we definitely have all the feels over here.
No, not as much on this end, because Nets fans don't really feel that history like you guys do. Clearly, with Durant and Harden playing at a high level, most of the focus has been on their start, on the chemistry that's formed on this team, how these guys have shown a lot of commonality. And without Joe Harris, which is going to be a big hit for the Nets with that ankle injury, who's going to be in the starting lineup? Where do those minutes go? That takes away a big-time perimeter presence and someone that benefits a great deal from the double teams that Durant and Harden see throughout a game. So their approach and their scheme might have to adjust a bit, because they just don't have anyone else that shoots 48% from three-point territory. You're probably going to see a little DeAndre Bembry. You're going to see some Javon Carter. There'll be a mix and match. James Johnson could see minutes tonight because Paul Millsap is sitting with a personal issue. So the lineup will look a little bit different, but the themes and the narratives for the net side of things have been mostly focused on themselves.
Ian Eagle here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Where's James Harden at right now? Feels like he's getting into better shape. Feels like he's trying to figure it out with the new rules and everything. What have you seen from James Harden on the young season?
Yeah, you nailed it. Ding, 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 both. The shape part of it, we're seeing him round into form a little bit. He came out and acknowledged the fact that the hamstring injury that he suffered last year was still bothering him. And the shortened offseason didn't allow him to play pickup games, to do the kind of prep that he normally would do. So preseason into early regular season, that was all the stuff that he would have been doing in a normal summer. And he was definitely working through some kinks. Throw in the new rules and the fact that he wasn't getting calls, there was a lot of frustration. He personally wasn't complaining about it, but you could tell that the frustration was building. And I'm sure, like you guys watching games, you're trying to develop and establish the baseline of what are these calls going to look like? What's this all going to be once the officials make the determination of where that line is? And I think we're starting to see it. Here we are now, a good nearly month into the season, with the general feeling that we're starting to get a gauge and a compass of what's a foul, what's not a foul. It'll be out there still, and I think guys are testing it. Harden has gotten to the line more often. His shot has come back more than anything else. He just wasn't making shots early in the season. This road trip that the Nets were just on, you could see it as the games went on. He was finding his rhythm again, and his three-point shot has returned.
Last year when these two teams met up, it felt like there was just a class difference between them, and you guys smoked the Warriors at the beginning of the season. This year, this feels kind of like a little finals preview. I know we're a month in, but these are two teams that I believe are going to be there at the end, down to like the last four teams in each conference. So what's the feeling out there on the Warriors right now, especially with their hot start?
Yeah, very impressed. I think everybody has taken notice around the NBA. This was one of those seasons where you had some people still questioning whether or not the Warriors would be able to recover and become the team that we all thought they were. And that was based on last year's results, which was a weird year. I think Steve Kerr actually enjoyed coaching the team last year. And I know some would say, what do you mean? This guy's win multiple championships. What do you mean he enjoyed coaching the team? I think he liked the challenge of it, of trying to put the jigsaw puzzle together and figure out how to get the best out of them. And now this year, you're seeing a lot of the fruits of their labor. Obviously, Curry being healthy changes so much, and playing at an MVP level, the reminder of why he's one of the greatest players in the NBA. But I think others are carrying their weight now with Golden State, and obviously with Klay in the offing and getting closer and closer to him rejoining the action and being a part of it, they have a chance to be really dangerous, and they've already shown they're really fun. So you're right. There is a little preview feel to this in many ways. Both teams are not at full strength. Look, we haven't even mentioned Kyrie Irving, because there's no new news. We have no idea if he's coming back, when he's coming back, what's going to happen if he does come back, how does it affect the team. These are all mysteries right now surrounding the Nets, and no answers to be had until some things come into focus or Kyrie comes out publicly and states what his plan is. But right now, the plan is status quo. He's not a part of this thing.
Yeah, no, we're not even going to ask you about Kyrie. It seems very, very odd for a second Warrior fans. A lot of us thought, man, is this going to happen with Andrew Wiggins? But he did what he had to do, and he's playing well over his last three. He's had some very, very strong games, and he's starting to find his rhythm here. So it should be fun. Real quick before we let you go, because you do call NFL games, and you saw Mac Jones live in person. Are the Patriots the biggest surprise to you in the NFL? And on the flip side, in the NBA, who's the biggest surprise to you so far in the young season?
Yeah, let's start with the NBA. I would just say the way Washington continues to steamroll, finding chemistry. Spencer Dinwiddie has really stepped forward in more of a leadership role. All the things he wanted to do with the Nets, but the Nets ended up going in a different direction. The fact that that's come together as quickly as it has is really a big shock. And Cleveland, the Cavs are fun.
They are.
They got a bunch of young guys. Jared Allen, the former Net, attacks the rim really aggressively. And although they suffered a loss last night, I think they've been a real surprise so far in the NBA season. Quickly on Mac Jones, yeah, he's doing everything that they hoped he would do, which is limiting his mistakes, but also taking ownership when need be. And he's been probably even better than they expected, because when you draft a rookie at that position, you know there are going to be peaks and valleys, and it's going to be a roller coaster ride. There haven't been that many lows. Even in the lows, he hasn't had that one or two obvious games where like, oh, yeah, that's a rookie. That happens. He's never seen that before. He's really shown a savviness and a maturity. And just talking to him, we had him, obviously, this past week. He's got something about him, if you know what I'm saying. There's a confidence there. Everyone kind of looks at him and says, like, I don't know. Like, no, trust me. The few times we've now had a chance to talk to him, this guy believes in himself, and he's highly competitive.
No doubt, he looks like it. He looks like it, and the Patriots look like a very complete football team. They're starting to rise in the AFC. As look, this NFL season has been wild. The NBA season has gotten off to a roaring start, and we get the Warriors and Nets tonight. Wish you was on the call, but hey, we'll talk to you next time the Brooklyn Nets come out to the West Coast when they take on the Warriors at Chase Center. But tonight will be a lot of fun out there in Brooklyn, New York. Steph Curry and company taking on Kevin Durant and the Brooklyn Nets. Ian Eagle, the voice of the Nets, of course, here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Thanks so much, Ian.
Yeah, my pleasure, guys. We could fill an hour easily on NFL, NBA, and all the foods I've never ingested.
We may have to do that. When you come out to the West Coast, we may need you to come to studio and fill that hour. May have to hold you up until that. And then we'll have all these condiments here. We'll have like mustard, ketchup, mayonnaise, hot dog buns. We'll have everything for you.
That would be like the Maury Povich show. You would see fear enter my eyes, and I would have to run out of the room. Don't do that.
All right, we won't do it. We promise. Yeah. We promise. All right, Ian. Have a good one.
All right. All the best, guys.
Ian Eagle, one of the best out there, voice of the Brooklyn Nets, also does NFL games with Charles Davis, was in New England watching Mac Jones carve up the Cleveland Browns. Not just Mac Jones. They ran the ball down their throats, kind of like the Niners ran the ball down the Rams' throats, but Warriors, Nets, KD, easy money sniper, wearing number 7, going against Steph Curry, Draymond Green. I sent out a tweet last night, Shasky. We're going to see at one point.
You sent out a tweet?
I sent out a tweet, yeah, shocker.
Oh, wow.
Ding, 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 ding.
Last night?
Last night.
Oh.
We're going to see Kuminga at one point guard Kevin Durant.
Oh.
And for some reason, that excites the heck out of me.
Oh.
Now, some people said, well, that excites Kevin Durant. I actually fear Kuminga defending Kevin Durant. But I think this rookie has no fear, and I'm not saying he's going to shut down Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant may go for 50 tonight. Who knows?
Who are you? Why do I got to talk to you?
You can flip a coin. Who's the best player in the league, Kevin Durant or Steph Curry? I mean, Kevin Durant's that special. He's great. He's an all-time great. He's a top 10 player all time. But I'm excited to see Kuminga maybe get a possession or two defending Kevin Durant to see what he does. Does he body him? Does he go for the pump fake? Does he stay step for step with him? Does he contest one of those threes that easy money sniper walks into? I don't know. It excites me. It's a nice little test for the Warriors early in the season.
Well, the Niners excited me last night. We're going to get right back into them, but we have a little something fun as we build up to the return for Klay Thompson, and we're a couple of minutes late. We're going to try every single day at 8:11 to do fun facts and different memories for Klay Thompson, number 11, coming back. We built a little open. Let's play a little highlight. I'm ready to do this because I'm fired up to see Klay Thompson again.
I ain't had this in a long time. I ain't feel like this in a long time. Just to feel like this, it took a long time, yeah.
Klay Thompson's return is imminent.
Right side, Klay takes a dribble. Now the three. Got it! An NBA record for Klay Thompson. 14 threes.
It's time for 11 on 11.
With the 11th pick in the 2011 NBA Draft, the Golden State Warriors select Klay Thompson from Washington State University.
Your Klay Thompson update of the day.
Good transition defense from the Clippers. Thompson gets it to go. The rookie was 0 for 4, finally knocks down a 3.
And that is Klay Thompson's first ever basket in his debut for the Golden State Warriors. The 2011 11th pick overall, Klay Thompson. God, I'm so excited for him to come back. We're going to do different things down memory lane. It might be, Rocco at Dodger Stadium doing a little something on the field.
Number 2.
It might be him going for 37 and a quarter. It might be, him taking like 6 dribbles and dropping 60 points. There's a lot that we can peel back on Klay Thompson. And if there are any that you want to throw at us that you think deserve to be recognized, hit us up. At Morning Roast 957, at Bonte Hill, at ButcherBoy415. We want to hear from you, but I want to get back into these Niners too.
December 25th, 2011, Klay Thompson first basket. Mike Breen was on the call there.
Oh, Mike Breen.
ESPN. A Christmas Day game against the Clippers. Klay Thompson, 19 minutes, 2 for 8.
Oh.
From the floor. 1 of 3 from the three-point line. 7 points, 3 fouls, 2 turnovers, 3 rebounds, 1 assist. And the Warriors lost by 19 points. They got outscored.
Oh, just 19?
They got outscored by 21 in the second half. Chauncey Billups was on that Clippers team.
Oh.
Chauncey had 21, 3 threes. Chris Paul, Caron Butler, Blake Griffin, and DeAndre Jordan. Mo Williams coming off the bench. Wow, Brian Cook was on his team. Ryan Gomes, Randy Foye. What is this, the early? Man, Randy Foye, I thought he was at Villanova then. But the Clippers win that game in Klay Thompson's debut, so Klay will be back at some point. 510, Kuminga on Durant is barbecue chicken. Come on. I get it. Anybody on Kevin Durant is barbecue chicken. Now, I'm kind of jacked for this game because the Warriors just lost to Charlotte. They're 11-2. A lot of people said, hey, are the Warriors for real? Are they fugazi? Are they fraudulent? We're going to see them against a pretty damn good Brooklyn Nets team who's won 3 in a row. They're right back at the top of the Eastern Conference, basically tied with the Wizards, even though the Wizards have played 2 less games than the Nets. Could this be a finals preview?
I think so. I mean, to me, these are 2 of the teams. If we were to say the Final Four, 2-2, Eastern and Western Conference Finals, doesn't it feel like these 2 teams right now? I mean, again, it's really early, and there's a lot to go on in the season, but I think these 2 have a very good shot, if not are the favorites to be in those types of spots. I'm not saying that they're going to,
right?
But right now, the evidence is telling me these are 2 of the best teams in the league.
Yeah, Brooklyn Nets half game behind the Washington Wizards, tied with the Bulls for second in the Eastern Conference. Brooklyn 4-2 at home. Kevin Durant, have you seen the numbers he's been putting up so far this season?
Yeah, they're pretty astronomical.
Yeah, he's averaging damn near 30 a night, 29.6, 8.5 rebounds. The assist numbers, he's at 5 assists. He's shooting 58.6% from the field.
Wow.
42.4 from the three-point line.
Wow.
KD.
Is that a career high from 3?
Man, that might be a career high from 3.
Wow.
I mean, that is special. James Harden averaging 19.5, 7 rebounds, 9 assists. As Iron Eagle said, he's been a little out of shape.
Yeah.
Marcus Aldridge to come off the bench for them. Joe Harrison, spot-up shooter. It's probably good to catch the Nets now without Kyrie Irving, too.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And that's the curious case of Kyrie. Who knows what's going on there? I mean, man. And it's interesting that you brought up the Wiggins thing there because that is something that we just kind of, pivoted off of immediately. And I'm glad that he, has obviously gotten the shot and he's ready to go and play. I couldn't imagine what would have happened had he not. I didn't even consider, once it happened, I hadn't even considered the alternative of what it might look like for the rest of the Warrior team.
Yeah, no.
Interesting point.
Yeah, no, it didn't worry me until we got to the season. And once we got to the season and he didn't take the shot, then it's like, damn, all right, what do you do now without Wiggins?
Yeah.
But, he's been solid. 35 against the T-Wolves last Wednesday.
He's been really good.
28 against the Hornets on Sunday. Nice 3-game stretch, 15-7 against the Bulls. And he'll have his turn defending Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
He'll have his turn. Jonathan in San Francisco has an opinion on who should guard Kevin Durant tonight. I mean, guard Kevin Durant. He's not going to stop him. It's kind of like Steph, right? Darrell Wright always says, the best defender on Steph Curry is Steph Curry. The best defender on Kevin Durant is Kevin Durant. So who's going to guard Kevin Durant tonight, Jonathan? Is it Wiggins? Is it JTA? Who you got?
No, I'm calling on the shutdown corner, Gary Payton II. Go ahead, KD. Dribble. Try to dribble around that guy, man. He's steal the ball from you and slam the other end. I want to see that matchup. I think he could do it. Bro, this guy's just like his father, man. It's cats in the cradle. I'm glad they kept him instead of Avery Bradley.
Yeah, I love it. Hey, what about Fred Warner Jr. last night, Jonathan?
Hey, they played really, really good. Where was that, man? Where was that? We've been waiting for that. Let that be a trampoline. And real quick, I want to see Bosa be a roamer, man. Don't keep him on one side. Let him pick his side. Let him pick his hole. Release the Kraken.
Hey, you know what? They did have Bosa. Thanks for the call, Jonathan. They did have Bosa line up over the center yesterday. They moved him around. I was watching the Manning cast. I was like, look, there's Bosa in the middle. He's playing nose. I like that. Move him around. Give the offense different looks.
You know what my guy Jesus, who sits next to me, says? He goes, you know what they don't do, which they did a lot the last couple of years, and they did it a lot during the Harbaugh years? You don't see a lot of defensive line stunts from this team. And I
did it in 2019 a lot.
No, but that's what I'm saying. They did it when they had DeForest Buckner. Right. I'm not seeing that. Now, maybe I'm not all 22'd out like some of the people on Twitter. Maybe Baldy could tell us. Mm-hmm. But that is one element. I don't think that Javon, and when he was healthy, and I think Eric Armstead's not really a stunt guy because he's not fast. I think it worked with DeForest, but they've gotten away from that. I'd like to see them do some stunts.
Yeah, got to do a little more stunts. Real quick before we hit the break, get back to the Niners, also previewed Nets and Warriors. So Patrick Beverley with the T-Wolves were back in L.A., and Patrick Beverley got a video tribute. You know how everybody does a video tribute? Yeah. Kelly Oubre Jr. didn't get a video tribute at Chase Center, by the way.
That's okay.
That's okay. But they paid tribute for Patrick Beverley for all the time he spent with the Clippers.
Mm-hmm.
There was not a single basketball highlight in the entire tribute. It was nothing but dapping up teammates, yelling at the crowd, yelling and getting his arms up. Not one basketball highlight in his video tribute. That's pretty bad, man. That's low, right? Not 1 3, not a layup, not a steal. It just had him doing.
I kind of like that, though.
What do you like?
Because Pat Bev is not about just the game. It's about the intangibles. I kind of like that.
You can't get my guy a steal.
Fits him, though.
You can't give my guy a steal.
Everybody knows that he's an elite defender.
You can't give him a 3, a layup.
Nah.
Him barking in somebody's face. They came up made a video tribute of just slapping fives with his teammates and doing this.
I'm okay
throwing
with
up the one.
Did you see who was out at Levi Stadium ringing the foghorn?
Alex Smith.
He got a really good applause. And I thought to myself, good for Alex. I can't think of a time where he was able to stand front and center and get that kind of an appreciation. It was something like it was odd to see all Niner fans, even myself, who's been a harsh critic of Alex Smith when he was a 49er. Even I got up and I gave him a little round of applause. Did they show it on television?
Yeah, I may have missed that.
I thought it was a cool moment.
Steve Young was in the building. I would rather see him blow the foghorn. Alex Smith never played at Levi's. I mean,
yeah, but
cool
Bonte, think about his entire career.
I'm sorry.
When did he ever get? I
don't want to be that guy.
No,
I don't want to be that guy.
Like,
but if I saw Alex Smith blowing the foghorn on a team, I mean, if I saw him blowing the foghorn and I'm looking for a win, that's not going to do nothing for me. It's Alex Smith. Like, I'm sorry. I got to keep it real, man.
I know, but
good for him.
Yeah.
He's a great guy.
Yeah, that's
does
what I'm saying.
Does a lot of great work in the community.
The story is better than the player.
Does a lot of great thing. Does a lot of great things for foster care, foster youth, group homes. He does all that stuff. I'm not saying that would do anything for me.
I mean, he spent 7-8 years here. You can't give him like a little round of applause, just a little, like one. Yeah, golf clap. Damn. Harsh critics today on the morning.
It'd be like Jason Campbell, lighting the torch in Vegas for the Raiders.
No, it would not. That is completely false. Jason Campbell was traded for a first-round pick and played like a year. Like, at least give Alex a little more respect than that. Come on, B. Like, come on. I'm not even an Alex guy. I'm not even an Alex guy, and I could stand up and give him a little a round of applause.
Capri Sun and orange slice culture. That's what we're doing.
The guy's Lego was decapitated.
He came back and
body.
played. We gave him his flowers.
He was the 2020 NFL Man of the Year.
Gave him his flowers. Does a lot for foster youth.
Yeah.
That hits home to me. Does a lot for group home.
Yeah.
That hits home for me. Does a lot in the community. But come on, man.
Yeah, but
Alex Smith getting me fired up.
Jason Campbell, that's disrespectful to his Niner tenure.
Stop. He wasn't a good Niner. Now he's a good Niner?
No, he just had a decent run.
All right.
Giving him a little love.
It's coming up on the game brought to you by Safeway. At Safeway, they partner with trusted top-quality growers for hand-picked fruits and vegetables harvested at the peak of flavor from farm to you. Visit Safeway's produce department today and see how they're perfecting the art of fresh. 888-957-9570. Lines are wide open. Warriors, Nets, Niners win. Choice is yours. Hit us up on the roast. Spicy edition.
Today.
Hey, McVay, how did he look yesterday? What's going on with them Rams?
You feared him yesterday.
I did.
Now
But
you
not no
talking.
more.
Now you puffing chest out.
Absolutely. It's like Deebo.
Yeah.
When he's here, I'm quiet. But when he leaves, I go back to talking.
Exactly.
I'm feeling good. Niners are back.
Oh, they're back now.
Yeah.
Oh, they're back.
And they're back in my mind.
Back. Oh,
Back
they're
in my heart.
They're back.
Hell yeah. I'm feeling it. Where were my faithful at this morning?
Mill in the city. There he is.
Let's go.
Mill in the city. I'm just going to sit back. I'm relaxing these last 25 minutes.
Hey,
I'm just going to sit back.
Hey, Sassy, bro, I love you, bro. You are ultimate flopper. Come on, man. You giving out roses to Alex Smith?
I mean, I was in a generous mood.
I feel you. It was a great win yesterday. We already knew. Come on, bro. We own the Rams. Like, that was a given.
For real.
Like, I still feel like Trey should be starting. I looked at the next gen stats. All of Jimmy's passes were like under
10 yards.
Like that.
They were under 10.
Are you telling me,
Mill?
Trey?
He was serviceable, and I'm the biggest Jimmy G fan.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say I'm the biggest Jimmy G fan. He was serviceable yesterday. It wasn't nothing. He threw a couple passes, tight windows, great, awesome. He's serviceable.
They was getting Deebo out the backfield. Dude, they was giving Deebo out the backfield. If they could have gave it to Deebo off the bench, they would have did that. Like, it was a lot of but it was a great team win, like I said.
Yes.
Before, never gave up on them.
Yes.
Probably should have been starting at free safety even during the Harbaugh years. But, let's see. Let's just see what happens. I still want Trey out there. Free Trey.
Exactly. And look, this team's kind of a roller coaster this year. And when people are coming in on the YouTube chat, you can search it. By the way, we got some big announcement today from 95.7 The Game. And let me just put it this way. You're going to want to download the YouTube and the Twitch and hit subscribe. Search out 95.7 The Game. Hit that subscribe button. Like, let's get these things up there, right? You can watch us at home. You can stream us on the phone and stuff. It's super simple, super easy. But it's a roller coaster this year.
Alex Smith couldn't hype up his own damn offense when he played here.
So what?
Now he's hyping up the crowd, and I'm supposed to be fired up about that.
Can I have a moment with my team?
No, you can't.
Am I allowed to be happy?
Can't. You were down. No, you're not. You're not. Nobody's allowed to be happy anymore.
Why not?
No, nobody. Nah, after what I've dealt with the last month with you, Shasky.
Yeah.
No, I just playoffs this, and now we're back.
It's not flip flopping. My temperature changes.
Okay, all right.
Sometimes San Francisco can get up into the 90s.
I can't take you serious.
Sometimes it can be in the 50s.
I can't take you serious.
We got microclimates out here. You go to Half Moon Bay, it can be 50 degrees. You jam up to San Jose, you're looking at 91. That's what happens with me. I've got microclimates when it comes to the 49ers, all right? Hey, don't be mad because my emotions are wide ranging.
I can't take you serious. I can't take you serious.
What,
2 weeks ago, telling you they're in the done. Oh, no, they're done. No, Timmy Gar. Gene in Oakland.
That's why it's a week-to-week league.
Gene in Oakland.
Hey, Joe, you're the ultimate fan, man.
Thank you.
Anyways, I have to be honest. I thought we were going to lose.
Me too.
Pretty badly last night. I was all ready to call in and call Shanahan, and call for his ouster. Actually hoping for a 3-14 or 4-13 season because I felt that probably what it was going to take. For York to fire him and eat the last 4 years of his contract. And then, of course, look what happened. So, I'm still not totally convinced by any means that they're back. I hope they are. But, we've beaten the Rams consistently. And even a poor to mediocre team that I thought we were, they have their outlier games, and maybe that was the outlier game. Or maybe we are back to our Super Bowl form. Remains to be seen. That brings me to Garoppolo.
Yeah.
So if I could say something quickly on that. About a week ago, last week, you're saying, both of you were saying, we should have started the Rook from the beginning. And I thought that was a little unfair to people like me that felt like Garoppolo should have started as he did. Because, look, we were looking at Super Bowls then, right? Mm-hmm. And I still believe that he was our best chance, Garoppolo, to get us to the Super Bowl. Well, the Super Bowl's out the window right now. So at some point, we got to start Trey. I don't know if it's another week or two. But
you know what, Gene?
I'm guessing 5-6 games at least.
Yeah, but you know what, Gene? As long as they're in it, like if they win it against Jacksonville next week, and then they beat the Vikings, we're going to be at 6-5, and they're going to stick with Jimmy. I thought once they went to Jimmy to start the season, there's no going back. I thought you missed the window to start Trey right away at a soft landing spot against Detroit and Philly. Now it's Jimmy's team, and until they're out of it, I don't think they're going to Trey at all.
That's probably true, but then what happens next year? If you're going to start the kid cold, he's probably going to have one off year before he's going to be really effective.
Maybe they're out of it.
All the great quarterbacks that he.
Maybe it's just a situation like the Chiefs where you clinch a playoff spot and you play Patrick Mahomes the last game of the regular season going into the playoffs, knowing that it means nothing. It getting them some reps there. Maybe.
Look, I think Gene speaks for a lot of people in terms of the Jimmy Garoppolo thing. Look, you could say that he was just fine yesterday. Okay, he was, and he wasn't asked to do a whole lot. I thought the things that he was asked to do, he did well. And I just felt really confident in Jimmy Garoppolo yesterday. I thought he was accurate. I thought he was in rhythm. It felt like, boom, boom, he hits his back foot and he's letting go of the ball to the right guys. Yeah, no one's saying that he's, Lamar or Herbert or Patrick Mahomes or whatever. Yesterday they didn't need him to be. Now at some point they're going to need him to throw the ball down the field, right? B, they're going to need him to stretch the field. We know this. You and I know this, and yeah, maybe I wanted to see Trey Lance, but I can't knock them winning. All right, and when the team wins, I'm going to give them love, and when they lose, I get really sad. That's how I've always been with this team. This team makes me go crazy. I freely admit it. My range of emotions when it comes to the San Francisco 49ers are all over the map. All right.
So Mondays and Tuesdays, if they play, we shouldn't even. That Joe Shasky, just ignore him.
Well, I mean, just
the rational Joe Shasky's from Tuesday to Friday.
I mean, this is who I am. It would be inauthentic if I wasn't this way. You guys could call it flip-flopping. I call it changing my opinion, changing my emotions. That's how it goes with this squad. It's always been this way. This was my first love. I grew up with I love the Warriors. I love the Giants. You know I love baseball. You know I love basketball. I've coached those. But my first love was the Niners because that was the team you and I were birthed into with a dynasty, with winning. And we've gotten so far off that like now it just drives me completely insane watching this team.
It does.
And
it drives me insane.
Yeah, well.
And it drives me insane.
Choke me out every now and then. It's okay. Take me out into the back and shoot me. But when they win a game like they did yesterday,
I don't want to go to jail.
I'm going to give them love. Like they smoked out the Rams yesterday and stomped them down. I didn't think they had that in them.
Yeah, you did. That's what I'm saying.
I know. So I'm telling them I'm giving them their props.
Oh, man. Bobby Los Altos.
Come on, let's go.
Bobby
you got to feel good.
Bobby Los Altos.
Let's get this snowball going downhill.
Bobby and Los Altos. You're on the roast.
All right. Hey, good morning, fellas. Listen, I think this is the state of the Niners fans right now because I'm going to be the second call in a row to tell you I wish they had lost yesterday. And the reason is I need to usher in this Lance era this year. I don't want to wait around another year to see what he can do. If he's a boomer bust, let me understand his potential this year. But that win yesterday, sadly, I think it was just an aberration, and I think we should be excited that they showed and showed some passion and showed on national television that they're not a bunch of punks, but it was an aberration. It's like the Jacksonville-Buffalo game. I just don't think anything's going to happen.
Hey.
Well, no, that's fair.
Hey,
no, that's fair,
Bobby.
Bobby.
I'm with the and trust me, I'm going to be up early on Sunday for Jaguars-Niners. I'm going to be up very, very early.
What's early for you on a weekend?
Probably 6:30. Depends on whenever Baby Chaz gets up.
Okay.
Yeah, man. Could come at 6:30. Man, could
Butcher
come at
was
7
right
a.m.
all week. Man. I love Uncle Joe.
Yeah, 7:15. And we'll go on our little morning walk to kind of cool everything.
Yeah.
Go on the walk, set the lineups, set the pick'ems. Actually picked the Niners to win yesterday. Pick all the pick'em pools. Jaguars. Don't lose that game next Sunday.
Don't lose it.
No, absolutely not.
For 24
absolutely
hours?
No, I'm not enjoying it now.
Serious?
I'm past it now.
That was a great win.
I'm past it now. I'm past it.
They won. They kicked the crap out of the L.A. rival that the only reason they are a team in the NFL is because of the L.A. Rams. And the guy, Sean McVay, who everybody wants to pronounce the king of the ball. They say this guy's prom king, the hair gel McVay, and we have stomped him out. And Aaron Donald, who pretends to not know who Deebo Samuel is, their high prize possession, who was an MVP candidate earlier in the season, but then November hit, and he turned back into a pumpkin in Matt Stafford, the guy that I never ever wanted. I'm so glad they didn't get him. He laid an egg last night. The Niners had them rattled. And that new shiny thing that they got down in L.A., Odell, did squat. And this grizzled team that I counted out, you know what? They proved me wrong for one night. Yes, I want to see them do it next week. And the week after that, I want to see what they do over a 3-week period. But gosh dang it, I'm going to feel good this morning because I came out of that stadium high-fiving Niner fans feeling good. I feel good. Let's go Niners. Hell yeah.
Cheese in San Francisco. I got nothing. I'll just tell you guys right now. I got nothing the rest of the show. I'm highly annoyed. I'm getting called a hater. I picked the damn team to win yesterday. Where's all the Niner fans out yesterday telling me?
Well, then let's enjoy it.
No, I'm not. No.
Hop in my buggy and let's enjoy it.
You took my joy. Everybody took my joy today. Cheese in San Francisco. You're on the roast. Cheese.
Yeah, what's up, brother? What's up, ladies? Hey, Jimmy G's only good when the defense is good. That is just his whole career he's hidden behind the defense.
All right.
When the defense is making stops, doing turnovers, all of a sudden Jimmy G starts getting comfortable and makes his little 10-yard passes. After that, he's trash.
Okay. Bye, Cheese. That's Charles in San Jose. What's up, Charles? You're on the roast.
Hey, how you guys
Cheese
doing?
is the homie, but that was a terrible call.
How you guys doing?
He's got to do better.
Damn.
He's only good when the defense is good.
Who
said every
who
quarterback
peed in your
ever in the
coffee
world.
this morning?
Every quarterback in the world. Oh, I'm only good when the defense is good.
Come on, man.
Come on, man. Jimmy Garoppolo. Stop. Charles in San Jose.
Hey, Charles.
Hey, how you guys doing?
I'm great.
Listen, man, I'm a diehard 49er fan, and last night I thought we were going to lose, and I was so happy I was jumping and running.
Me too.
However, in my own personal opinion, until we get rid of our defensive coordinator, we're not going to go to the Super Bowl. I think our defensive coordinator does not take advantage of the talent that we have there. We have Fred Warner, who's, in terms of his numbers, in my personal opinion, is average. When this dude gets busy, and when Saleh was there, Fred Warner got busy, and I don't think that the schemes that our defensive coordinator puts together are valid, and we can't stop anybody. We go back to the Seattle game. I don't care what it is. We can't stop nobody on defense until we get our defense together. What we do on offense, it's all going to be null and void because our defense can't stop anybody. We got studs on defense.
Look, I'm still willing to give the young man who's defensive coordinator time to grow into the position. I'd say this. I thought they looked really good last night. Now, I don't know if it's the Rams not being good. We'll see over the next couple of weeks. Is it sustainable, right? Obviously. But for one night, they had the one drive, and they adjusted, the 49ers did. For me, forget the scheme for a second. I just thought the Niners hit last night. That was the team that I fell in love with, the team that hits, the team that's out there laying wood. And when I seen Hufanga stepping into players, when I see Nick Bosa and Al-Shair and Fred Warner, and they're laying dudes out, I thought K1 was really good last night. Arden Key making plays. Are you kidding me? So I felt really good about the defense. Forget the scheme for a second. They were just hitting. At the end of the day, you got block and you got to hit. I thought the offensive line did a really good job propping up the run game and propping up Jimmy Garoppolo. And then your playmakers make plays. I'm not mad at that win.
D'Amico Ryans in the defense has had one poorly played game, in my opinion.
Which one was that?
The Cardinals game against Colt McCoy.
And it was also the game that coincided with Jimmy Ward not being there.
All right.
Even if you're not the biggest Jimmy Ward fan, Wilson's a big drop-off.
Against the Seahawks, forced them. They started a game with 5 straight 3-and-outs, the Seahawks, and the Niners offense let them down. And they had a couple short fields, scored a couple touchdowns. Thought defense played well against Seattle. Thought they played well against Green Bay. Last 37 seconds, of course, you got to shut that down. But I think for the most part, the defense has been fine. They've missed a lot of tackles. They've adjusted. from the wide nine. They're now starting to pinch their defensive line and squeeze them in a little bit more instead of giving up those gaps in the wide nine. So I think D'Amico Ryans, look, the heat on D'Amico was uncalled for. The heat on Shanahan, he deserved it, but Shanahan's not on the hot seat. It's not going anywhere, all right? They're going to win. They're 4-5. Let's see if they can make a run. Because I want postseason football. All this development stuff and this and that.
We all
I want
that.
postseason football.
You're right there.
That's what I want. I don't know if you wanted that a couple weeks ago.
I want the team to win. I say that every week. I want them to win and win consistently. That's all I've ever wanted with this team. The one thing that I keep going back to when it comes to the defense, dude, they're playing Josh Norman heavy snaps. Josh Norman, anyone in the league could have had Josh Norman. Yeah. And by the way, did Odell and Josh Norman, because I know they got history. Yeah. Did anything happen with them too?
Yeah, I wasn't watching for that.
I just don't know. Sometimes they'll zoom in because there was some chippiness in the fourth quarter between these two teams.
DJ Jones, can't forget about that play right before halftime.
Hell of a play.
DJ Jones, I love DJ Jones. Get his barbecue sauce. DJ Jones, really good barbecue sauce. Let's go to Casey in San Jose. Casey, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Yeah, hey guys. So Shafsky's out here talking about like microclimates. He's talking about micromenopause, man. It's one win. I'm a big Niners fan, but you cannot just flip the script like that. You got to stay level-headed, like Bonte. Let them go beat the crap out of Jacksonville, then maybe we'll get hyped for the Vikings game. You going like this is flip-flopping. Just, you cannot do this.
No, man. That's there's 5 other shows that give you level takes.
Lose to the Jacksonville.
This is the beauty of 95.7 The Game, all right? You got level-headed takes all day, all right? You sign in for me, you're going to get the raw, real, all right, the authentic version. This is how I act. This is not a game. This is not like me pretending to be someone else. I'm giving you who I am. If you guys don't like it, I don't know what to say to you, but the people that I'm surrounded with, they feel the same way as me in the end zone. When the team is winning, we feel good. When the team's not winning, I'm sad. It's that simple. It's literally that simple. I don't have the foresight to be like, oh my God, let's be measured because let's see what they do against Jacksonville. And they won yesterday. I feel great. I have opportunities on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday to be measured.
I'm praying to God they don't lose to Jacksonville. I ain't going to like me next Monday if they lose to Jacksonville. I'll hate me today. You better hope they don't lose to Jacksonville.
Can you just enjoy the win?
No, I'm not going to enjoy it.
They beat the damn Rams.
I knew they were going to beat the Rams. I told you this all week.
They body slammed them.
They're going to beat the Rams.
It was like a Goldberg spear.
They're beating the Rams. Nothing. Did nothing for me. They moved to 4-5. Still not outside looking in. I knew they were beat up the sorry-ass Rams. Rams stink. They're fraudulent. Rams are about to fade. Win was in the bag.
So you're dismissing a win of that magnitude.
Win was in the bag.
It was a primetime standalone game win after getting decapitated by the Cardinals.
Win, but did it do anything for me? It's like, all right, let's see them win 2 in a row. Let's see them win 3 in a row. You won your 4th game of the season, your first marquee game. You won a home game for the first time in 393 days. All right?
So let's say hypothetically here, Baby Ches is getting C's in school, maybe some D's and some F's.
That's different.
She finally brings home an A. Well, how's it different?
That's a little different. That's personal. That's my daughter.
Personal.
No,
I love the Niners.
I love the Niners too, but no, this is sport. It's not all right. Baby Ches brings home C's.
I know you got an A on this test, but you got to bring me back 4 A's in a row.
That's her mama to do that because I come from the school of C's get degrees.
Okay.
C's get you on the football team.
Last night was an A.
C's help you be eligible for football and track and baseball and all the sports. C's get you a degree from SF State. C's get you that diploma. That's the school I come from. So, Baby Ches, I need her mama to put her foot down and be like, yo, you need to bring A's. Because your boy be happy with a B. I'll take her to the Baskin-Robbins for a B+. That's what I'm doing.
I love Baskin-Robbins. Their mint chocolate chip is so delicious.
They got 31 flavors,
so it's
baby.
The slow churn.
Really good.
Oh, it's so good.
Really good.
Do you get a waffle cone or do you go sugar cone?
I go cup.
You go cup?
I go cup.
Yeah, I do too.
I don't do
like
the cone.
those.
The cone's too much work. And then the cone starts dripping at the bottom.
But if you're driving, the cone is clutch because then you can drive while eating the ice cream cone.
Yeah, that's true.
It's like pulling a Braden, and doing the burrito while driving.
I get the case on it. Drive home, bring it out, put it in the freezer real quick. If it melts, take it out the freezer, and got your ways. All right, let's get these calls in. 30 seconds or less.
I just want you to smile today.
I was smiling, and then I start getting.
You
like
RJ?
Big step? No. I'm not big stepping today.
Like
I didn't give an O baby today. I didn't give an O baby today. I didn't no big stepping. Because RJ in the bathroom, you let RJ just call me a hater, tell Bonte he needs to start believing, when I'm the guy who's been telling everybody to believe. And you let RJ just
I said that's my homie. I said no.
Oh, man, all those haters. Now I got to come to the parking lot against Minnesota and check everybody in the Niners empire.
Dude, I was like Doughboy. I was trying to lift up my brother before he went away to college.
Man, I got some words for people out there to tailgate. People need some truth juice. They're going to get some truth juice
Sideshow
in a couple weeks.
Don't take Baby Ches to Taco Bell. No, Taco Bell's delicious.
Taco Bell, so damn good.
You need to lay off Taco Bell a little bit.
I mean, come on.
Come on.
Look who's in here, Mark Willard. Let's go. What a win last night, huh? Are you feeling good? Because I'm feeling good. Bonte's is just, I don't know.
You know what? We'll get Mark Willard on in a second. I called the damn win yesterday, Mark, and all of a sudden I don't believe, and all of a sudden go talk a playoffs.
I'm happy.
I can't do this every week, Mark.
I didn't say playoffs
Mark,
yet. I said
honestly, I can't do this every
on
week.
The come up. It's
I can't do this every week.
They're creeping
I can't do it every week, dude.
But you can't be surprised by a roller coaster.
No, I can't
There's
do
a loop-de-loop.
it.
Yeah.
I'm 39 now. It's not our first rodeo. It's not our first roller coaster. Been on roller coasters for 30 plus years.
But I still go wee.
Yeah, like with all Joe, you know I love you, but when you first meet Joe Shasky,
I'm nuts.
The first time you meet him, especially in person, you walk in and like this man wakes up and opens up a closet full of God knows what.
He's right.
Right?
He's right.
And bases everything that's getting put on the emotional ride of that moment.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to come into work wearing uniforms, I'm going to expect, with all due respect, an emotional roller coaster.
I was going to wear
That's
the
what we do.
all red sweatsuit today, red on red, but I'm saving that for Vikings week.
Sometimes I can't handle it. You know, when it's doom and gloom all week, and I try to talk some sense into my man. Hey, the 3.5, the 4, it's sitting right there. Felt good. Liquidate all assets. Look they did. Said liquidate all assets. Niners are rolling today.
Yeah.
Like I don't know. And now he's copping at me, and I got all these Niner fans calling me the hater. You know what? I'm not doing this every week.
No, it's a roller coaster. It's an emotional roller coaster.
I'm off this roller coaster. I don't want Whiplash anymore.
Yeah,
I'm off of it.
I don't know.
I'm not
if you
riding
can...
the Grizzly.
Yeah.
I'm not riding the Top Gun. I'm not riding any roller coasters anymore.
The Grizzly, by the way, was a jarring, guaranteed multiple bruise experience on that. Yeah, the neck. Shasky's pointing to the neck. My neck and my back. Spinal.
I've got stuck on that roller coaster before. It just stopped at the top.
Yeah.
I was going up that incline, that first incline, and it just stopped. And I'm sitting up there for 20 minutes like, I'm never getting on this thing again.
I'm looking for the airbag every time I ride that thing because it's, you start getting jarred.
Yes.
You get older and already the motion part of it's like, I'm good. Like the Demon with the double loop and the corkscrew, that was always the gold standard, but at least that one would leave you bruise free.
So we went to Great America a couple of years ago in the drop zone. I don't know what it's called now, but the one where you drop all the way down.
It used to be the Edge.
It was okay, yes.
When we were kids.
I'll tell you that I can't do that one ever again. I'm never doing it again.
No.
And it's not the decline. It's the going up. And I lose my mind, and then my stomach is at the top of the ride, and the rest of my body's on the floor. It's horrible. I look down every time, and I want to throw up.
You ever done what they now call Guardians of the Galaxy?
Such a great ride.
At California Adventures?
You go up and down. It used to be the House of Horrors. I love that one. But you're strapped in, and you're going up and down. And then at the very end of the ride, they open you up to where you could see all of L.A. or whatever, Disneyland.
Correct.
That is a cool
Orange
ride.
County. Well, so why do you like that? That's the same thing. It just adds a visual element.
Yes. I don't know. I feel more protected inside the thing, I guess.
You do.
I don't know. I'm nuts. I don't know. I don't know. But I'll tell you this, guys. I was at the game last night, and the vibe that I got from Niner fans was pretty cool. People, they needed that win for their soul. I think a lot of 49er season ticket holders and just fans in general were like, man, I've been coming to these games. They haven't been winning. I just want them to get a win one way somehow. And to do it against McVay, that was fun.
It's ordinary when you do it against McVay because he's owned McVay for whatever reason, matchup-wise, and I think Stafford has kind of regressed to the mean of what Stafford really is. He's not as bad as he was at times in Detroit. He's not as good as he was the first 6 weeks. That's who he is. He's a guy who's going to give you one. He's like a Jimmy G plus, and when you don't have a ground game, and Odell Beckham Jr. is not really a factor yet.
Doesn't know how to run routes.
Yeah.
Robert Woods, the biggest in.
Hurt my fantasy team pretty bad.
I had to cut him in 3 leagues.
Although I cuffed Steiny around pretty good this week, and Dibberclaw is 5-5, very much in the thick of it in the Western. Oh, he's 6-4.
Wow!
But he's in second place. He's in the East. We got divisions.
Oh, you got 2 divisions.
He controls his team, and to the point where he didn't start a defense this week. He had the Colts D on his bench. He didn't do the old switcheroo. So
where's Guru at in that league?
Guru's DFL. Dead fun last.
Wow.
In his division. He has a 1% chance of making the offs.
It's not a shocker. He's not a good fantasy player. We've got him in a fantasy baseball league. He's there for the donation.
He's there for the donation.
He's there.
Team Salvation Army. He's just there for the donation.
He's Goodwill, baby.
My big takeaway from last night, and Mark and I are going to get into it, is that is the blueprint for all Shanahan victories. Pound the rock and possess the ball. You don't have to have an electrifying quarterback. And the other thing, guys, this is now 3 straight games of healthy Trey where he didn't even get his package presented. You got to always pause on package. That way they can get a clean in and a clean out on the package drop. But I think that's a little bit, it's not only is it a little alarming for Trey and how ready he is, but it's also a vote of confidence for Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yes.
Jimmy Garoppolo was darn near perfect last night, guys.
That's what I'm saying. He was really good last night. Let me ask you guys this, because all 3 of you guys have been watching
really
this
good
team.
throwing those 8-yard passes.
You know what? Someone's got to throw them, and they were accurate, and I thought he hit guys
really
in
good.
stride.
Really
give him
good.
props, man.
Don't do that.
Give him
Really
his props.
good.
You got to give him his love. He played good last night.
He was serviceable. I was the biggest Jimmy G fan here.
Yeah.
He was serviceable.
And last night was the big rebuke of the I'd rather see Trey lose than Jimmy win.
Totally agree.
Argument.
Oh, yeah,
and
that
I
was-
bristled against it from the start. I love D. Bruce, but last night is exactly why you would rather play Jimmy and win. You were there, and that crowd
So
needed a
awesome.
win. 0-4 at home. Questions about Kyle, doubts about everything. The faithful needed a win over the Rams. And by the way, half game out of the playoffs.
Yeah, I was telling
Keep it real.
I just think that sometimes I get stuck in the studio. I'm looking at Twitter and stuff, and like you're in your own bubble, and you just forget.
Stay off of Twitter.
You forget what it's like. Like when you go to the games and you're investing your time and your energy, or you're taking your family. You want to feel good. You want wins, man. Wins are fun. Period. I don't care who you are. Let me ask you guys this: you've all 3 been watching this team your whole life. B and I were kind of kicking this around earlier. Since the 49ers let Terrell Owens go, it just drafted wide receivers. It's been a struggle. We know this, all right? Michael Crabtree, the 1,000-yard season. No other drafted wide receiver has even come close. What they've done with Deebo Samuel, to me, is just awesome. He is an absolute stud. When he gets the rock and you can tell that he's sniffing end zone, he finds a way to score every single time. It's been a great year for him.
Well, I think also when we talk about that, I mean, obviously all that is completely true, and he's unique to the league. And I heard you guys early this morning talking about the innovation.
Yes.
Wow. That was
That's a felony nowadays. You can't sneeze in public.
That was some
Get
iced
arrested.
coffee that just went the wrong damn way right there. That
Here
was a
comes the
wrong
COVID
turn.
test.
Anyway, I heard
Seriously.
you talking about the innovation through offense of the 49ers in
You
the
like
past
that?
and how Deebo Samuel is maybe the next in line. We've talked so much, and with good reason, the early round draft picks of the 49ers in this regime have been a disaster, except for that year. Except for that year. Give him credit. Nick Bosa over
Stud.
Quinnen Williams.
Yep.
Stud.
Deebo Samuel, round 2. They targeted him from the Senior Bowl. Found him in the second round.
He's a baller.
Yeah, that was one early round process for Kyle and John that worked.
And they got a franchise wide receiver. Got a guy, if he could stay healthy.
Crazy to say that.
If he could stay healthy alongside Brandon Ayuk and George Kittle, boom, here you go. Garoppolo, by the way, used in the shotgun 96% of the time on pass plays. PFF has him rated at number 1. Now, I'm not a big PFF guy.
Three weeks in a row.
I'm not going to front with you here.
Telling you, 3 weeks
I
in
know
a row.
Kyle Matz is the resident PFF guy.
But that throw, the kill shot to Deebo last night was one of the best throws I've seen James make.
Thank you.
In a 49er uniform.
It was a great
throw.
throw.
That was an elite
Reminiscent of last year's 4th and 2 to Kittle on the 4th down.
Yeah.
Against the same
This
team,
was
the
a
LA
better
Rams.
throw,
Yeah,
though.
the anticipation up for the window.
This was a throw that to somebody
Yeah.
who was totally covered up.
I'm with you.
In between 3 Rams, threaded a needle, hit him perfectly in stride, touchdown, ball game.
So I know you guys are going to get into the Niner game. Brandon Crawford coming on?
Brandon Crawford's on in
That's
27
so cool.
minutes. Yeah,
What
Brandon,
a Bay Area legend.
Brandon, and Brandon's a big football fan, so I'm sure he was locked in last night. Yeah, absolutely. So, and I don't think I'm breaking any news here. I don't even have any insight, but I'd be shocked if later today Gabe Kapler is not named National League Manager of the Year.
Can you give the boys a little taste of Gabe Yapler? Because I know today's a busy day. Tomorrow, Gabe Yapler is going to join us.
Yeah, Yapler's press conference is coming up.
It's an exclusive.
We don't want to get ahead of ourselves.
Okay.
Yeah,
Appreciate that.
We as an organization feel like we should wait for the award to be announced before we get ahead of ourselves.
Okay. I appreciate that. That's the almost skipper Gabe Yapler right
All you're
there.
missing is the ripped jeans.
Yeah, I was going to say.
How do you know I don't have those?
And about 6 inches bigger
not
on the
today,
guns,
but-
too.
Yeah, the guns.
I'm working on it, all right?
The guns need some work.
I'm driving my car down to Embarcadero.
Running early today.
I'm driving my car down to Embarcadero a couple months back, and who do I see in the rearview mirror in the bicycle lane with the bicycle?
Unmistakable.
It's Gabe Kapler, and just chiseled out of Graham. The guy looked like a cartoon character. It was unbelievable.
Like nothing.
Ripped jeans.
Nothing is more manicured in the world than that beard. Like, I mean,
Yeah, him
I
and
know
Mike Tomlin.
Women are getting mani-pedis all over the bay, looking at Gabe's beard, going, "Where's he get that done?"
The
We
18th
gotta-
green at Augusta looks at him and thinks, "Man, we need to tighten up our game."
That's right.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and AC1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Station, brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Privacy Simplified. Don't forget about Timeless Coffee, the official sponsor
Timeless.
of the 9 a.m. hour with Willard and Dibs, and, of course, the official sponsor of the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game.
So, B, did you watch Manning Cast or the normal ESPN broadcast?
I watched a lot of Manning Cast,
Normal
not going to lie.
cast. Normal cast.
What'd you do? Normal?
Normal cast. Did Phillip Rivers show up or no?
He showed up.
He did.
Oh, and a
showed up.
great Low Neal story and a great Low Neal reference that hopefully we can get into.
How many dadgums? Did we get any dadgums?
Because we're in a
Maybe
bubble
one or
side.
two.
Yeah, Phillip Rivers without a dadgum to me.
Draymond Green was on.
I saw
Draymond was
He
good.
just signed with the Volume.
Yeah,
He's doing
yeah.
a podcast.
He was really good.
Took
really
a shot
good.
at Peyton, but he was asked to take a shot at
Yeah,
Peyton,
no
so
doubt.
he did.
Oh, cool.
That's
Yeah.
what Al Michaels does too. He took
Yeah.
a shot at Peyton as well.
Okay.
I like the Manning Cast. I'm all in on it. I'm all
So
in on
you
it.
stayed on the Manning Cast the
I
whole
went
time?
back and forth,
Okay.
but 65% Manning Cast, 35% Riddick and Greasy and Levy. I'm a Riddick guy. Greasy's growing on me.
I like
Big fan
Riddick.
of his at Michigan when he was a quarterback, but
Hey.
Levy,
Yeah. Greasy made, for my taste, the point of the night.
What was that?
Last night. Oh, we got
Giving it away like that?
2 hours and 54
Wow.
minutes left.
Tease.
We got 2 hours and 54.
professional.
Matador Mike and Tyler, if you want to get in with Willard and Dibs, hang tight. Maybe they'll get to you, maybe not. Maybe not. I have no idea. That's it for us. We'll be back tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. breaking down Warriors and Nets, and maybe I'll be a little happier for United fans. Just maybe. We'll see about that.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Feels different now, doesn't it?
A little bit.
What's up, Dibber Claus?
How you doing, kid?
Wow.
Quality win.
Couldn't be better. Well, and not just a quality win. I think it'd be one thing if it were actually a quality win. However, it was not a quality win. It was a complete and utter beatdown, which changes things. Right? I think the, mail in the season, give up on it, give it to Trey Lance crowd, which has been growing and understandable. I think that crowd, if the 49ers eke out some sort of, like it was a Monday night and there was energy in the building and Robbie Gould hit one from 51 yards at the buzzer and they won by 2, I think that crowd says, hey, just calm down. Like, okay, they won a football game. It's the NFL. This stuff happens. That's not what happened last night. They walked out there. They looked at the Rams. They said, look me in the eye. Look me right here in the eye. We are going to demolish you from beginning to end in every phase of the game like we always do. And then they did, and their foot never came off the gas. And so now it's going to have every 49er fan feeling a certain way. You got to decide. You got to decide. You believe it? Do you believe what you saw last night? You think that was a one-off? Somebody just got inspired and weird stuff happened? Or in a complete and total beatdown of the preseason Super Bowl favorite, you want to ride that train. Now everybody's got to decide, including the 49ers themselves.
Well, they know that they're going to ride that train. There's no doubt. And you saw the way they played. They played inspired, Mark. They played hard. They played like they had watched the tape from the Arizona game when Colt and Connor, the Colt and Connor show, ran all over you. And D'Amico Ryans and his defense, they played inspired. Now, the Rams helped them out a bunch with drop after drop after drop. They had more drops than Spadoni over a 3-hour show, and he's known for his drops, but the Rams were coughing it up. The Niners took advantage. Jimmy Ward 2 picks, including a pick 6. When this Niner team gets the lead, Mark, they're tough to beat because they can, and I know Spadoni's going to play it, pound the rock. If they can pound the rock, then this team's going to win. More than 40 rushes last night, and you saw Kyle smiling. Thank you, Spadone. You saw Kyle, not Mattson, but Shanahan smiling and laughing in the fourth quarter, knowing that they had that game where they wanted it.
I mean, and sign me up for the smiling sports figure who rarely smiles. How often do you see Kyle Shanahan smile on a football field? I mean, never.
Yeah, no.
I mean, that was something just south of Bill Belichick laughing at a press conference. I mean, my God, and I love it. I'm here for it. However, I'm going to give you one guess. Give me one guess. Last night I watched the 49ers and a feeling beyond the obvious.
Nothing more than feelings.
I'm sitting there going, first and foremost, your first reaction is, yes. The 49ers are going to, right?
Yes.
They're going to win this thing. And there's a lot of build up to a 49er Ram game in my world. I start getting text messages at about 3:30 in the afternoon. My sister is married to a diehard Rams fan. He has turned their son into a diehard Rams fan. They are scream at the television set type of personalities. So she's sending me pictures of her television setup. This is down in Orange County, where one side of the TV has a 49er flag, and the other side of the TV has a Rams flag. Rams flag was bigger. I asked her, why? Why is that one bigger? It's 2021, #equality. You need to fix that.
Size matters.
But there is emotion. There's energy. If the 49ers are going to beat the Rams, especially as an underdog, the family's got multiple text chains going on, and there's a lot of emotion, and some people are okay with it, and some people are not. And it's a whole lot of fun. So as a 49er fan, you love that. That's the obvious emotion. However, pretty quickly, as we get to the fourth quarter, kill shot to Deebo Samuel. This ball game is over. And pretty quickly after that, I went, geez, you know who this team reminds me of? And there's one specific Bay Area sports figure that came to mind. And it is who the 49ers acted like last night. Spadoni, game show music, please, if you will. Dimmer Claus, you get one guess.
Wow.
One Bay Area sports figure who the 49ers reminded me of last night.
Wow. Well, they weren't elite, so I'm taking Steph out of there. They didn't retire early, which would be Buster Posey. Brandon Crawford joins us in 18 minutes.
Yep.
That feels a little bit too square on the nose. Their manager didn't leave. That would be the Oakland A's.
All right.
There was a bit of a shimmy shake that was involved. I'm going to say I'm going to say Johnny Cueto.
Okay, Johnny Cueto with the shimmy shake.
They did it in unique ways. They quick pitched. They had long, slow drives. I'm going Johnny Cueto.
All right, I love the way you thought that out, and I really, really like that was good job, good effort. I am confident that if we go to the next room, even though
I hate that room.
We did not discuss this, I told the whole group of you, I got a thought. I'm not telling any of you until we get to the air.
You're telling me I'm wrong, though.
But you're wrong.
Buzz me, Spadone.
And I bet.
Thank you.
I bet if we go live to producer Kyle, because it is a day for Kyles all over America.
Kyle doesn't get it.
Let's go to producer Kyle for what I believe will be the correct answer. Go ahead, Kyle.
Spadoni hit it.
Oh, wow. Are you telling me it's K-A-W-I-G, it's K-Wig. All Wiggins, all the time.
Yo, 49ers. Where the hell has that been for the last 2.5 months? If you have that pitch, throw it.
I complete you.
The hell have you been? You do.
I complete you.
Complete me.
So it's Andrew Wiggins.
Is it not perfect?
Well, it's almost perfect because
Did the 49ers not go 11 of 15 for 35 points and own the game because the opponent across the field from them made them feel a certain sort of way? And so they decided on this given Monday night, now we're offended. As Kyle said after the game, now we're embarrassed by the way we played last week. You should be embarrassed with the way you've played all year. Now you're embarrassed, and now you do that. Kyle Shanahan, the best thing he did last night was not hand out game balls because he looked everybody in the eye and said, that should be the norm. None of you get a game ball. Because if we can do that, you do it every single Sunday, or at least put out the effort to do that every single Sunday. The last night, the San Francisco 49ers were Andrew Wiggins. And we got the good version. And now I want to see if you've got the motivation and the self-respect to go do that every Sunday, starting with the Jacksonville flipping Jaguars, who you should be able to peel apart, but I'm pretty confident they won't.
Right. Because they're Andrew Wiggins.
Because they're Andrew Wiggins, and I have no idea what we're going to get.
Really close to being perfect there, Mark, and I like the comparison. I should have come up with it.
Where did I screw up?
And this is where I'm going to nitpick you, because Wiggins, in 2 of his last 3 games, he took 19 shots. Jimmy Garoppolo last night threw 19 passes.
Oh.
Andrew Wiggins was 14 of 19 and 12 of 19. Last night, Jimmy Garoppolo, 15 of 19.
Okay.
So darn near a perfect comparison. But to your point, Wiggins goes 14 of 19. Wow, impressive win. 5 of 15. Well, they won anyway, but he was more of a typical careless whisper Wiggins. Then he comes back with 12 of 19 again. To your point, who are these Niners?
Who are you?
What's the deal with the 49ers? How can you be so bad and then 8 days later be so unbelievable?
Who are the ad wizards that came up with this one?
Totally.
I mean, I'm looking at this team, and it was impossible for me to go 100% euphoria because, and again, I'm not asking you, Wiggins or 49ers, I'm not asking you to be perfect every night. You don't have to hit every shot. You don't have to average 35 a game. What bothered me about Wiggins' performance against Minnesota last week is that his own teammates rushed to microphones to be like, yeah, so we're here to encourage him, to let him know that he actually can try that hard every single night. And so it's like, if you say that, then you're legitimizing what all of us see, which is that Andrew coasts sometimes. The 49ers allowed Colt McCoy and James Conner to come into their place and embarrass them. And it took that for you to respond. Like, that's good. You responded. Why did you wait till week 10? And now you're in a desperation sensation for the remainder of the year. Thank you for the 3. Now you're in this situation for the rest of the year, and you shouldn't be. If you are a team that can rally and get the game-winning score against the Packers, even though you turned around and gave it back up. If you can do this, they've played the elite of the NFC. They were right there with the Packers. Their backup quarterback, a rookie, lost by 1 score to the Cardinals on their home field. And now they've demolished the St. Louis Rams. Whatever.
It's ballpark.
They still are, in my book. The Chargers are in San Diego and the Rams are in St. Louis. L.A.
You have no team.
Watch L.A. turn on them now.
Man.
Watch them. So my point is, you're right there. Why are you messing around with the Colts and all the junk that they've done this year? That they should never have any of those things happen. They should never have them happen. And now they're a team that has us all feeling like they could make the playoffs if they're amazing the rest of the way. So there's a yeah, but with this win last night for me.
It's an ongoing and it's because they've been so inconsistent. But if you look across the league and you see no team with fewer than 2 losses, you understand that this year, for some reason, is parity times 10. There's no real one dominant team. Week to week, teams are great. Teams are dominant, and in this case, the 49ers, they've been as wildly inconsistent as just about anybody. And we talked about the Las Vegas Raiders a few weeks ago, and you tabbed them as the number 1 team that you don't understand.
Can't figure them out.
Well, I think you could put the same thing on the 49ers. Because
well, now you can. I thought we could figure them out. They stink. But
they don't stink.
But now they don't. Exactly.
And every week, it's a different proposition. And that Ram team last night looked to me like the Niner team against Arizona, a team that was unmotivated, disinterested, and fatigued. And the Rams now go into their bye week, and I guarantee you, Mark, the Ram team that comes out of the bye is going to be different than the Ram team that the Niners caught last night. And for the Niners, George Kittle, I mentioned it yesterday on the show, George Kittle was going to be huge, and he was. A few monster catches in the first half to keep the chains moving. Deebo Samuel's an all-pro, and when you can get the lead and you can run the ball, you can have the kind of game that Jimmy G, maybe he doesn't want to have that kind of game, but Kyle Shanahan looks at Garoppolo and thinks, if I can throw it fewer than 20 times and run it 40 times, we're going to win 9 out of 10 games. That's the blueprint.
They went right back to playoff 2019 San Francisco 49ers. Vikings, Packers were just going to hand off over and over until you respond and punch us back in the mouth, and the Rams never did, and they never do. They never do. So that's the other thought that's in the back of my head. Do we get this 49er team coming up this Sunday, or is this just a team that shows up for the Rams? Is that it? Do we just get to own the Rams? Because, by the way, Mike Krukow just popping in my head all night long. Ownage. Totally. This is total ownage. Kyle Shanahan's just looking at Sean McVay being like, my dude, can you run to the refrigerator and get me another drink? Because you are my little bro.
I have ultimate respect for Kyle.
Absolutely. But
I think the microcosm of that notion is on the Johnny Hecker fake field goal. It's 4th and 8.
Oh my
You're
gosh.
down 21-7. It's a fake. Come on, McVay.
That was weak.
Do you think you're playing Madden? If you're going to go for it, line up and go for it. It's 4th and 8, and you're going to have your punter, I'm not going to be the holder. I'm going to be the thrower. They sniffed that thing out like a dead rat in my heating unit.
That said, nice reference.
I'll take it.
That said, I have to express some personal love to the entire special teams group with the Los Angeles Rams and thank them for delivering to a good friend of mine in a fantasy league one of the worst bad beats I've ever seen in history.
Please explain.
I almost want to give it back to him.
You don't.
I had to text him, and I'm like, I almost feel terrible right now. I did use the word almost because I don't. It's fantasy football. Take that. You lose. We had one of those pitcher's duel games. Nobody even made it to 80 points. It was a pathetic, gross fantasy matchup, right? San Francisco Giants, Colorado Rockies, 14th inning, 0-0. Eric Kratz. Is somebody going to do something kind of a fantasy game? I'm sitting there the whole night with Matt Gay as my kicker, and I'm down by 2.8. I got nothing. As soon as the 49ers go up 31-7, I'm like, well, that's it. I lost. And this dude inexplicably shows up in the fourth quarter, down 3 scores, and decides we should kick a field goal so that we can still be down 3 scores. That's what we should do. Comes out, boots the field goal, 71.8 to 71.6. Good night, Tim. You lose.
Winning ugly.
Oh, my God. I was like, you've got to be. That was the most. I had guilt for 2 minutes.
I was going to say 2-minute guilt.
It went away.
Yeah, guilt goes away pretty quick, especially when you refresh the league standings and you're 7-3. 7-3.
Call my 1-800 message phone. 1-800 fantasy. Yeah. So it's 1-888-957-9570. Willard and Dibs. The Niners are big winners. Brandon Crawford joins us in 7 minutes. By the way, I said on the crossover that it was Greasy who had one of the great points. It was Riddick. We've gone back and forth on whether this was Riddick or
Kyle
Greasy.
right now.
Yeah, it was totally Kyle's fault, but what isn't? It was Riddick. And do we have Riddick? We got it. So I want everybody remember what you and I have been talking about for over a week with the Los Angeles Fancies. We got Aaron Donald and Jalen Ramsey.
Oh.
Now we're going to go get Von Miller. He's going to wear a different uniform number.
OBJ.
We're going to not only get OBJ, we're going to throw him the ball on the very first play.
Right away.
So we're going to make him feel included, and then we're going to send him over the sideline and let him watch the rest of the game.
What color was his hair anyway?
We're going to the same thing
like
it always
snow cone.
is. Oh,
You got to Google it.
why don't the 49ers go get stars? Why don't they go get big names? Why don't they do what the Rams do and go all in? Louis Riddick, tell them why.
When Arizona was putting it on them, they did not look like this. This looks like a totally different team. And for the Rams, wow. Look, there's a difference between talent collecting and team building, right? They need to make sure this talent becomes a team. As the new guys come in, big names, big stars, a lot of expectations, it's up to Sean McVay to make these guys into a team.
There is a difference between talent collecting and team building. There's your motto. There's your motto. L.A., Russell Westbrook, and OBJ, and
Trevor
Von
Bauer.
Miller, and Trevor Bauer, and Max Scherzer, and Trey Turner, and Anthony Davis. Oh, looky, boo, 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 stars, big flash, woo, bing, boom, boom, nothing.
Even Zlatan Ibrahimovic.
You got nothing. Build a team. Build a team. Last time LA built a team, you know who was there to do it? Farhan Zaidi. That's who. That's who. That's who built that team. And now he's going to build this team. And one of the guys he's building around is going to join us in 4 minutes. It's the greatest hair in the history of Bay Area sports or just current?
Let's slow that down.
Oh, gimme.
Lincecum had some gorgeous lettuce.
You're going to put Lincecum ahead of Crawford? Are you going to say that directly to him here in 5?
Kittle with his mullet.
Kittle
Don't
strong.
sleep on the Kittle mullet.
Crawford, though. You're going to put those guys ahead of Crawford? All of this on Willard and Dibs is brought to you by Outdoor Supply Hardware. Not only Brandon Crawford, but Brandon Crawford and the Big Finish is coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
The short and chilly days mean
It's the 9 o'clock hour on Willard and Dibs, presented by Timeless Coffee on 95.7 The Game.
And that is a ladder call by Crawford. Brandon Crawford goes up the ladder, takes a hit away from Mookie Betts. Inning is over, and the defense is shining brightly tonight. Timed his jump perfectly. Got the hair flying. McGee pumping the fist, and the Giants are out of it.
That's so good.
There's nothing better than a great defensive play, and the hair is flying. He's a 4-time now, call it 4-time, Gold Glove Award winner Brandon Crawford joins Willard and Dibs here on 95.7 The Game. DJ BC Raw, congratulations, man. How are you?
Thanks, guys. I'm doing well. Thanks for having me.
298 batting average, 24 home runs, 90 RBIs, an 895 OPS, a 4th Gold Glove. Come on, man. You didn't see this coming before this year started. Have you had a chance to reflect on this and what goes through your mind?
I mean, I had high expectations going into the season, but yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone, or I would have guessed that I would have had a career year by a long shot offensively, and then I mean, I think I always had the confidence that I would get another Gold Glove, but it's tough after you don't win one for a few years. It's tough to get one back. So I mean, just reflecting on the season, I mean, just obviously a great season for us all as a team to be able to win the division for the first time in a while, and then with the amount of wins that we had, and then personally it was a great year also.
107 wins, not just a couple of wins here and there. It was first to 70, first to 80, etc., etc. How fun was this? I know championships are obviously the ultimate goal, but when you win 107, how fun was it day in and day out with this group?
It was great. I mean, first of all, we had a great group of guys that, that got along in the clubhouse, and, everybody just connected, and it was just fun to be around those guys. I think whether or not we were winning or losing. But then I think this year was just more consistent, I think, than any other year that I've been a part of. I mean, even the World Series winning teams, we had some tough losing stretches and stuff like that we had to kind of pull through, and this year it was just like every month we were winning, 15 to 20 games, and it was just, there wasn't many losing stretches that where we were tested a whole lot, I guess, as a clubhouse. But it was a lot of fun with these guys this year.
Brandon, I know you've already publicly stated that it's going to be kind of sad, just on a personal level, to not have Buster in the clubhouse next year. But can you put into words and describe for everyone what needs to happen to sort of replace him for your group beyond the obvious, beyond the numbers?
I mean, it's going to be tough for sure. It's you lose one of the more important, bigger pieces of a team in franchise history. It's going to be tough to replace. But we'll do our best with. I think we still have some pretty good leadership in the clubhouse. Joey's a top prospect for a reason, so I think it might be his job to lose coming in. And then Kurt calls a great game behind the plate, and had some big hits for us this year. So obviously you can't replace a guy like Buster very easily, but we're going to try our best.
And just such an incredible collection, not only the 25-man, but what Farhan was able to do with the roster. And today, probably a big day for your manager, Gabe Kapler, likely better be named manager of the year. What sort of an even-keeled, communicative approach did he bring this year?
I mean, he did a great job. I'd be shocked if he doesn't win it tonight. But just being able to piece together lineups and, seeming to make the right call, whether it was the bullpen or a pinch hitter, all year long, he did a great job. And he was very open with communication, with letting guys know that they might not be starting tonight, but they're going to, come in and get a big pinch hit. He's always positive. I know he was very open with the bullpen and their usage and stuff like that also. So I think that played a huge role in our success this year.
Brandon Crawford with us on 95.7 The Game. Look, you do what you've done in a career. You're going to be a fan favorite no matter what. But as we all know, you're also a local guy, and I know you have a football history. How dialed in were you to the 49er Ram game last night?
I watched what I could. I was actually I was traveling a little bit yesterday, so I didn't get to watch the whole game, but watched some of the second half, and it looked pretty dominant from the 49ers side, which was fun to see.
Yeah. Did they catch you off guard, surprise you a little bit? I mean, they're sort of at an interesting spot with regard to what they want to do the rest of the year, because it felt like they were moments away from sort of handing everything over to a rookie.
Yeah, they've been kind of up and down, it seems like, but it looked like both the defense and the big offensive guys stepped up last night, and Deebo and Kittle and Jimmy.
It's always interesting as a fan and as a journalist to watch the evolution. And I was telling Mark earlier, I remember when you played for the San Jose Giants in the Cal League World Series, and here you are now as the veteran on the team. Do you have time where you step back and just kind of take stock of not only where you've been as a pro, but now this new role you have as one of the veteran pieces on the team?
I typically don't, but when I keep getting reminded that I'm the only one left from the World Series teams, unless we sign Belt, which I'm obviously hoping for, you start to kind of think about that and reflect, I guess, a little bit. But we have a lot of great guys on the team and good leaders, and I don't think I'm going to be the only one or anything like that.
Yeah, you mentioned hoping they bring back Brandon Belt. So many free agents, so many people on one-year deals. How much change are you expecting?
I'm sure there will be some. I think there is every year. That's part of the game. But yeah, obviously we have a lot of free agents, so it's possible that we have half of a new roster basically. But obviously I'm hoping to bring back at least a few of our guys that we had this year and kind of keep that group together and try to run it back next year.
Brandon, I don't want to harp on the veteran status, but I have some intel from deep within the fitness community that you're doing some high-intensity training to help yourself stay fit. Do you find yourself doing new and different things to try to get ready for an upcoming 162-game grind?
Not yet, but I'll be starting up pretty soon. Last year was definitely the most consistent I had been. With getting in and getting my workout in and, putting in some pretty good work. And I think part of it had to do with COVID kind of locking everything down. We didn't travel a whole lot, so there weren't any like hotel workouts or anything. I was able to get everything in at the facility. But I think that was big, and I think I kind of realized that. I'm going to try my best to stay with that same routine this offseason.
They call it the offseason. However, you've got all those kids. Have we reached that time already where you're like, whoa, I think playing baseball is actually less physically taxing than this?
I don't know about physically taxing. I think just mentally at the end of the day, I'm just drained. It's a lot more busy than the baseball season. The baseball season's a very we play later at night, so sleep in a little bit, get some breakfast, play with the kids, go to the field. That's pretty much every day.
Yep.
Here it's wake up early, take the kids to school. I have a 3-year-old also that goes to school only a few days a week, so he's at home. Half a week still too. And so it's something new every day, and they definitely keep me on my toes.
Yeah. What's your morning role along with Jalen, or does she say, do we get to November and she's like, your turn? I've been doing this for the last 7 months.
She does that with certain things. So she's actually been pretty good about getting up and taking the kids to school, because she does a workout class like right around their school time. So she's been pretty good about getting up and taking them and going to that. And so she's let me kind of sleep in here and there. And, I definitely have to help out and take the kids to school every once in a while, though.
You guys do it well. You're an example for so many. Brandon Crawford with us here on 95.7 The Game. Brandon, I know we've done this before, so hopefully this isn't, we're not throwing this on you and it's unexpected, but maybe a little fun, little big finish on the way out the door. You up for it?
All right.
Okay. There it is.
He sounds slightly enthused.
Oh, yeah. No, BC Raw's been down this road before. But, all right, Brandon, the two categories today, you pick one. Do you want to do animal lover or teammate time?
Teammate time.
Okay, teammate time.
Good choice.
Number one, we all know what you do musically for this clubhouse. In your mind, which teammate has the best taste in music?
Ooh. Oh, man.
I love that you're putting real thought into this,
Serious
too.
thought,
You're grinding right now.
The first one that came to mind was Kevin Gossman. He always requests Lil Wayne before his starts. And, I've been a fan also.
So do you do the pregame and the postgame music? I mean, you're the DJ for both, and so does the starting pitcher have the right to kind of request the tone for that day?
Yeah, so I'll ask the starting pitcher. A lot of them don't care. They'll say, whatever, play whatever you want. But Goss always wanted Lil Wayne. I would mix in a Latin playlist for Johnny. And the other guys, I'd mix it up.
I love it.
Yeah,
tremendous.
I kind of just give them the first. They just give me a genre or an artist or something like that, and I'll work off of that.
Gosman and Lil Wayne is not something I saw coming. I just like that. That was not my perception, and everything just changed.
LSU.
Yeah. Well, okay. Fair enough.
There you go.
Fair enough.
There you go. That's strong. Brandon Crawford here in the big finish. What's the funniest thing that has ever happened in the clubhouse that you can actually talk about on the radio, Brandon?
Oh man, some of the post game celebrations are funny. I can't really go into much detail about them. I don't think, but we just for I don't know for when we're giving high fives and there's always like a player of the game or whatever that's giving the interview outside, so we all wait for him and there's something new for him every day. Our clubhouse guys have prepared confetti or blowing something out of me. It's just it's crazy. Some of the stuff gets a little wild, especially with Belt, but I can't get into much detail.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
That one doesn't surprise me. Okay, Brandon, last one. If you could ask one teammate in history, doesn't need to be current, any of your teammates with the Giants to babysit your kids for the day, who would it be?
Oh, Buster, for sure.
Okay.
Man.
He's been able to handle two sets of twins. So, and just knowing him, responsible, he's not going to be doing anything too crazy with them. So I would definitely trust him.
Yeah.
And he's handled a pitching staff for the better part of 12 years,
Exactly.
Not only two sets of twins.
That's more difficult than the twins.
Even more, right.
Exactly.
But this is two sets of twins, and he decided to leave work early to go be with them even more. That's insane.
Right.
Impressive. That's probably the right answer, by the way.
It is. Hey, Brandon, a ton of fun always. Congrats again on another Gold Glove. Congrats on being with the Giants for a couple more years. I know that was a goal at the outset, and we're all excited about it. Thanks so much for hopping on.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
All right, there it is.
DJ BC Raw.
DJ BC Raw. And while we're on the subject of DJing, it seems maybe an appropriate time to hit a little song of the day action.
I wonder if it's Lil Wayne.
San Francisco 49ers show up 3-5. We called it. Little Eminem action. This is your moment. Step into it. Mom spaghetti.
Totally.
If you don't, you're done. We're moving on. Trey Lance is your quarterback and nobody cares. And they stepped up and had their best performance in probably 2 years. And people are suddenly thinking playoffs again. So, Steven Tyler, give it to me. Let's go.
Oh, just wait for the build. Oh, he's back.
Do you have visions of Jimmy G driving home from Levi's last night, just blasting this with the windows down, screaming out to anyone who'll listen in the parking lot? Back in the saddle again.
I'm back in the saddle again, especially because
I'm starting again next week.
Exactly. 15 of 19, $182 with 2 tugs. You are back in the saddle, Jimmy G. There'll be no number 5. It's number 10 as the Niners sit a half game out of the offs.
And I mentioned it yesterday. I said, watch what this fan base does if they win. If they win this one, watch what this fan base does. And I think if you are one of the fans, and I'm not going to call you crazy, but if you're one of the fans out there who still this morning says, come on, you're going to chase the playoffs? You're going to waste another week of Trey's development? If that's still your point this morning, you lost a lot of bullets in the chamber. I don't really see how you can make that point. I know that we talked about Jacksonville being the landing spot for Trey. Not anymore. Not anymore, especially not just that they won, they dominated.
Right. And you're sitting a half a game out of the playoffs and a Jacksonville team that you rightly should, quote unquote, beat.
What's a number? What's a number?
I would guess the number's going to be 5 or 5.5. I don't have it up right now.
On the road?
Yeah.
Ooh, I think that's hot. I'm going to go lower. I'm going to take the under on that.
You're going to take the under on 5?
I think it's below that. I'll pull it up for you right now.
Well, especially,
Let's
it's time to play. What's the number in the Week 11 game?
Don't look, because I've got it right here for you.
Okay, well, no, I am. Okay, fine, I won't look. I was going to have you play, but you're already looking at it?
Yeah,
James, you go, you're saying 5, 5.5?
5. I'll put it at solid 5.
5.5. I will say, remember, Jacksonville gets a field goal for being at home.
Yeah, kind of.
Coming off of a big national kind of a deal. Remember, the Jags beat the Bills just 2 weeks ago, competed with the Colts till the end. I'm going to go 49ers minus 3.5.
That was a quick buzzer.
Oh, my gosh. It's the other direction. The 49ers are laying a full tutty.
Yeah.
And the extra point.
And that surprises me.
7.
Take the Jags.
Well, don't go there. It's a Victory Tuesday.
Wait a minute.
Don't go there yet.
But this gambling, that's different. I would jump on that now.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I would grab that now.
You don't think the number is going to go, it's going to come down?
Oh, God.
Sitting at 7. I had it at 5.5.
That's a big number for a team that's looked so bad 8 out of 9 games this year. I mean, they look so bad 8 out of 9 games, but come on.
Jacksonville, they stink.
I don't think they do.
2-7 with a minus 83 point differential.
But I want you to look at the arc. Look at the arc of the Jags. They're not terrible. I want you to look at what they've been doing the last few weeks. This is not just a team that beats the Buffalo Bills.
9-6. That was an embarrassment.
They beat them.
Fine.
Okay? Listen, last 4 weeks, they're 2-2. Okay? They defeated the Miami Dolphins. They got canned at Seattle.
No starter for Miami. Tua was out that game.
Tua was out that game. Jacoby Brissett is that different than Tua? I mean, can you tell the difference in the Dolphins when Tua versus Brissett is throwing?
That Buffalo game was an anomaly. That was an odd one.
They went to Cincinnati back in week 4, lost by 3 points. I mean, my point is this team clearly over the last month is competitive. They lost to the Colts by 6, had the ball in the last minute with an opportunity to win. They beat Buffalo. They beat Miami. They got canned at Seattle. Okay, cross-country trip, which the 49ers are now making on a short week.
Short week.
Remember what my phrase that pays was last night. We need more home dogs.
You took the over, though.
Yes, I did. But I was with you that the 49ers side was the right side last night. But I also know you're not supposed to bet on your team because emotion grabs in. But I was with you that the plus 3.5 with the 49ers was the right side.
The Jags are averaging 11 points a game coming off their bye. They scored 17 in a loss against Indy. They gutted out an ugly win over Buffalo 9-6. They scored 7 points against Seattle.
Yeah, but you're giving me logic as if the 49ers didn't just get canned by Colt McCoy 2 weeks ago.
You can't play back in the saddle and then think that the Niners aren't going to show up and be the real Niners again.
I didn't say they're not going to show up. I'm not here for the 49ers are going to blow out the Jags. Just walk in, blow them out. I hope so. If these are the 2019 49ers again, which is what they looked like last night, then they will. But are we convinced that's it? That's all you needed was one game?
They're back in the saddle, Mark.
Okay.
They're back in the saddle. If I had to go one way or the other with a 7-point spread, I would lay the 7. I'm not taking Jacksonville in the 7, and you can have your home dog all you want.
You're like my dad. Can I give you I got the dad text last night, fourth quarter.
They're back?
Hang on, let me find it. Where is it? Where's Dad? I got to scroll because there's a lot going on. A lot of excitement. Niners win out and make the playoffs. You heard it here first. This was at 7:46 last night.
12-5. 12-5.
Game's not even over yet. Niners are going to win out and make the playoffs. You heard it here first.
That would be, yeah, I did hear that here first. That would be incredible.
Then my mom texted and said, that's wishful thinking. And then I texted, I said, why are you guys texting each other? You're sitting next to one another. Just talk to each other. Please,
Right.
Put the phones down. Look at one another and say, Tom, that's wishful thinking. You don't need to text me. He's sitting right next to you, Mom. Okay.
Win out, I mean, that might be a bit of a stretch.
Well,
but
much.
You can beat Jacksonville on the road. You get to 5-5, and then you think about what you have left. Minnesota at home, at Seattle, at Cincinnati, Atlanta, Tennessee, Houston, and the Rams. A Ram team that you own. Can you win of these final 8 games, Mark? Can you go 5-3? Because if you go 5-3, that gets you to 9-8, and I think that gets you to the playoffs.
Yeah, it probably does. All right, so 888-957-9570. Did last night, yay or nay, change everything on your outlook for the rest of the season? Plus, let's not forget what is also on tap later on this afternoon with regard to the Golden State Warriors. We've got some of that coming up this hour as well on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
Hurry, crossover. on 95.7 The Game.
Who are you? Either an episode of CSI is about to start, or I'm trying to figure out who the hell you are. Vegas thinks you're -7 at the Jags. I'm going to need to see it again. I'm all kinds of excited, believe me. The 49ers should try for the playoffs and could make it. I'm on that side of the fence. But am I convinced, like Papa Willard, that they're going to win out now that they just gave us Rams ownage yet again? I'm not convinced. Like I did think about Andrew Wiggins when I watched the 49ers last night, and I did wonder, who are you? Who are you? And why? Why are we seeing this now? It took, as Kyle said after the game last night, getting embarrassed by Arizona for you to put out that kind of an effort. A little weird.
It is, but every game is different. And the matchup with the Rams and the Shanahan-McVay matchup has been one that's favored the 49ers. It's favored Kyle Shanahan. And you saw it again last night, not only because the game plan was exquisite, and you look at a 20-play drive, Mark, 20-play drive. They converted 3 third downs. Third down conversions have been the 49ers' bugaboo. And they were able to convert 3 times on third down on the opening drive, including the touchdown, the 8-yard throw to Giorgiano, as Guru likes to say. I'll take a 3 for my Guru.
Hey, Kittle was great. Kittle,
it's a solid 3.
Kittle looked like Kittle for the first time in a while last night.
5 grabs, 50 yards, a touchdown, exactly what I thought that he would do. Deebo Samuel.
Von Miller.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
give me some of that.
And great description on, I think it might have been the aforementioned Manning brothers. Or I was kind of going back and forth between broadcasts. The way he goes in that motion to set the edge in the run game and delivering just pancake blocks in the ground game. When he's doing that, when they're running the ball like that, that's the way the 49ers can play, and that's the way they can win. And I look at Jacksonville, and we'll get into it as the week goes on. It's Victory Tuesday.
I know.
We're basking in the victory. That is the blueprint, though. 19 throws for Jimmy Garoppolo, 15 of 19. Pretty darn efficient, and you run it 44 times on the ground. Wow.
That is the blueprint. You can't always do that. They were able to get a lead. Let's not forget the Rams had a very bad case of the dropsies. They had a very bad case of the dropsies. They handed Jimmy Ward that pick 6. And that gave the 49ers the opportunity, up 14-0, to just simply sit back and be them, and run the clock and kill anybody's hopes who might have bet on the over. I mean, 10 points, Rams? 10? You got 10? You got 10.
They got you that late field goal, though.
They did. So I appreciate that. Thanks, Rams. But, going back to Riddick's point that we brought up earlier, right before BC Raw came on, I think he makes a fantastic point. And it's one that I've been trying to make for the last week and a half. And I know that there will be moments where this works in the Rams' favor. But sign me up for building your team through early and draft acquisitions, building a clubhouse or a locker room, depending on your sport, through that, allowing players to connect directly with fans. This market is filled, drunk with, in fact, so many players that were drafted here who we love. Remember that exercise we did about 3 weeks ago where I said, let's go through favorite Bay Area athletes. How far down the list do I have to get before I get to one who wasn't drafted here? Is it Iguodala?
Might be Garoppolo.
Is it Garoppolo?
Is it
Chris Bryant?
Chris Bryant's probably not even going to be a Barry athlete for
3 months.
Yeah. Free agency. So,
The Lil Wayne loving Kevin Gosman.
Scott Boras. I mean, how far do we have to get? Because you're going to go Steph, and you're going to go Klay.
Clay, Dre.
And you're going to go Dre, and you're going to go Buster, and you're going to go Brandon, and you're going to go Brandon, and you're going to go George Kittle, and you're going to do all of this before you get to someone who was not drafted here. And call me milk and cookies, but it matters to me. So when the Rams, we'll take one of those and we'll come over here.
2 of those, one of those.
Online shopping. We're going to grab a couple of those on Amazon. And we've got a lot of money, so we're fine. We're just going to do that. Miss me with that. I am no, because as fun as that may be in the moment, you're not connecting directly with any of these athletes. You think Von Miller or OBJ or Matt Stafford's ever going to be an LA favorite? Do you know how many LA athletes you've got to go down before you're going to get to any of those?
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
By the way, let's go to your fancy list of LA athletes. How many of them were drafted there?
Donald.
Aaron Donald. Okay. By the way,
Cooper Kupp.
Aaron Donald and Cooper Kupp can go to Dodger Stadium and be unrecognized. Number one. Number two, how far down the list are they? And let's go. Who on this Dodger team? Who on the Laker team?
Who
was drafted there?
Well, Lakers.
Jalen Horton Tucker.
Yeah, thank
Austin
you,
Reeves.
Kyle.
I mean,
both of you can knock it off. Take the rest of the segment off. Never heard of either one of those guys.
Cody Bellinger rocked a 160 average all year before he broke our deal.
I was going to say.
He is.
One line drive got him off the hook,
certain neighborhoods
unfortunately.
in LA where they really love Cody Bellinger.
You make a good point, Mark, but all of these chips that have been earned by the Bay, the Warriors, Iguodala was not homegrown, and he was a key piece. He was the Finals MVP. Kevin Durant was the Finals MVP of the latter two. So
you're going to augment
your quaint little conversation. It's just so cute and warm and fuzzy, but it's fraudulent.
It's not fraudulent because
false.
I'm not saying that your whole team needs to be that, but some of it does.
Sure,
some of it does,
and I agree with you.
The Lakers are devoid of an identity. They are devoid of a connection with their fan base, unlike the Warriors. You want to know why the Warriors are so much more fun to root for than the Lakers? I've lived in both cities. It's not even close. It's not even close. They've never, since Kobe, had something like what the Warriors have right now. And the Dodgers have never, not since Garvey and Lopes, have they had something like what the Giants have had the last decade. And so, great, Rams, you've got a bunch of people we've heard of. And the Niners own you.
Shanahan owns McVay, that's for sure. And the Johnny Hecker fake punt, to me, is just a microcosm of that. And, the drops, when you look at the way the Rams imploded, it was self-inflicted. That was not Matthew Stafford. Yeah, and I think that Snoop Dogg might be the receivers coach for the Rams because he's telling them, drop it like it's hot, or just tip it in the air and let Jimmy Ward scoop and score.
Snoop Dogg's so high.
When the ball's in the air, Ma, drop it like it's hot.
Nice.
Drop it. Hey, thanks.
That's good, Kyle.
I actually wanted you to finish that. I wanted a little more. I wasn't done with it. I was a little bit
when
more.
the Niners try to get at you, drop it like it's hot. Drop it.
Okay, now I'm done with it. Yeah.
I wasn't committed to that bit.
You're not even selling it.
No,
you gotta
I
sell
wasn't ready.
In Kyle, I trust. Seriously.
Shaky ground.
And I thought we had to give the guy a 3-day weekend. He limps back in.
Okay,
half a lyric.
Kyle's so high.
So high.
Seriously.
925, I got to disagree, Mark. The Lakers of the 80s had it that good. Yeah. That's what I'm talking. I'm agreeing
then,
with you.
That's how you built the team.
That's how
There was
you
no
did
free
it.
agency like there is now.
The draft magic. Kobe, yes, but again, I'm not saying give me homegrown and stinkage, but if you're going to put two things on an equal footing, we're going to build our team this way, we're going to build our team that way. Give me that way. I don't want OBJ, Jalen Ramsey, Matt Stafford, Von Miller, and everybody on the sideline yelling at one another while you're down 31-7 in prime time to a 3-5 football team. Give me homegrown. It's got to be sprinkled in. Obviously, your whole team's not going to be homegrown. But when your best players are your players, that's different. That is different.
It feels different. And when you look at last night and you see, Eli Mitchell, homegrown guy plucked out of nowhere, 27 totes, by the way, for 91. Can we get more of that, Kyle? More Eli Mitchell getting 27 totes. Deebo Samuel, homegrown. George Kittle, homegrown. Brandon Ayuk, etc. As you go down the list, and defensively with Nick Bosa and Fred Warner.
Those are our guys.
Jimmy Ward.
Those are our guys.
And it feels nice when you have a team that is mostly homegrown and they win, but when they're mostly homegrown and they lose,
that's worse.
Fire Kyle right now.
That's worse.
That's when we get into that mode.
I am not putting homegrown above winning. My point today is that the compliments to what the Rams have been doing the last 3 weeks, and to a larger degree the last 3 years, stop complimenting it. Stop getting so excited about it. Stop getting hot under the collar by it. They've achieved nothing during this time. Absolutely nothing. And they cannot beat the 49ers. Like, not even once, not even for a quarter, not even for a little bit. So this is a day to back up a little bit and realize it's kind of like a golf swing. You ever see The Legend of Bagger Vance? You watch that movie?
Yeah, I don't like it.
And not really?
I mean, Will Smith was not a very compelling caddy.
You didn't think so?
Nah, the accent was a little
Charlize Theron
flimsy.
is in there. Well, I mean, I don't know if it was necessarily about the accent.
It's not on
Bagger
Mount
Vance
Golf movie more for sure.
Well,
Bagger Vance.
There aren't that many of them, but
which speaks to how much that movie was just mediocre.
I'm not saying it's the greatest movie. The reason
go ahead. I didn't mean to poo-poo
bring
your
it up.
analogy.
I bring it up because Matt Damon's character. What was his name in the movie? Gosh,
Jonah.
Junah.
Jonah.
No,
Junior?
Judah was like that his last name? Randolph?
Let's not get fixated on the name.
The point is,
bring it home.
The point is, Bagger looks at him on the range at one point, and he says, "You lost your swing, but it's in there, and we just got to go find it." And then they do, and the 49ers have been that all year. We know who you are. We know who you are. We've seen you. We know exactly what you can do. Andrew Wiggins, 49ers, you just got to go find it. Now, last night they did. Now, the trick for any golfer or for Wiggins, for the 49ers, can you keep it?
Repeat it.
Can you master a repeatable swing? And that's where I'm at now. That's amazing. You found it, and that is the pot of gold, and that is the most important thing. But now you got to master the repeatable swing. So I'm not going to actually get that excited until they do cover the 7 on Sunday against the Jags.
I'm going to give you a 2 for your Bagger Vance because in golf there is no defense. So the analogy to me is a bit
is. Your
flimsy.
own brain.
Right, which is why I'm a 15 because I cannot repeat, especially my driver swing, not very repeatable. You hit a good one, you hit 2 bad ones. It's like, what the heck? I hate this game.
Or you put the clubs down for about 6 weeks like I did, and then you go to the range the other day and
striping.
Every club 15 yards shorter. I'm like, oh boy. It happens every time. We'll find it.
Yeah.
You got to go find it.
You're getting older.
That too.
Yeah, and it's just that.
My son's hitting the ball next to me. I want him to catch me anyway. That's his big thing. I want to hit the ball as far as Dad, and I'm kind of like, I do too.
My younger son hits it a little further than me.
Okay.
He now beats me all too regularly. My older son, the Big Bear, we call him, he hits the snot out of the ball. But
any clue where it's going?
No, not usually. But the big fella he'll pull the hybrid and hit it like 230.
Oosh.
And it's like, my goodness, son. It's like watching a grizzly bear slapping salmon out of the river. He just pow! And it's like, damn, he caught himself a fish there.
I have never used steroids.
Now he's 20, Spadoni. Get out of here. It's like me trying to say that your boy Benny's on the juice. He's on the apple juice. Maybe. Juice boxes. My point of the Bagger Vance rebuke is that the Niners are going up against a defense. So, yes, this is the blueprint. That's the repeatable swing they want. More than 40 rushes, dominate time of possession, and keep Jimmy Garoppolo largely under wraps.
Clean.
That's what you want to do.
Yes.
Well, clean, but also keep him out of the game plan for the most part.
Wow.
He threw it 19 times, Mark.
And threw it well.
Yeah,
He threw it
15
well.
of 19.
Threw
But
it
that's
really well.
what you want. You want even if it was Trey Lance running this offense, you would want Trey Lance to go 15 of 19, but you'd want Trey to run it 8 or 9 times
Absolutely.
to boot.
No, I want dynamic play out of Trey Lance. That's why they got him. Jimmy Garoppolo already proved that if you want to run the ball 40 times a game and get to a Super Bowl, he can do that. But the 49ers are like, you know what, we might need somebody who's a little bit more of a playmaker back there if we're going to, for the next decade, try to battle Kyler Murray. We better do that. And so they did. 925. It's not true at all, Dibs. You've got a very solid ability for a repeatable 4 right push fade.
925 has played with me.
Okay.
It's more of a slice fade than it is a Blocktoberfest.
The Golden State Warriors are back in action tonight in Brooklyn, where they'll face off against Paul Millsap and the Brooklyn Nets. Tip-off is set for 4:30 p.m. It's right here on 95.7 The Game.
I get the humor in these reads, but I feel like we're not doing our best to sell the game.
Okay.
I'm a little bit cautiously pessimistic about our approach here.
Let me finish this one, and then we'll do a separate read.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Paul Millsap, is it 2009 and the Atlanta Hawks are in town?
Right. Warriors Live it starts at 3 p.m. It's presented by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate sports hub experience. Now, the other way we could do it is... This is the home of Dub Nation Tuesday. Kevin Durant and Steph Curry hate one another, and they will show up tonight in the Big Apple. Punch one another in the face, mano a mano. Who wants it more? ¿Quién es más macho? Durant, Curry, 4:30, 95.7, The Game.
Much better. Much better. I'm starting to tingle. Don't miss the Nets in their 11th man. This is
Spanish
a big one.
in there. That was
Kevin Durant revenge game. Will Draymond and KD come to blows? Find out right here.
Of course they will, yeah.
On your home of sports hatred.
You throw the records out, and you throw the bows when Draymond, Day, and K-Day come together on a Tuesday. Yeah, there you go. All right. Or is the Nets going to play the Warriors? It's game 13.
Oh, don't do the Bocha Nets. Basketball.
Hoops. Kyrie. Anti-vax. So, I don't know. I'm like... I don't know.
He's an idiot.
A few ways to sell this one.
We got 11-2 against 10-4. I mean, this is
it's great. This is going to be good.
It's the biggest regular season game of the year
in the history of mankind and creation.
Sure.
I hate that James Harden is on this team. It bothers me. I had a reaction to that guy, and this was going to be a thing when it was KD and Kyrie, and then it just turned into something. It turned into something very Laker-esque, where the Nets are just like, we're going to take a little bit of that, or we'll pluck this over here, give me some Harden, we'll take a little Blake Griffin, and we're going to do all this. It's just like, oh, now you're annoying.
They were supposed to win the title last year.
I know.
Did they win it?
They did not.
I can't remember.
And again, my point, thank you, Louis Riddick, there is a difference between talent collecting and team building. What's the number tonight?
3. The Nets are given 3.
For the Nets. All right. That sounds about right. This would be, especially coming off a loss, this would be yet another sort of legitimizer for the Warriors. Because there's still people, even after, remember, we do this. We did this with the 49ers when they started 8-0 2 years ago.
5-0. You haven't played anybody.
We did it this year when they were 2-0.
Right. Remember the Panthers came in, and it was like, okay, you win this one, then you're real. They blew the Panthers off the field, and people were like, yeah, okay, you did it once. So we did this we're doing it to the Warriors. You haven't played anybody. We did this to the Giants for about 3 or 4 months this year.
More even.
You haven't played anybody. You haven't played anybody. It's baseball. What are you talking about? You haven't played anybody. And the Giants never had a bad month the whole year. So we're doing this to the Warriors right now. Friday night was a great legitimizer. But this one, to do it on the road against a team with stars, yes, this would feel different. And even though it's just a regular season game, I was thinking about this. I wonder where you take this thought. If Kevin Durant and the Warriors are similar to the roles played last year by Brady and Belichick, in other words, okay, you're going to part company. Who's going to get to the top of the mountain first on their own? Dan Gilbert famously said this to LeBron when he left.
LeBron.
The Cavs will win a title before you do.
Whoops.
Actually, no.
Sorry, C.D. Osmond.
You were LeBron, and you should have licked his feet in order to get him to stay.
Gross.
Don't think it would have worked, but you should have tried.
Toe jam.
Now, KD leaves. Warriors. Who's going to climb the mountain first? KD absolutely had the first chance. Didn't work. Now the Warriors are 11-2. Klay's about to come back. It's more of a team building rather than a collection of talent. I don't know. So that to me is
You think the Warriors are Brady and the Nets are Belichick?
I think that it's trending that direction, yes.
So the Warriors will get a chip before Kevin Durant and Brooklyn gets a chip.
I love Kevin Durant, so I haven't really brought this up, but I'm sort of surprised that this conversation hasn't come up before. What exactly is Kevin Durant's career while not wearing a Warrior uniform?
Unbelievably great individual player.
Yes.
Who has not been able to win the chip. Oklahoma City, they had a great chance to win a title when they had Harden and they had James Westbrook. And last year they were the prohibitive favorites and they were unable to get it done.
So what do we usually do to athletes like this?
Choke artist.
Yeah, what we normally say, what we did for years with LeBron was, well, he doesn't have any help. He doesn't have any help. So, and largely I think that point in Cleveland was correct. But let's talk about KD outside of his Warrior tenure. Has he had help? Good grief. He's been a teammate of James Harden's twice. Russell Westbrook, at the height of his powers, whatever those are. Kyrie Irving, sort of. Blake Griffin, I mean, every resource you could imagine he's had. But maybe, all I'm saying maybe, to a degree, Kevin Durant's success was a little bit more Warriors-based than we thought. We've always said the Warriors' success was based on Kevin's arrival, and that's very, very true in obvious ways. But maybe the organizational structure, maybe the specific teammates he had with the Warriors, those homegrown players, maybe that had a little bit more to do with his career than we've acknowledged.
And the
past.
cohesion of a team with Kevin Durant added as opposed to what Brooklyn has, which is a collection of superstars, of Hall of Famers that hasn't necessarily cohesed. I think tonight is a big, big one for both Kevin Durant and Steph Curry, not only for which team is going to come out on top, and they only have 2 head-to-heads this year, but also the MVP race, because if you look at it right now, it's Kevin Durant and Steph Curry are your 2 frontrunners for the MVP. So This head-to-head matchup might be looked upon 5 months from now as the deciding factor for some voters.
No doubt about it. So this is a little bit different than your normal regular season Tuesday night, even early in the season NBA basketball game. Willard and Dibs, and brought to you by Orchard Supply Hardware. 888-957-9570 is the number. Welcome your calls, especially on how last night's game changes the outlook and the approach for the 49ers for the rest of the way. Plus, there was one NFL team that had a huge weekend, as it turned out. Helped, in fact, by last night's game. We'll get to that coming up around the corner as well on 95.7 The Game.
Join Outdoor Supply Hardware.
Now, back to Willard.
Noob is so high.
From the depths of the West. Back in the mix. Man. Something's wrong with the plumbing in here. Drain's backing up.
That will mess with your plumbing.
Yeah,
in an indirect way, because you end up eating 4 bags of Doritos.
I've got gas.
Which will mess with your plumbing.
Yeah, I just went on a 5-0 run.
5-0, 5-0, 5-0. What
Twix.
Dibs.
Twix. Badoni brought in the leftover.
Yeah, no, you got to regulate, my man. You got to regulate.
Regulators.
Because
Mount up.
This house that we've built, or that we're building.
You and I?
Is already overwhelmed with donuts. And then people, like, I got to pick my days. You remember last Thursday? Last Thursday, someone randomly, the day before Donut Day, is like, so, Krispy Kremes.
Donuts.
Here you guys go. Yeah. And do you remember what I did? And you guys all called me. You
eschewed.
You said I was bluffing. You guys tried to make me smell them. You put...
I had at least 2 donuts.
You held them under my nose.
You had nothing.
I go, I'm not eating that. It's not, tomorrow's Donut Day, and Krispy Kremes, while delicious, are also, that's different than a donut. It's different than a pink box of donuts from the neighborhood. Okay? So I looked at that and I said, we're not doing that today. And you guys were like, yeah, right. I got you at over under set at 1.5.
No donut.
The under, 0.
You showed great restraint.
And you got to do that with Halloween candy that's showing up 2 weeks later.
No, I don't.
Well, you don't have to, but you should.
I perused, I gandered, I took a gaze in, and I saw multiple Twix, and I thought...
into those lovely eyes?
Yeah, well, last week, Spadoni brought his leftovers, and it was crap. He knows it. It was like...
If it's not Scottish, it's crap.
It was Hershey's Kisses and, like, lollipops, and it was... candy that I was not interested in.
There's nothing wrong with a Hershey Kiss, but it is a little bit high maintenance.
It's all work, no reward.
Yeah, like you got that. First of all, there's a little piece of paper sticking out the top.
If it's still in there.
Which is, I know, supposed to help you, but half the time you pull it and the thing just comes right off, and now you've got tightly wrapped foil around a very, very small piece of chocolate that you're going to get to.
It's not worth it.
It's like ballpark peanuts, okay? I love them. They're not worth the work. You get done, your fingernails are filled with all kinds of stuff. There's crap all over the ground under your feet. You're walking through, it's like a sticky movie theater in there. And what do you get? A couple of tiny little nuts.
You roll on that.
Go.
Yeah.
God,
there's a rejoin. A couple of tiny little nuts, he said. And there you have it. Welcome to the team, new guy.
It was almost as if we just did that whole thing just for that moment.
It's just going to be overwhelming.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, may or may not, a couple weeks ago, been Easter candy in there, too.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
This was the good candy I brought in today. That was finally left over. It was
too much. This was actual Halloween candy.
Yeah, we got the Starburst Fave Reds in there. Those are the ones that you want.
First of all,
if
it's not chocolate, I don't understand the point. And secondly, did you go trick or treating or something, or did you take your kids?
He took his kids' candy. He's taking candy from a baby.
Who is
well, no, we had a lot of trick or treaters in our neighborhood in the Laurel district of Oakland, and so we had some leftovers.
So you overbought. Okay,
yes.
All right, that's fine. Which you're supposed to do. But if you're going to overbuy, you're not supposed to still have that junk on November 16th. What are you, dieting? Come on, man.
Intermittent fasting, Mark, we like to call it, actually.
Oh, do you do that?
Yeah. I only eat past 12 o'clock.
I did that for a while, and then the pandemic happened, and I forgot. I was like, I'm on a plan. Every Wednesday, we're only going to do 900 calories.
SOFT.
And then I was like, oh my gosh, yesterday was Wednesday. You right? Remember how we forgot days? No clue what day it was in the middle of the pandemic. All I know is that somebody baked something every day. So you just look around, you're like, sure, I'll have some banana bread. And then you're like, oh crap, I'm supposed to be fasting. So then I forgot. And then I was like, why am I doing this anyway? Yeah, whatever, never mind.
For who, for what?
Yeah, for who, for what. Goes. I mean, I don't know. People said it was like, good for you. I wasn't trying to lose weight. It's just good for you. I'm just trying to live till I'm 111.
He's fat.
That's all. So anyway, 888-957-957. How would you sort of answer that question? Or where were you before last night's game? Does this change anything with regard to how the 49ers approach the rest of the way. Remember yesterday we went through like, well, this game is a win or you're out, Jimmy. The Chicago game was win or you're out. Last night was again win or you're out. This Sunday, win or you're out? I'm feeling like probably no.
Probably not. Probably not.
Yeah, so where are we now?
We are where we've been the whole year, and we've tried to delude ourselves from the truth, which is Kyle Shanahan wants to win every game. That's obvious. Captain Obvious here, reporting live from the studios at 95.7 The Game. But when you take it one step beyond that, you look at each individual game, and you realize Kyle Shanahan is going to do everything he can to try to win that individual game. Today, it's Victory Tuesday. He's not going to worry too much about Jacksonville, but as he starts to turn the page and look at the Jacksonville Jaguars, he thinks, how do we go about winning this game at Jacksonville? Well, defensively, you need to do what you did last night against the Rams. DeMeco Ryans had his team ready. They were revved up. They put some pressure on Matthew Stafford, enough pressure. The secondary had its best game. The linebackers tackled. You took over that game early with 2 giant takeaways. This team has not taken the ball away very often. So that's what you look for from a defensive standpoint. You go up against a Jacksonville team that's not very good offensively. Now, on the other side of the ball, Kyle Shanahan's specialty, you want to possess. Time of possession, pound the rock, and limit the amount of mistakes that your offense can make. That's the way you want to go about it. And when you go to the quarterback position and you think about who gives you the best chance at Jacksonville to do exactly what you're trying to do, it's Jimmy Garoppolo. So you build a game plan around Eli Mitchell, Deebo Samuel, and George Kittle. Those are your 3 big offensive weapons. You're not going to try and big play Jacksonville out of the building. You're going to try to do what you did last night.
Well, I'm actually, while we all look at Jimmy and we all look at Trey, I'm much more looking at the defense in this game because, as we saw, the defense could be embarrassing as they were against Arizona, and then they can turn around and do what they did last night against a star-studded offense, have 2 interceptions, one of them's a pick 6, totally turn the game in the offense's favor, and now you're going on the road, but you're going up against a rookie quarterback who does not have a lot of weapons, and in fact, speaking of those weapons, I think I can prove a point with this. Dan Dibley.
Uh-oh.
Can you name your Jacksonville Jaguars skill position players? I'd like you to name 4 active skill position players, wide receivers or running backs for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Can you name 4? We're looking for 4 without a buzzer.
Oh, boy. I mean, healthy guys.
Yes,
I think DJ Shark is
DJ Shark. DJ Shark is on IR.
Yeah,
is on IR.
That's why. And I think Fred Taylor retired.
Fred Taylor out of Florida, not on the team.
He's probably 40-something years old by now.
Right. Any? Can you name any?
No.
I'll take one.
No.
Can you get one? You know who the Jags running back is? The Jags running back is.
The Jags running back?
I mean, you're a fantasy player. Jags running back.
I got Christian McCaffrey, but he's on Carolina. I got Edwards Hilarious on Kansas City.
Carolina is in the same neighborhood in the United States as Jacksonville, but no, Christian McCaffrey will not be playing against the 49ers this weekend. Okay, so you're going to go 0?
I already definitively said I don't have a clue as to who Jacksonville has.
James Robinson. You know who James Robinson is.
Sure.
Can I get a Carlos Hyde?
Carlos Hyde is his backup. Did you know that? For $100.
Sure.
Okay.
Marvin Jones.
Sure.
Marvin Jones, former Lion.
Dan Arnold.
Yeah, Dan Arnold's the tight end.
He's actually on my fantasy bench unless I dropped him recently. He's a non-factor.
How about a young, budding, star-ish receiver out of the University of Colorado? Year 2 out of the University of Colorado. Boulder, Buffs.
Elite name.
Great name. Great name.
So when I tell you...
Somebody called him Deebo Samuel
Kyle,
Light.
Hold on a second, Kyle. And stop the music, Spadoni, for God's sakes. Stop the flipping music. I will not sit here and be made a fool of. I won't.
I don't think this is making a fool of anyone.
You are going out of your way to try to make a fool of me on a Victory
not.
Tuesday.
87% of our audience.
I previously told you that we're not even thinking about Jacksonville on a Victory Tuesday.
I am.
Well, that's on you.
No, it's not.
You spend the day after a victory basking.
It's 10:43.
In the victory. We haven't even gotten all the way through the win.
Hold on. And let's go to NFL scores. Okay.
And additionally, when I tell you up front that I have no idea, and yet you continue to belabor, and Kyle Madsen know-it-all 3-day weekend tries to rub my nose in it, and Spadoni re-racking the music time and time again.
Well,
I will not sit here and be made a fool of.
I think 87% of the audience is with you. I don't think anyone thinks you're a fool. They're the Jags. The whole reason I brought it up is to drive home the point that the 49er defense has got no excuse this weekend to not play like they did last night, as opposed to letting no-name Colt McCoy and James Conner do what they did 8 days ago, 9 days ago, whatever that was, because that's who they're dealing with. Marvin Jones and almost Laviska Shenault is what we were looking for.
Oh, of course.
Who I also think might be on the shelf. Is he on the shelf too?
No, he's playing. Don't forget Jamal Agnew, the wide receiver who wears number 39.
Spadoni, turn off his microphone. This is ridiculous.
Laquan Treadwell is on the Jags.
Okay.
I'm looking at a roster. I'm not doing anything you're not doing.
I mean, this is not the show that we agreed that we would do.
That's exactly the show that we agreed we would do.
We agreed there would be no Laviska Shenault in my face. Carlos Hyde's the backup.
He is. Carlos Hyde and James Robinson. I have both of them on multiple fantasy rosters.
That's a problem.
It's not.
Internet crap.
James Robinson's been fantastic. I mean, like nothing short of fantastic this year. James Robinson this year, let me go. What are we averaging per carry? We are averaging a total of, why is it so hard to get can I just get the regular stats?
This is feeling like noon to 3. What was that?
Yeah, he's been fantastic.
Number
5. He's been fantastic, and Carlos Hyde's his backup. Yeah.
It's big. I'm looking forward to that one in 5 days.
They got to win this thing.
Of course.
To legitimize last night. My mind is very much there. This is very, very relevant. Last night was wonderful. Andrew Wiggins did. Do we not do this with Andrew Wiggins? Okay, buddy, do it again. Do it again. That's exactly where my mind's at. And I think that's totally fair today.
I guess it's fair.
What, do you want me to run laps around the building or something with a flag wrapped around my face?
I mean, let's just take a moment to appreciate what happened.
We are.
You're skipping ahead to Laviska Shenault and company.
It's an elite name.
It's an all right name.
It's elite.
He's on Mount Laviska more, I'll give you that. I don't know how many other ones you can name.
Number 1 rated Laviska in all of sports.
I think when you have a performance like that keeps you relevant and keeps you in the mix, it's okay to bask in it. 888-957-9570. Let people weigh in, and we can pick through the carcass that is Jacksonville. Their quarterback rating, by the way, second worst in all of football.
Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, 72.6 QB rating. Their team QB rating second worst in football.
A little weird dynamic with the rookie quarterbacks, don't you think? Like we're going to compare Trey Lance to Mac Jones forever, solely because of Twitter rumors. Like, what if Mac Jones is better than Trevor Lawrence? Does that get hung around the Jaguars' neck?
Eventually, yes.
Right?
Absolutely.
I think Trevor actually, if you've watched, I think he's actually showing some signs. I mean, it's the Jaguars. They're bad. I think he's going to be good.
Well, it's their head coach. Their head coach has lost the room. And, the fact that 87% of us couldn't name even one skill percentage or skill position player tells you that they don't have a ton of talent.
They don't. But Zach Wilson's the one that I think is a little bit wonky. But I wonder, too, along the lines of what we're talking about with a game like last night, while it was not a quote-unquote Jimmy Garoppolo game, What 182 yards, efficient, did exactly what he was asked to do. But he gets criticized for games like that. I mean, when you look back on the Green Bay Packers NFC title game from 2 years ago, when you look back on that, people will use that. Even though the 49ers blew the Packers out, people will use that as, well, see, that's why Jimmy's not good. Because Kyle doesn't trust him, and they won't even throw the ball in a big moment. Are there people still out there this morning who think that it's still time? Because a lot of people have thought it was high time for months now. Do you still think it's time to hand this over to Trey Lance after what you've watched the last 3 weeks? I think that's nuts.
I think so. And, look no further than hosts on this station who would rather see the Niners lose with Trey than win with Jimmy Garoppolo. And there is certainly a faction of fans who look at 15 of 19 for Jimmy G, 182 and 2 touchdowns and say, see, they don't want him to throw it. They're trying to keep him from throwing it because he can't do it. And I see it completely the different way, which is you won the game, and this team is going to win a certain way. They're going to win by possessing the ball, pounding the rock, and keeping their quarterback from making big mistakes, and that's what you had from this blueprint. And so Jacksonville, a team that's got an okay defense, you would imagine that the 49ers are going to try to do the same thing again, run the ball, possess the ball, and not rely on Jimmy Garoppolo to throw it all over the place.
For whatever it's worth, analytics and stats and things like this, I don't think you take those to the bank always. But I do think sometimes they're fun to look at and be a little bit interesting. Let me give you a few names, okay? Mac Jones, Tua Tagovailoa, Derek Carr, Justin Herbert, Patrick Mahomes, Ryan Tannehill, Lamar Jackson. Want to know what they all have in common? They are lower rated this year than Jimmy Garoppolo. That do anything for you?
Not really.
No?
Not really.
Really? I mean that.
Yeah.
The reason I bring it up is rating is supposed to take out everybody's sort of like angle on the whole thing.
Right.
Which is if you run the ball a lot, you're like, oh, that's because your Jimmy Garoppolo guy is weak. Well, rating takes that out of play, only zooming in on exactly what it is the quarterback does and his efficiency in doing it. Jimmy has not been great this year. There are 12 quarterbacks ahead of him. But nowhere near as bad as everybody seems to think. Nowhere near as bad as what everybody seems to think.
But all those names you rolled out, how many of those quarterbacks have teams that have a better record than San Francisco?
Some of them. A lot of them.
Derek Carr, better. Lamar Jackson's team has a better record. So I look at
Ryan Tannehill is way down the list, and he might be on the best team in the NFL.
Right. So to me, a lot of times, quarterback rating, it's a great stat, and it speaks to the efficiency of the quarterback. But this 49er team, the way they go about it offensively, 2 running backs, 2 tight ends, a ton, they don't need a quarterback to be that highly rated. They don't need Jimmy Garoppolo, or they don't want him to lead the league in passing attempts or passing yards. They want to be a team that controls things on the grounds with the 21 personnel, 2 running backs and a tight end. Yesterday they had 2 tight ends on the field a bunch. That's how this offense is going to be run. So, yeah, you want Jimmy Garoppolo to be highly rated, but you don't want him to be 28 of 39. You want that kind of a performance that you saw last night.
Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. The Warriors and Nets coming up later this afternoon on 95.7 The Game. And it is a Victory Tuesday after a stunning performance against the Rams. Leroy in Oakland next up. Hey, Leroy, what's going on? What are you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? It's a pleasure to be on. I'm a big Niner fan, and I was watching the game last night. And before the game, I looked at my wife and I said, I think we're going to beat this team pretty good. And I've been hard on my Niners, man. And I just thought it'd be in a division game, and I thought, we were on a winning streak going into this game against the Rams, and division games are always tough. So I wasn't too surprised that we beat them. But what really stood out was the experience that we're getting, and we're getting healthy, especially in the running game. I mean, when you come into a season, Shanahan, and everything is predicated on that running game. Everybody said this is going to be a running team and this is going to be a defensive team. And when you lose Mostert and you lose Wilson, it's almost scrapping the whole playbook. And he's had to be on the fly. And coming in, never being a head coach before and coming to this team, and Garoppolo only having like 94 attempts in his 3 years in New England. I mean, these guys are getting experience now, and I think it's starting to pay off, and we're getting healthy in that running game. And I just say, look out, league, because once we start to get healthy at that running game, this is what Shanahan wants to do. And you just see when they inserted Wilson, the different, looks and how we just gashed them and pounded them. So this is a running team. And once we get healthy, the run game seems to fire up the defense. And, I say look out, league.
Well,
God bless.
Yeah, thanks, Leroy. I think it's a fair point. However, the whole reputation of Kyle or anyone named Shanahan in the run game is turn and burn. We can basically put any running back in there and get production. It's funny to me that they lost Raheem Mostert. Well, 2 years ago, Raheem Mostert was a special teams player that nobody had ever heard of. And he became somebody that you wanted to grab in the second or third round of your fantasy draft because of the Kyle Shanahan system. So I kind of have a hard time using running back injuries as an excuse for him because he's gotten production from so many of them before. He's getting it from Eli Mitchell now.
But when you get down to your fifth stringer, that's where I think that you can lean and you can look at it and say, well, that might be a factor. And also when you lose George Kittle for a small handful of games, and he is such a force in your run game.
That one's a game changer.
That to me is more of a game changer than losing Jeff Wilson Jr. or even Raheem Mostert, because I'm with you. They were special team players who thrive in this system. Now, when everybody's healthy and you're able to get the lead and George Kittle's back and Kyle Juszczyk as your lead blocker is effective, and Eli Mitchell, by the way, making everybody forget about the Trey Sermon, and I'm going to call it a mistake because right now it looks like a mistake.
Looks like it. It's too. I have a hard time 10 weeks into the guy's career, and we've not really even seen him. And when he did play, he looked fine.
But his inability to even dress is alarming.
It just makes you wonder. It makes you wonder. But I mean, we did that for a few weeks with Brandon Ayuk.
Right.
Makes you wonder. And now he's playing, and you're like, I'm still kind of wondering.
And Jalen Hurd, you can now chalk up as a mistake
for sure,
because he was not able to even make it on the field at all. And, Joe Williams, another draft pick. I think that was before the Shanahan era, but the kid out of Utah who never was able to play either. So I'm not writing off Trey Sermon yet, but it's just a little bit alarming that he hasn't been able to get on the field.
Before today's Warriors game, tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, brought to you by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate hub for all things sports with live games, shows, news, and highlights all in one place. Willard Dibs brought to you by the Exergen thermometers. Accuracy matters. Fever is the leading sign of COVID, so make sure you have an accurate thermometer. The Exergen temporal scanner thermometer, backed by science. It's the accurate thermometer you need and can trust. Be vigilant and learn more at Exergen.com. Warrior calls coming up at 888-957-9570. We got Pick Your Battles coming up next hour. Things got a little tight after Pick Your Battles yesterday. You and I both got disappointed by things that we were really, really counting on. So we'll update all of that
Great
coming up.
Spadone.
Yeah, I mean, at least Spadone. Kyle, you had, Rams minus 3.5. Is that right? How did that one?
Bad beat.
I didn't check the scoreboard. How'd that one go? Are you doing okay in there?
Yeah, bad beat.
Okay.
It's tough.
All right. Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Giant shortstop Brandon Crawford gave Willard and
Yeah, well, yeah.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Pick Your Battles is ahead. It's 888-957-9570. If last night was or was not a game changer for the whole season. Obviously, it was their best performance. But Dibs has started off the show today saying that this whole dynamic, this game, the feeling that it gave me reminded me of one Bay Area athlete, and that person is Andrew Wiggins. Because as much as I enjoy the big moments, and this is nothing bad to say about Wiggins or the 49ers, but it is to say I came away a little bit confused. Didn't you? Like, don't you? Isn't there a piece of you that while it felt good, Shasky called it good for his soul. Like, yes, all of the 49er fans are like, okay, thank you. Thank you for showing us that you're not going to just roll over and die this year. But I also come away going, well, where's that been? Where's that been all year long?
It's been there, but it hasn't been consistently there. And it's because you haven't had the full complement offensively. You got Eli Mitchell revved up and raring to go. And I mentioned this on yesterday's show. George Kittle, now 2 weeks removed from returning from the injured list, he was going to be better, and you saw that again. Deebo Samuel continues to be an all-pro, not only a Pro Bowler, he'll be a Pro Bowler.
My gosh.
He's an all-pro. Second best first 9 games of a season for the Niners ever, second only to Jerry Rice in receiving yards. And you look at the way that game went, you open up and you get what you needed to get right off the top. An interception. Stafford with a horrendous throw. You get the pick, and then you march all the way down the field. You use up 11 minutes of clock. You punch it in, and it's 7-0. They scored so consistently on that drive that the Manning brothers didn't even have time to get their first quarter guest on. Al Michaels was supposed to join them, but by the time the Niners scored, that first quarter was about over. Then Stafford gives you another gift, and it's a pick six, 14-0. From then on, it was smooth sailing. So I've never been one to overreact, Mark, from, the bad loss against Arizona. That was a bad loss. Not only because you went up against backups, but you played very flat. Here you come out, and it is a little bit like Andrew Wiggins, where, man, where's that been your whole career? And you come out and you play dominant, and now you go on a short week to Jacksonville, and you figure, okay, Wiggins, K-Wig, let's see you do that again. If they come out in Jacksonville and they play uninspired and flat, and God forbid they lose to the Jaguars, well, it doesn't mean the season's over. It just means that this team is more inconsistent than we thought.
Well, you look at, and we do this, right? I think this is just very human and very sports fan-esque, but we're going to start looking ahead, and the Vikings are one of the teams that they're directly competing against for one of the back-end playoff spots for sure. And if you can go ahead and take care of business at Jacksonville, you turn right back around and come home on Thanksgiving weekend and play the Vikings. If you win that one as well, now you've got a win in hand against one of the teams that you're head-to-head against, and you have an above 500 record. You're 6-5. Is that, I don't know, is that overly optimistic? Are we getting ahead of ourselves at this point? I actually don't think so. I don't think so. And they have to chase that. This is the moment to have that discussion. When you have that discussion on a Thursday after they've lost 2 or 3 in a row, it's like, why are the 49? Why are you worried about the playoff picture? Why are you worried? Like, you're blue skying it. This isn't going to happen. That's not going to happen. Well, and then they do last night, and that's it. That's it. That's all it takes. All it took was one effort, one game that looked eerily reminiscent of how they looked 2 years ago. And now all of a sudden, it's unthinkable, the idea that you hand this over to Trey Lance and give up on the playoffs. It's unthinkable.
Right. Trey Lance is further away from being the starter now than he was before week 1.
Agreed.
And it's partly because of his injury, but it's also because this team is right in the thick of the playoff picture. And, Trey Lance has been healthy enough to dress the last 3 games, and he hasn't been put out there, Mark. So they're not even trying to make sure that Trey Lance's package gets put in and that he's able to go out there and play. Right now, they're only focused on what can they do to get the win. And obviously, Kyle Shanahan does not feel good enough about what Trey Lance is doing to where he even wants to put him out there for a couple of snaps. Maybe it's because you want to still protect him because the sprained knee might not be 100%. But it feels to me like they look at Jimmy Garoppolo and this offense, and the offense isn't humming, but they're doing enough right now to win games. And, you mentioned the Minnesota game. The number one tiebreaker when it comes to the wild card is head-to-head.
Head-to-head.
Head-to-head. And the second one, by the way, is conference record. Right now, the Niners are 4-4 in the conference, and you look at Minnesota, they're 3-2. There's no team that the Niners are competing against that is much better than 4-4. So it might come down to that head-to-head between them and Minnesota. I guess Atlanta still is in the picture.
Atlanta's
they play Atlanta
4-5, right? Minnesota's 4-5, right? They're both on the schedule. The Panthers are 5-5. The Eagles are 4-6. They lurk, but 49ers have a head-to-head victory over them as well.
Right.
It's funny how one win, especially against a would-be playoff team, sort of tweaks the whole view of it. I mean, they win that one game, and you sort of look at the math right now, and you're like, I think I'd favor the 49ers to get the last spot. I'm not joking. Today, right now, everything that we just said, if the wild cards go to the Rams and the Saints, that's wild card 1 and wild card 2. Who's wild card 3 if your competing teams are Panthers at 5-5, Niners, Falcons, Vikings at 4-5, and Eagles at 4-6. Those 5 teams, give me the one team you favor the most.
The Niners.
I agree.
And the Niners. And it's in part because they beat Philly. You've got Minnesota at home. You've got Atlanta at home. And I know the home field advantage hasn't been a thing for the Niners this year.
Only got one.
But if you can win those games, Jacksonville's a game you should win. At Seattle, at Cincinnati, it's probably a split there. Cincinnati is a good team, and Jamar Chase will be back by then. Seattle is always a tough place to play. You go at Tennessee week 16. There's still some tough games out there, but the head-to-head, Minnesota and Atlanta and Seattle again, these are games that if you win them, they're worth more than just one win.
It's a little odd to me the way that the fan base brain looks at this, because you'll come out of a game like last night, and a lot of people will be like, okay, that's one game. But while we'll sit here today and this week we'll feel optimistic, and maybe the 49ers were just kidding, and maybe they'll break our heart, and maybe they'll lose at Jacksonville. I think that's completely on the table. You know me, I was shocked that the number is 7. I think that's crazy. I think the Jags are competitive. I think it's a cross-country trip. I think the 49ers have not proven that they're very good. But I don't understand the concept from a fan. This is what matters now. I don't understand the concept of looking at this and going, why are we even playing? No, this is stupid. They're 4-5. And even if you get the 7th playoff spot, you're just going to get your hat handed to you. What do you get out of that? Why do you like sports if you look that way?
Right.
Like, I don't understand. I'll never understand it. And I've had the conversation a billion times, and our text line is filled with both sides. Half the text line, oh my gosh, they're back. They looked amazing. The other half is, oh, you guys are stupid for even bringing up the word playoffs. I don't understand why you're a sports fan if you want to give up on things before they happen. It's just weird to me. It's weird to me. Have you already decided when you go out to dinner tonight that the steak's going to be overcooked? So let's just not go. It's bizarre to me the way a lot of people look at it.
And it's, I think, the nature of people who want to know how it ends. We've talked about this before. You want to see Trey Lance. I want to see what we have in Trey Lance. Well, not at the expense of winning games right now. And that's where Kyle Shanahan is always going to be of a mindset of trying to win this each and every individual game. And if Garoppolo gives him the better chance, then he's going to go with Garoppolo. Now, if you lose to Jacksonville and you fall to 4-6, oh boy, then everyone's going to give up, play Trey Lance. Well, then maybe you come back and you beat Minnesota. And if you're 5-6, Mark, and you've got wins over Minnesota and Philadelphia, you'll probably be where you are right now. You're the 9 seed right now. You're right behind Minnesota, who is the 8 seed, and Carolina is the 7 seed. You've got a lot of games still remaining where if you win, you can easily get in the playoff picture. And I believe that any team, especially this year, any team that makes it in the playoffs
is dangerous.
Is a dangerous team, especially a Niner team that showed that they can win on the road.
Oh gosh, if I'm the who's the 2 seed? Who's the 2 seed going to be?
Arizona.
Arizona in this moment, it would be Arizona. You want to see the 49ers?
No.
In your first game? You don't want that. You do not want that. Remember the conversation we had about the Warriors last year? Like, oh my gosh, you do not want to be one of the top seeds in the Western Conference, and all of a sudden you get to the playoffs and Steph Curry is waiting for you. Like you do not want that. I think this could there is a scenario where this feels the exact same way. All right, it's Willard and Dibs, 888-957-9570. We're coming to you a little bit on the phones. I also do want to congratulate the Detroit Lions football team. Ladies and gentlemen, what a weekend for the Lions, by far and away their best weekend of the year. A, for the obvious, they didn't lose. But B, the less obvious, does last night's game put the Matt Stafford jealousy back in the bag and into the back of the closet again? Is Stafford who we thought he was? Because remember, I'm not going to be a prisoner of the moment. He looked awful last week, too. He looked terrible last week. So we've spent a better part of this year going, oh, gosh, it was the Lions. And Stafford is elite. And don't get me wrong. I think when you watch him play, I think there were even moments of this last night. You can see what an elite arm talent guy he is. But playoff quarterback, Super Bowl quarterback, You see last week and this week pinned together at the same time. I mean, he set the tone, and maybe you blame this on Odell. He broke off the route, but he set the tone with that interception right there on the first drive, and the 49ers turned it into what set the tone for the rest of the game, and they blew him out. So maybe Matt Stafford is. Let's go back to Detroit again, and maybe Matt Stafford is the guy that we've known for the last decade or so.
Right, and I think that you saw it in a short span last night with the 2 interceptions. One wasn't his fault. That ball was a tipped. It was a dropped, batted in the air. And the previous one, whether or not Odell Beckham Jr. broke off the route or not, that speaks to what you said before, Mark, about building a team as opposed to a collection of talented players, because clearly Stafford and OBJ were not on the same page on that play. And how could they be when he'd only been in town for 2 or 3 days? They hadn't really had many practices together. So that one play speaks to exactly what you're talking about, it's more of a collection of stars than it is a team, because Stafford threw that ball, and it looks like a bad interception because the receiver stopped his route.
888-957-9570, the number. Hey, Rick, San Bruno, what you doing? Welcome.
Hey, guys, how's it going?
What's going on, man?
Hey, man, so you were asking, why it is that the fans, the way with the Niners after losing 4 straight and then totally tanking against the backups in Arizona, why we were like, you know what, forget it. Let's start looking at next year, because even if they get into the playoffs, they're gonna get embarrassed, and it's a fait accompli at this point.
Yep.
And the reason for me, and I'm a longtime Niner fan. I used to have season tickets back in the 80s when Montana was playing, and I'm a 3rd-generation native. My dad used to go to Keysar, so I get a long, long history with the Niners, So what it's about is, I think a true fan, you don't just always are in rah-rah mode. You got to point out the warts and the barnacles on the team, and when they make bad mistakes, and then when they play badly. It's not just always the rosy picture. You got to look at the reality of it, and sometimes.
Rick, I agree with that completely, and I think all of us were there last week. I certainly was there, but now it's today, And my point is, I'm still seeing a lot of people there today. Like the 49ers just did what they did on national TV when we spent all day yesterday going, hey, it's put up or shut up time. All of the excuses, get rid of them. You have got to go. This is a home game, prime time. You were embarrassed last week. Your rival's in town. If you can win this one, you're showing your fans that you do have something, you do have some pride, and maybe you can compete against teams on a high level. And then they did that, and many still woke up today and went, come on. Like, maybe the 49ers will revert back and disappoint us. But why would you feel that way today? I think today is a day where you absolutely have to be looking at the back end of the playoff picture.
Well, hopefully. But, I mean, which Niner team is going to show up against Jacksonville? Is it going to be the one who could beat a world beater last night, or who couldn't beat Arizona's backup the week before?
That's a fair question, and a question I've asked a number of times today. Absolutely. That's a very fair question. Rick, thanks. Appreciate that.
And that's why you are where you are in the standings, because you've been woefully inconsistent. Your defense had a chance to get a stop against Green Bay, and you beat the best team in the NFC, and you didn't do it. And then the defense was a non-factor against Arizona. Then last night, they showed up and they showed out, and they played great. No unit on this team has been consistent. And if you look around all of the National Football League, look at Green Bay themselves. The opening week, they were god-awful. And we all thought that Aaron Rodgers had quit on his team and quit on the season. It does.
Yep.
And then you look at Seattle, all the way up to the game this weekend. Seattle looked terrible. No team this year from game 1 through game 10, if you've had that many, has been consistent. It's a weird year, so it's fine and it's fair to look at the Niners and criticize them for being inconsistent, but they're not the only team in the league that's been inconsistent. They all have.
No joke. I mean, Buffalo's lost to Jacksonville. Like everybody's got warts. Niners have more than most, but yesterday a sign that maybe they are turning a corner. Derek in Richmond. Hey, Derek, what's going on? Derek, you there?
I just have a statement. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes,
ahead,
we
Derek.
can. What's your statement?
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, Derek.
Yeah, last night I was watching Friday, and I know why people are scared of Deebo. That's all I got to say.
I like it.
Wow.
Deebo! That was pretty good. Me and Spadone right there. Working in concert.
Wait a minute. That was... I don't think the audience knows what just happened there.
It's happened a time or two with Spadone and I.
That was, okay, the equivalent of, when two people say the exact same thing at the exact same time, and it's kind of one of those actually annoying moments early in a relationship where two people were like, we should probably get married. We can finish each other's sentences. This is amazing. Right? That happened just there, but it didn't happen with two people. It happened with one person and one audio file. Like people think that you guys planned that. Spadone is behind Dibs' head and hit the button, and that was exactly timed perfectly.
Great job, Spadone.
I'm very impressed by you two.
Well, it's, he had me at hell no.
You should get married.
I think I'm good.
You guys are finishing each other's sentences.
I have a wife.
Although I will say this.
Y'all good on marriage, though, over there?
I think I'm going to go ahead and put a pause on the whole re-up. I will say this, though. Spadone's better half is now, I think, following me on social media, Twitter.
Oh, wait a minute.
Mrs. Spadone, the better half.
Just recently?
I believe so. It's breaking. I don't know if it was worthy of the breaking news sounder, but...
Jade Spadone sneakily sneaking up on the leaderboard ahead of me, actually. Guru and her talk on Twitter all the time.
Wow.
Yeah. Gosh.
Yeah.
I'm getting...
no one interacts with me, of course.
Yeah, I'm getting Spadone FOMO right now.
Yeah.
I'm getting some... Yeah, can I...
If I do my Spadone power rankings, it starts with Benny, his beloved toddler.
Sure.
I would have to go with his brother, who
Number
gives
2.
me horse racing winners.
Shout out Sam.
It's Sam Spadone, the great Sam Spadone. Although he came up over on the Breeders' Cup, I still love him. Jade Spadone in the 3-hole and then some other unnamed Spadonis, and then we get to great jobs.
Then the Laker fan,
of course,
who's over here.
Yeah, Bob ahead of me, of course. The
Love
patriarch.
Bob Spadoni,
yeah. Although Spadoni did, he does get credit for he caught up to you and me on Pick Your Battles last night, so that's coming up in just a little bit. Bet, pick your winner. Call my message phone. Kyle is bringing up the rear. Let's go to Austin. This is fun. Austin in the Bay Area. Now, why did everybody else gets a city. Why did you just get the Bay Area, Austin? What, do you just cover the whole damn place?
Yeah, I'm born and raised in the Bay Area.
Okay. Where are you right now? Like, where are you right now? Exactly. I want your coordinates.
Right now, I'm in Redwood City.
You're in what city?
Redwood City.
Redwood City.
In Redwood City.
Redwood City. Okay. I know
Redwood
it.
City.
I know it well. As a Foster City native, Redwood City, those be my stomping grounds, Austin. And what are you doing in Redwood City right now? You at a Starbucks? Like, what's happening?
I'm getting something to eat at Ike's.
At Ike's. Oh, okay. All right. Respect. All right. Then what else, Austin?
Try the Damon Bruce.
Yes, sir. So, hey, look, this is what I got. Hey, that play wasn't on Odell Beckham. That was on Stafford. And tips to the defensive line for getting after Stafford, having him on the run all night. He should have never thrown that ball.
You're talking about the early interception from Matt Stafford.
Managing in the game is what he's supposed to be doing. He's calling the plays as Shanahan's telling him to do. But that's all I got for you guys.
Austin in the Bay Area.
Rack him. Great. Phenomenal
it was
call.
A great call from someone who grew up in a great area. Ike's is great. This is sandwiches that are great.
Phenomenal.
Jungle legend, Ike.
About 3-letter name more. Ike.
We checked the tape, by the way, on the Deebo tandem between me and Dibbers.
Yeah.
We want to hear it?
It was close. I thought I jumped in a little bit.
Yeah. No, I do want to know who won. Like, who gets the creative? Because whoever started first, they get the creative point. Let's check the tape.
Deebo.
Oh,
dude.
Wow.
Okay, I'm going to need to hear it again. Can you slow-mo it? There's no way to slow-mo it. I just want to know whose D came out first.
There's a drop. Kyle and Spadoni are on the ground. Willard gets speechless. Kyle's walked it off. We've got ourselves a new promo. Hopefully Ratto's back there. I didn't know that you had such a potty mouth, Willard. What would his package look like? Man, apparently he wants to know who.
I can't do it anymore.
Spadoni, one more time.
That was completely not on purpose.
Let's check the D's right here.
Please.
Deebo.
That was perfect.
I mean, and I was pitch perfect, too.
I can't even tell. It's
That's
a tie.
a synchronization sensation.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, you get 4 for your Smokey, by the way.
I appreciate it. Smokey. And, Mark is...
that was, by the way...
Wow.
My second worst accidental sensual reference.
Double entendre?
In my radio career.
But first, 2 balls outside.
I just want to know whose D came out first.
There it is. There it is.
Not good.
I mean, literally.
It's not good. That's a career changer is what that.
I
Yeah.
love when I can hear the laughter through the soundproof glass.
Oh
Kyle
my
and
gosh,
Spadoni
Kyle-
both with an eruption.
Kyle barfed. He actually puked. he laughed so hard he puked. That was a moment. All right, you're welcome. You're welcome, Kyle. I hope you have a good day. Okay. Pick Your Battles is still ahead. So is diving into KD versus Steph. Remember, they hate one another. Mano a mano. Quienes más macho. Only one person will leave the arena alive tonight. KD versus Steph right here on 95.7 The Game. So more coming up, and your calls still welcome at 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibs. I just want to know whose D came out first.
2 of this generation's best players face off.
I just want to know whose D came out first.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Who would you like to do the show with tomorrow?
I'm going to have to look around.
Yeah.
I got suspended.
Somebody call Whitey.
For getting free donuts. I wonder how long your suspension will be after that potty mouth.
I think it's up to you. It's up to you.
This is a great question, but this is a stupid question.
I think I'm going to give you a full week suspension, but it's going to be delayed until Monday. How's that sound? Pending appeal.
We, as an organization, feel that situations like this do come up from time to time, and that they are accidental in nature, and probably we should take that into account a little bit more as we are assessing how to handle it as a group.
I think so. Accidental mess ups, Skip, like when you tried to take a pitcher out too early before he'd gotten through his third batter. It's kind of a similar thing.
Sometimes when you go to a new place, you have to learn new rules and new situations that will invariably show themselves sometimes in the worst moments. And we as a group feel like people should not be defined by their worst moments. Hashtag Philadelphia.
I think that your worst moments have endeared you to the audience at a level that we haven't seen. And I'm being told that the texters are saying that you can now shed the new guy label here.
I'm excited by that. I had no idea that all I needed to do was be inappropriate.
Step in.
Like if somebody had just said, like, Willard, be inappropriate and it'll be fine. I know how to be inappropriate. I don't usually go for that, but
it's the accidental inappropriate.
It's happened.
It's the fact that you staggered into it. That's what has endeared you to the people.
I know how to stagger into a room.
You sure do.
Okay. I haven't done it in about 20 years, but used to do it all the time in college. That's what college is for.
I was known for the stagger in, stagger out.
I bet. Yeah. But, you have to take a break from it after a while.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. Speaking of staggering, you were staggered last night. Pick your battles. You went with your alma mater.
They're very upset with the Cal Poly University, Polytechnic State University Mustangs. Home game, Mott Gym, Hornets, Sac State lost outright.
Stingers up.
Cal Poly -5, lost the game by 1, lost outright. I think 58-57 was the final score. And so that's a wrap on me ever betting on Cal Poly ever again.
Well, I mean, before you cry in your Cheerios over your loss, I had the Citadel +3.5 at Presbyterian. They lost by 4 in double overtime.
The double overtime thing makes it somewhat of a bad beat.
That's a horrendous beat.
It's nowhere near as bad as what I did to my good friend Tim in fantasy football, who lost by 0.2 because of a Matt Gay field goal that I still have no idea why they tried it. It did lead to a great family moment yesterday. The boys are sitting there obviously watching the football game with me. And by that point in the game, it's 31-7. It's the fourth quarter. And so your house sort of takes on a different mode, right? Like, I can go play with the dog for a little bit. Maybe go look at a snack. Maybe, oh, wait, do I have some homework to do? Like, people started moving in different directions. And then all of a sudden, as if it were the holidays, Matt Gay trots out onto the field, and the whole family came back together to the couch. Dad, they're lining up for a field goal.
Why?
Wait a minute. Does this mean that you're going to win? I go, I think it does. He's going to have to make it, though, son. He has to make the field goal. Nobody on planet Earth felt drama in that moment, except for the Willard household. Willard household gathered hands. I grabbed my son's hands, both of them. I said, let's see if he can make this 38-yarder. because this is for the dub. And boy, that Matt Gay, he split those uprights, and you call it Victory Tuesday, and I say Victory Tuesday in more ways than one.
Can you please explain to me, other than for fantasy football ramifications, why would Sean McVay elect to kick a field goal to take a 24-point game, 3 scores, and make it a 21-point game, 3 scores? What the hell was he doing?
I put it out in the universe. I was already mad at the Rams for trying a fake field goal earlier. Like, if you really do want to settle with this, you should have kicked the field goal earlier, and then we wouldn't have even been talking about this.
Fake.
Game would have already been over. My game, at least, would have already been over. But they went for a fake. And so maybe somewhere in there, McVay was like, you know what? We're going to lose. But those Matt Gay fantasy owners, they lost 3 points earlier today. Let's go get them back. That's the only thing I can think of. Because I was shocked when he came out on the field. Now, I get they had just been sacked, I think, so it was 4th and forever, like 4th and goal from the 20-yard line or something like that. So it wasn't going to work. But you got to try, don't you? Like, what did you get out of that? Now you're still down by 3 touchdowns, and you have to kick off. So very, very weird. But thank you, Sean McVay, for making a very weird decision.
Yeah, and
I appreciate it.
It went your way from a fantasy standpoint, and that's where the nature of gambling can be so just maddening. Not that I watched every second of the Citadel against Presbyterian. I don't even know if it was being televised anywhere.
Sure.
But
no, someone had a camera phone there, and maybe they documented this actually taking place.
And you kind of follow the games, and you're getting 3.5 with the Citadel. You're down 2 in double overtime, and you're thinking, okay, if they don't score, just don't foul. They don't score. 5 seconds left. They foul. Presbyterian hits both. I lose. It's gambling.
It is.
And that's
Yes,
like fantasy football. They had no reason to kick that field goal.
Honestly, I thought like a highlight was happening. And you come back in the room and you watch, I'm like, are they showing the fake again from earlier? I'm like, what's happening? I'm like, oh my gosh, you're going to kick the ball? Yes!
For no reason.
Ridiculous. This is the ridiculous stuff that we sign up for, though. Those moments. I'll remember that next year, no matter how my fantasy season ends.
And
I'll remember.
It puts a bounce in my step because I know the guy who you beat.
Yes, you do.
And it makes me smile just a little bit. He's a lovable guy.
He's a great guy.
Couldn't happen to a better guy,
Yes,
though.
right.
Those losses, those beats.
The Golden State Warriors are back in action tonight in Brooklyn, where they're going to face off against Kevin Durant and the Brooklyn Nets.
Sell it.
Who are you?
Tip-off is set for 4:30 right here on 95.7 The Game. Only one team will live. The other one dies. Warriors Live starts at 3 p.m. Presented by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate sports hub experience. Are you getting that we're early in the season, but are we getting that vibe? Like, are we going to sort of do to the Warriors and the Nets and the Warriors and KD the same thing that we're doing to Mac Jones and Trey Lance? We're going to track this now to see what happens over the next couple of years to sort of decide once and for all if Kevin made a good decision or not?
No, it's different because he was leaving no matter what. But I think it's an interesting notion, an interesting discussion on who gets to the mountaintop first, if either does. Because Kevin Durant's got what, between 3 and 5 more years of being an elite player, and this Warrior cluster has about the same amount of time left together as an elite trio. So who gets there first? Who gets closer?
Exactly right. And so we get to a point this afternoon where certainly nothing is going to be decided today, but I do think in the staircase that the Warriors are trying to climb in terms of showing everybody who they are going to be this year, that does make this afternoon and this evening, that makes this a big game. It's all sponsored by BioNTech and Pfizer. Willard and Dibs, 888-957-9570. And Pick Your Battles, Redo Part 3, coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
Festivals, football, the great outdoors. Some people say fall is the best time of year. It may also be a great time to consider getting...
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I haven't even made my pick yet. I'm going to make it in 5 minutes. I haven't whittled it down yet.
Oh, I've got one, and it's a lock. It's Locktoberfest over here, Willard.
Gosh.
And it's not European soccer because those games have already kicked off. Although I do like France today minus a goal, but I can't use that because it's already underway.
I feel like we got to do something about this show, and it's the way it lines up with Euro soccer because there's money to be made, and we can't do it because apparently these games always kick right before Pick Your Battles.
11:45 is your international standard.
All
Yesterday
right.
I gave you England -5. They won 10-0.
Okay.
1-800-pick, goal.
Yeah. There you go.
I'm going a different direction, though, with Pick Your Battles. But do you want to take a moment to concoct?
I'm so distracted because of this news.
What news? Is it breaking?
No.
Not really.
Well, no, it's not breaking news. No.
95.7
It's not breaking news, but I think it is to all of us. It's just something we didn't know. It's been true for a while. We just didn't know. So the Manager of the Year award is going to be handed out tonight, 6 p.m. Eastern time, MLB Network. So actually not tonight. In 3 hours, they'll give out the Manager of the Year award. I'm going to spoil it for all of you. Gabe Kapler's going to win. Okay?
Spoiler alert.
Kevin Cash probably going to win for the Rays. Gabe Kapler is definitely going to win for the Giants. However, here's the development. The American League Award will be presented by Mike Scioscia. The presenter for the National League Manager of the Year award.
Also Mike Scioscia.
Not Mike Scioscia. Put a suit on, and we're gonna, Manager of the Year,
tie.
Gabe Kapler, and then good job. 107 wins. I mean, more than I ever got, and then so congratulations, man. Manager of the Year. So
they're tipping off the award by the presenters that they've chosen.
Maybe. Are they? Like, what does Mike Scioscia have to do with the Rays?
I'm not sure. What does he have to do with the Rays manager? Do they have a deep relationship? Do
Possible.
they have history?
Bruce Bochy's going to present the damn award.
That's so great.
To Gabe Kapler, which is kind of a thing. That's a little bit of a moment. And I'm impressed by Boch because they know who's going to win this thing. And he's handing it off to the guy who sort of replaced him. I mean, not sort of. He did replace him.
And he didn't usurp him, though, because Bruce has the three chips, the 3 rings.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even close. But I feel like this is something I could watch on MLB Network and laugh and cry and fall over and just jump out of my seat all at the same time. Bruce Bochy gonna give the award. Yeah,
thanks, Bruce.
First of all, it's amazing to receive this award from somebody like Boch, who has an amazing history within our organization. I mean, this is going to be the best thing I've ever seen.
This is like an impersonation wet dream is what it is. And I mean, we don't even need the audio for tomorrow. We can just have you recreate it from your Boch to your Kapler.
Oh my gosh.
Your Bruce Nochi to your Gabe Yapler.
Really happy.
You should be happy.
Really
this
happy
is perfect.
right now. This is really good.
Be like for me having Krusty the Clown giving an award to Marge Simpson. I mean, that would have been that's my comfort zone. Just call me Dibberclaws.
I'm going to have a harder time injecting that one into the show than Bruce Bochy and Kapler. But we'll see what we can do. We'll see what we can do. All right, so it is Pick Your Battles time.
Brought to you by Livermore Casino, located on 1st Street in Livermore, which makes a lot of sense. They're offering Vegas-style blackjack, 3-card poker, baccarat, and Texas Hold'em. The Tri-Valley's place to play in downtown Livermore. And, well, it's crowded at the top of the leaderboard, Mark.
It sure is, as we have now switched to a rolling 10-game extravaganza between all 4 of us. And it's very simple. Whoever gets the most wins is gonna get first donut. Whoever gets the most losses has to go buy the donuts on payday. That's the way it works. And right now, three-way tie at the top, 1-1. 1-1. Call my message phone, 1-1. Both me, you, and Spadone all sitting there at 1-1. Kyle bringing up the rear at 0-2 and an offensive 0-2 by picking the Rams last night. In fact, texted me on the DL. That's down low if you don't speak kids. He texted me on the DL and said I actually would have laid another field goal. No problem. Rams -6.5. Would have laid it. And
bad beat.
And obviously got lit up last night, which means Kyle, you go first. That's what it means.
Yeah, that's great. I'm going to exit the West Coast, and I'm heading to the East Coast down to the FLA Live Center, where the New York Islanders are visiting the Florida Panthers. The Florida Panthers on a 4-game losing streak, but they have not lost at home yet this year. I like the Panthers minus the goal against the New York Islanders.
All right.
No, couldn't have seen that coming. Panthers, Islanders. Best of luck to you, Kyle.
Joe Thornton's Panthers.
Wow.
I'll be checking in on those two teams for the first time this year and probably the last time as well.
Same.
Spadoni at 1-1. Go ahead.
Yeah, we're going international here, Mark. CONCACAF World Cup qualifying. We're going north of the border to Canada, where they host Mexico. Mexico coming off a tough loss to the U.S. men's national team, thanks to Christian Pulisic's sick goal in a 2-0 win on Friday. We're going tie, though, at +188. It's a snowstorm up there in Edmonton. I don't think either of these teams will score, and if they do, one apiece.
He's playing the draw. I love those two picks from the back room. We've got random NHL and we've got CONCACAF soccer. We're playing for the draw in a blizzard. I love these two.
I am very, very excited about what is developing right now next door, but not as excited as I am to hear what you, Mr. Claus, have for us tonight.
It's college basketball, Mark. It's my comfort zone. Bad beat, the Citadel.
It was.
The Citadel had a chance in regulation. They lost it in double overtime. I like to bet against bad basketball teams.
I've noticed.
That's what we're going to do tonight. Mount St. Mary's is on the road at Kentucky. Mount St. Mary's coming off a 40-point defeat.
Yes.
Kentucky's 1-1. They lost to Duke in the opener. Kentucky's going to boat race Mount St. Mary's. They're given 25.5. And you know what? I'd give 30 if I had to, but I don't. Take Kentucky, lay the 25.5 against Mount St. Mary's tonight.
Okay. Wonderful pick. Because I have a message phone, call my message phone, bet. I'm going to give you a free pick, and then I'm going to give you my actual selection. This is just my free pick.
Bonus.
This is just to get you to call 1-800-bet. But I was looking at two games. I'm going to just give you one. Something's wrong in the spread with the Utah Jazz and the Philly Sixers. And whenever I see something wrong in the spread, that's when I want to actually kind of zig when everyone else is zagging. Utah has lost 4 of 5. Something's wrong. They don't look right. They've been getting beat even on their home floor, yet they're laying 10 tonight against the, granted, injured Philly Sixers. But that number is a lot to cover for a team that's not playing well, which means Vegas knows something. Lay the 10 for the Utah Jazz. Lay the 10. But no, that's not my pick. That's my free selection, sure. 1-800-bet, because there's no way that this show can go into a Tuesday night, miggity, Mac Daddy night, and not get in on the action. Ladies and gentlemen, last week on a Wednesday, Toledo gave us the easiest win I've had since doing Pick Your Battles by dismantling, what was it, Bowling Green or something like that? Well, tonight, Toledo on the road, -7.5 at 3-7 Ohio. Holy Toledo. I see you, Bill King. Lay the 7.5 and take Toledo. That's my actual pick.
Wow. Okay.
Mac action.
I don't see Steiny or Guru writing these down, which is lightweight offensive. So maybe they just have incredible photographic memory, because normally we give out these locks 4 locks, gentlemen. I'm hoping that you get a little 4-team parlay on that, Goo.
You know, I remember. I don't have to write it down. I'm like Jay-Z, Willard. I remember. So that Maction, Toledo, Toledo.
You got to take that Maction. Yeah.
Game time. I'm one of those dudes. Where's my phone at?
I'm sure.
What do you want to know about Mount St. Mary's, by the way?
What, do you know the GM or something?
Emmitsburg, Maryland. Their coach, Jim Phelan, coached there for 49 years. He passed in June of this year. 830 career wins at the school. Previously a Division II school, now bumped up to Division I. And, I mean, like I said, I could see them dedicating this season to their late coach, Jim Phelan, who passed in June at 92. So, Dibs, I'm going to give you a shot to take that back. The Mountaineers. They call it the Mount.
They've got an Adebayo on their team. I'm still efforting if it's Bam's younger brother or not, but it's not their time. They can play for Jim Phelan all they want. Kentucky, they've got so many of the elite freshmen. Kentucky's looking good. Home game at the Rupp. Your boys, the Fighting Felons, are going to get motorboated.
Probably. They probably will. No doubt about it.
I think also they were not writing these picks down though because they wanted to be acknowledged. And so let's acknowledge Steiny and Goo. And sorry, hang on, no, that's me.
That's my fear for that. It's never happened to me, but I guess it's okay.
Oh, you know what happened?
Are you serious? You ever see Tortorella, John Tortorella, when the phone rings in his press conference?
I mean, do you want to know what happened?
Not really.
This is okay. And then I don't need to tell you, but
it rang.
Left the ringer.
I got it. I know. No, that's not the ringer. That's my computer. I got a new laptop like 3 weeks ago. And these two things are all so I didn't do anything. All I did was log into you log into your Apple ID. Next thing you know, everything on the phone is on the computer.
Not cool.
The computer rings now. I'm like, I don't know how to turn this darn thing off. So anyway.
Hey, Dibs, did you get an Apple phone? I know you got a new one.
No. I don't believe in that company and their cultish practices. Any company that would intentionally make their devices not be able to integrate with other devices, I'm out. And by the way, now you can no longer plug your headphones in to your Apple device, I'm told. Now you have to buy their proprietary earbuds in order to access their own content. I'm out on the way they do.
They got
business.
a $6.99 adapter, little white adapter, and then you plug you can bypass that to still get it, but it is an inconvenience.
Your device is guaranteed to break within 12 to 15 months, just in time for you to get the new one, which is going to cost you $1,400. I'm out.
The fact that I walk around, forget my bank account and my bill situation. I'm like, I got the 13, the newest phone. I'm in there. I'm feeling good about myself.
So you're one of them. I've always wanted to meet someone who's in line outside the Apple store, like at 5 a.m, the day the new one comes. I don't understand it. I don't understand it.
Even and me, buddy.
I'm thinking, that's from 08. Yeah.
I mean, I get pressure. I get pressure from the kids. They're like, Dad, you still have a 10. I mean, they do. They look down on me.
Yeah.
But I'm
at least you have double figures.
Yeah. I'm like, I got a double figures. I got a 10. It's fine. It's fine. It gets the email.
I'm like Draymond's scoring average. I don't even know what this thing is.
It's a triple single of iPhones.
All right,
not 6, not 7.
Totally.
All right, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station, brought to you by DuckDuckGo, Privacy Simplified. How caught off guard were you guys by last night?
Rob Lowe, about last night. I mean, it's why we love what we do, right? Sports are the real, true stock market. And I want to shout you three out because I think I'm the only one yesterday at this time that said the Rams were going to boat race the Niners.
I told you that the Niners were going to win.
I was just about to commend you.
I appreciate it. I couldn't wait. I had to commend myself.
Go ahead. No,
I thought it'd be a closer game than that, but that's the way the Niners can go about beating anybody.
Right.
Pound the rock.
Any given Sunday, it's really that now. If you get into the dance, you got a chance. I might need to get a shirt.
Oh, my gosh. I turned into Don King all of a sudden right in the middle of the show. That was incredible.
Don King only wishes he had Guru's hair.
True.
By the way, Don King still alive?
Yeah, he's still with
I
us.
think so.
What about Larry King?
No, rest in
Larry
peace.
passed.
Yeah.
The legend. Yep.
Hello, Toledo.
Yeah. Billie Jean King still with us.
Yes. Yeah. What
Kenny
about,
King still alive.
I think Albert and Bernard King still
Jimmy
alive,
King.
too.
Jimmy King
Nice.
still with us. Fab Five.
Yeah,
BB King. I think he's moved on.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and rest in peace, BB King. Pending confirmation.
I hate sending people up to heaven on the air.
Well, these two know that I've been sending people to the great beyond for a long time now.
Worse than that, right?
Nobody kills off a celebrity faster than the Jibber.
We did lose BB just short of age 90 back in 2015.
Okay. Rest in peace.
Yeah, rest in power and rest in peace there, BB King. Yeah.
So Niners going to the Alls, huh?
Well, I mean, my dad said they're going to win out. He was inspired last night. He's like, that's it. They're going to win out.
Boy.
But listen, Dibs knows. We did a thing earlier today where it was like, okay, what do you think? And I don't know if you guys were listening. Do you know what the number is in the game against Jacksonville?
No, I don't.
Okay, what do you think it would be?
7.
Okay.
No, a little less. It's in Jacksonville, right?
Yeah, it's in Jacksonville.
Maybe 5.5.
I love the way you did that.
You nailed it.
I
You
said
nailed it.
5.5,
You said
and
5.5.
it is 7.
I
yeah.
thought that was too much. If you've watched Jacksonville, they are a competitive team. They just beat the Bills. They just had the Colts. Like they had an opportunity to win that. They like Lawrence is getting better. And so for us to go immediately after one game into, well, the Niners will clearly cross country and blow them out on the road. I'm like, wait a minute.
Short week, too?
I need some corroboration. Yeah.
Raheem Morris didn't have his best night at all. You got Ramsey, put him on Deebo. You didn't blitz on the third down. What are you doing? And I think this Ram defense, which once was the big bad bear, I think they've gotten figured out to where they got major problems. You're not going to be able to run like they did the Niners on Jacksonville's front. I watched that. I saw the Colts try to do that, so it's going to be different. But I'm thinking to myself, they don't need to get that hot to qualify for that 7th seed.
No, it's really about beating Minnesota and beating Atlanta and winning those games because the first tiebreaker's head-to-head. And, Steiny, you had them at 9-8 before the start of the year, and they are trending toward 9-8.
Look at it.
Possible.
Is one of the tiebreakers way down the line have something to do with points?
Yes.
Okay, so that's why the Rams took a field goal late?
Maybe.
I
know it's like criteria 12 or something like that, but there's something about.
I don't know what his thought was. I don't know if you heard us talking about this earlier today. I won a fantasy game because of that field goal.
Look at you.
No joke. I was down by 2.8 and I had the Rams kicker. And I'm sitting there going, like, nobody was more surprised than me when they sent the kicker out. I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. I'm like, buddy, make this. This is crazy. And he did. I still have no clue why he kicked that field goal. No idea.
I don't even know if I had a kicker on my fantasy team this week.
Well, you don't play all your players.
You did start a kicker.
Hey, you guys got to admit, on our league that we use,
I'm out.
If you forget to save the...
Oh, yeah.
It's hard to remember.
You got to hit edit and say.
Thank you.
Okay. It's a Thursday tradition. Set your lineups,
Steiny.
kids.
This is when you start sounding real old when you're
here's the other thing.
Like, I'd play, but there's the little gizmo that you got to... How do you work that?
I know, I sound like my dad.
I mean...
Curry and KD, give me something. I'm excited.
Yeah, no survivors.
Guru with a 1% chance of making the offs, by the way, in our fantasy league.
The one league that has no funds for the winner, so I'm okay. You know what I mean?
Right,
I ain't missing out on chicken.
Perfect. Take care of y'all's chicken. Steiny and Guru next.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
I'll tell you what, if you're a 49er fan, you got to be loving this right now because just sit back, relax, and watch Jimmy Garoppolo see what he can do. That's really what it's about. I mean, Jimmy Garoppolo is about as entrenched now as a starter as the 49ers have. I mean, he's good for the next at least, 2 weeks? At least.
I'm blown away you're fixated on that. This is about the team. This is about this season. I told you the game ball, to me, goes to Kyle Shanahan because he had every unit ready to go. And Steiny, what they set out to accomplish at the beginning of this season is still right there. Now, they may not win the division, but what we've been talking about, Armageddon, the last 2 to 3 weeks, Olivia Newton-John game last night from the Niners, they got physical, and the Rams had no answers.
Big win for the San Francisco 49ers. They stay relevant at this point. And now I think it's just a matter of, what do you think? How many of their remaining 8 games can they win? Can they win 5 to finish at 9-8? Will that get it done? Might.
That's your prediction.
It might get it done. I don't know. But I'm trying to figure out really how much to make of this game.
Wow.
Because it's the 5th straight time that Shanahan's beaten McVay. And I wonder how much of that is about last night. And if it's just a little matchup thing, well, then maybe there's nothing to see here. But you got to acknowledge Jacksonville and Minnesota, they got a shot. They got a shot at it.
And listen, any NFL team has a shot at it. That's the theme, the National Parity League. That's what this season has been about, Steiny. But I'm going to be honest. Yesterday, looking at you talking about this game after the debacle, which was Arizona at home, the JV Arizona Cardinals beating the Niners in the fashion they did, I thought Kyle lost the team. And I was getting ready for the next domino to fall, which would be disgruntled players, maybe taking the bait and going public with their, with them being upset. And lo and behold, the Niners come out and look like the 2019 Niners. So what I make of it is they're one game from 500. You're going on the road where you're favored to beat the Jacksonville Jaguars, Steiny. So, I mean, I could see you next Monday and this team be 5-5, and we could be talking playoffs. But what we won't be talking about, and I'm a bit sad, melancholy, is Trey Lance. Because Jimmy cut him. So, he was great last night on 3rd down, and he didn't throw a lot, but that wasn't because I didn't feel like the coach was afraid to let him throw. The Rams are SOFD.
So do you want to go to Trey Lance or not? Because I think you did yesterday.
No, I did. No,
okay,
this is what happened.
Just because where are we? Because I could have sworn yesterday it was about this team's not very good. They're not going anywhere, so may as well get Trey Lance in there. So,
but remember,
just asking.
Okay.
Just asking.
No, I'm right here.
Yeah.
After the Chicago game, in what I deemed Jimmy's coming out party, I said you run with Garoppolo, and that was predicated on an aggressive game plan for the rest of the season from Kyle. So I said, just keep going. You remember I said that to you? And then it got ugly against Arizona, and I was like, to hell with it. I would like to see 5, but right now it's about 10, Steiny. And the defense showed up. What was that? Jimmy Ward's first interception, get this, 2016. That's a minute.
That is. That's a whole week, as Ike Taylor would say.
I'm going to give you a 2.
I don't want to get too wound up about one game, though. But
and I'm with you.
But they're like, I don't want to talk about the playoffs because that's still a long, long way away. The key is can they play more games like that? Can they play more games where they can run the ball like they ran the ball, they throw the ball in bits and pieces? I mean, everything went right last night. And remember 2 weeks ago, Goo, who'd the Cowboys play 2 weeks ago?
Denver. And they got 30-0. They were down.
And so, remember I texted you during that Denver game, and I said, I have never seen a football game in which every single thing has gone against the team.
Okay.
But that is what happened that night against the Cowboys.
Right. No
I couldn't believe
Yeah.
it.
And when you said it, I almost hugged you.
The blocked punt turns into a first down, all that kind of thing. So,
But that wasn't last night. Did you get those vibes from the Rams? They're struggling, Steiny. They can't stop the run when they know the other team is running. And for me, Von Miller, 99, what was going Raheem Morris, the defensive coordinator, they got issues.
You could make a case that nobody runs the ball like the Niners, though, when they're running it well. And I just look at this team now, the San Francisco 49ers, and wonder, can they build on this? Because the sign of a 500 or sub 500 team is they won't be able to back up that game.
Right.
Back it up from last night. So, great win. I think it takes a little heat off Kyle Shanahan. It gives Jimmy Garoppolo some more wiggle room, but I don't think there's any doubt about it. I don't know how Trey Lance is getting on the field this year. Because think about it. 49ers win 1 out of the next 2. They're still in it. So that's now up to week 11.
And you could have lost last night. What did I tell you yesterday for the send-off? Steiny, they can lose to the Rams, and the math would go ahead. Help
Why
me
is everybody saying we need to queue up the back of the truck or the flipper on Goo?
Well, it's one person.
It's just one person.
Well, it might be a couple more.
No,
but
it's
the fact that
several.
what I'm saying about Jimmy, I said after Chicago. Quit making these games about us and what we say. I don't have a tattoo that Trey or bust. I said after the Chicago game, hey, if that's the Jimmy you're going to get, just give it to him and let the team and the coach focus on.
But it wasn't what he gave him last week.
Yeah.
So then what?
He wasn't the reason you lost against last week against Arizona.
Jimmy Garoppolo
was, okay.
was fantastic last night. Yeah. Absolutely fantastic. What more do you want out of a guy?
3rd down, cut him to death. 4th down, he looked at the sideline. Coach says, go for it, and they're up 24. Bam.
Yeah, look at Kyle.
Yeah.
That wasn't the defensive Kyle Shanahan, was it?
That was the guy that had
he doesn't
me
like
thinking,
McVay.
What do you think it is? He owns
It's jealousy. That's why. Because McVay's actually gone to the postseason more than once. I think that's got something
They both
to do
got,
with
well, I'll tell you this. Kyle scored more points than McVay on the one visit to the Super Bowl.
It doesn't matter.
I know. Hey, I'm reaching.
Well, and I think that, and the other thing is that Kyle didn't have to go up against Belichick.
If they would have lost, what would you be saying to your boy right now? Your boy meaning me. You would be like, the season's over, put Trey in Jacksonville. No, and they stayed that off.
Well, I said, first of all, let me make it clear. I've never said this should happen, that should happen. I said if the 49ers lose to the Rams, I think we're going to see Trey Lance against Jacksonville. But now you beat the Rams. You beat them convincingly.
Man.
Look, Kyle Shanahan's going to ride this out until the end. There's no doubt in my mind with Jimmy Garoppolo. And as long as Jimmy Garoppolo stays around 500, which is what he is as a starter this year, 4-4, this thing's going to bleed into week 13, week 14, and we're going to have to wait till next year for Trey Lance.
Right.
And I'm okay with that.
Okay.
You better make the postseason.
But if you're a real REAL Steiny Niner fan, you don't give a damn about when Trey Lance starts. You are invested in this season.
I think I don't want to interrupt. I'm sorry.
We talked about that.
But I think there's a lot of 49er fans.
As long as he was quarterback in those 8 games.
No, I think there's a lot of 49er fans that think play Trey Lance and see what we have. Not the season's over. I think a lot of people out there think Trey Lance could get more out of this team than Jimmy Garoppolo. I have no idea. But I'm just figuring Kyle Shanahan doesn't believe that.
Well, let me help you out, Steiny. Every week that goes by that we don't see 5, that's not going to happen. So as an adult, somebody sensible, to put that to the side and focus on the standings. And right now at 4-5, Steiny, I'm feeling better about the team. I really thought they were going to get embarrassed last night. I'm shocked.
I need to see 2 or 3 weeks of consistent football. You can't have one game and then they go to Jacksonville and lose. They go to Jacksonville and lose, then what?
Could you pick a better opponent, though? So
you could pick them at home.
Oh,
you could have Jacksonville at home.
True.
And I think there are teams that you'd rather play than Jacksonville
Like I told you ain't running the ball on the Rams like you're not doing that to the Jags, Steiny. They got some D.
The other thing is, and I know it's Jacksonville, but 49ers go to Jacksonville and Trevor Lawrence beats them.
I forgot
that hurts.
Aspect. Yeah.
I mean, that's good. That's going to hurt. Let's go to Rob. Rob's in San Bruno. What's up, Rob?
What's up, Rob?
What's going on, fellas?
Hey.
I want to congratulate the 49ers on finally, giving us fans a win at home. That's the least they can do for us. But I want to talk about Jimmy, and I ain't talking about Garoppolo. Jimmy Ward played his ass off yesterday, and I want to give him props. Last week we didn't have him. You see how he looked. He just got them DB, everybody in position, them DBs in position. They play solid. But look, let's check this out, man. Jimmy Garoppolo, man, he's playing the poor man's Mac Jones right now. Okay, and then just looking from a scheme fit. If we're going to run this physical style of football with all these exotic run plays, these reverses, why wouldn't you want Trey Lance in there? Because he's a threat and he can hit the deep ball. Why wouldn't you want that in your offense? You're just going to do the standard Jimmy check down this Deebo run 80 yards. No, why we just can't?
Wait a minute, Rob. So you're coming in here today
because I got
after Jimmy Garoppolo went 15 for 19, 2 touchdowns, no picks, 182. They ran 44 times. Oof. They hammered the Rams, and you still want to go to Trey Lance.
We always beat the Rams. I expected this. Bottom line, I didn't expect to blow them out, but I thought it was going to be a close game. I never thought we were going to get blew out by the Rams. We always beat them. But my thing is this. Trey Lance, if you're going to play this style of football, which I like it. I love it. Why not put Trey Lance in there to expand? He's more of a threat. He can get the ball down the field, and he's going to help the run game because you got to worry about him coming off them boots. If you ran that same offense you ran with Trey Lance last night, you ran with Jimmy Garoppolo, you don't think they do the same thing?
No.
Saying like,
I actually don't.
Yeah,
but
let me ask
Guru.
Rob this real quick. Rob, every week that goes by and the Niners win, when will you give it up in regard to your preference of wanting to see Lance? Because I just told Steiny and the masses, I don't think it's going to happen. And Jimmy, the last 3 weeks has been pretty damn good. Rob, you don't see it happening, do you?
No, look, I'm a season ticket holder for 49. I'm looking towards future, not now. We need to get Trey developed for next year. We're not going to Super Bowl this year. If Jimmy wins the Super Bowl, I take my words back. But it ain't gonna happen. So why are we even still messing with this dude?
All right, thanks, Rob. Appreciate it.
You don't know, Rob.
What's
the
that?
Giants won 107.
Well, they're not going to win 107.
I'm that type of fan. Like, don't tell me we ain't doing nothing.
You said they were done yesterday if they kept playing Jimmy Garoppolo.
Now, you take that back.
I can't.
There is no audio of it being laid out and me saying it like that.
All right.
Yeah.
I hear
After
you
the
talk
Chicago
3
game,
hours a day,
I called
5
the
days
shot.
a week. So
Yeah.
I can't quite remember. Something's
after the
going on.
Chicago game, I
Something's
told
going
you,
on with this
Steiny.
text line. That's all I'm saying. Everybody's like, really goo, and I can't.
I don't see any really goos. Where is it?
Weren't you the one on the show yet? You guys was talking about your guy. That's you.
That's if they
how he
had
wants
lost.
Lance to start going
You guys
forward.
ain't gonna bait me.
He made it seem like the season was washed.
If they had got embarrassed last night, why are you smiling?
I just love this.
Yeah, but listen. I need you to get my back right now. Shaq and Kobe.
Oh, yeah,
After the
had each other.
Chicago game,
Sure, yeah.
I said, give Jimmy the keys.
I think that was the week I wasn't here, if you remember. Remember, I took that Monday off.
Yeah, but
so,
when
I
you
didn't
came
hear
back,
that.
I reminded you of what I said. Lay off. I don't get it, but I'm here. Be happy they won. And
Who's
the season
not?
and the goals are still attainable. The Rams are. Hey, and guess what? What if you need that last game of the season? You're at SoFi. Steiny, Olivia Newton-John, dude, I mean this. The Rams do not like getting physical. They just could not stop the 18-play drive.
You know what's funny?
Is this Madden?
You know what's funny is I got one text saying there's no chance Trey Lance could have won that game. And then I have a 510. Rob's 100% correct. There was nothing in that game that Trey couldn't do. That's a bunch of crap. Jimmy Garoppolo was accurate last night.
He was 15 of 19.
He was accurate last night. And I'll tell you right now, there's no chance. There's no chance Trey Lance is that accurate. No chance. Not now.
I won't say that. Yeah, I won't say that, Steiny.
Well, no, I'm going to say no chance. Otherwise,
he would be in there.
He would be playing if he were as good as Jimmy Garoppolo. But Kyle Shanahan doesn't think he is. And today, Kyle Shanahan's got the laugh because he still thinks this team's in it.
And they are.
They are.
So as a fan, Steiny, talk to them right now. When do you separate the two?
What two?
Like Rob, it wishes that 5 was the quarterback, but yet the team is still winning.
I'm kind of with you.
The team is still winning. I want to see Lance, but I thought it was going to be when I thought Kyle wouldn't make the move until they got blown out and the math was like a miracle.
I'm with you. They're 4-5. See, that's the thing about football. One win gets you back in it. It gets you feeling good. So
yeah,
I don't necessarily how about this? You're not really a 49er fan if that's not good enough for you last night and you're still chirping
that's
about
the world,
Trey
Doc.
Lance.
That's you speaking I'm going Drake. You speaking my language. That's what I'm talking about, Steiny.
So one win or one loss, I guess, decided whether or not Trey Lance was going to play next week. I guess that's where we are with Kyle Shanahan. But
my girl Denise Abad is listening to us on the radio. She said we sound good.
Do I know Denise?
No,
have I ever met her?
She's from the city. I went to school with her, Logan.
You went, and now she works in the city?
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Denise? How you doing?
There you go. That's my partner.
Now this is Guru. You would go, hey.
No,
hey,
that was
Denise.
It. She was actually on the phone. Yeah.
Hey, Denise. How's it going? All right. 888-957-9570. I want to talk to some 49er fans. Has this game gotten you invigorated about the rest of the season, or are you more skeptical and saying, hey, they got to win some more games and win some more games in a hurry before I start to believe? 888-957-9570. We got Ross Tucker coming up at 1:30. J.J. Stokes at 2:30. The 49ers bumped their record to 4-5. You never know. Hey, download the Odyssey app today and make sure to check out the Odyssey exclusive stations from hip-hop to classic rock and everything in between. They have all the best stations curated to fit every occasion and all your musical tastes, brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar.
The red and gold came up huge on Monday Night Football.
Garoppolo got it across, and it's Samuel breaking away. Touchdown, 49ers.
We're reacting to Niners-Rams and getting you ready for Steph versus KD.
Back to Curry. Curry fires away. 3-ball.
Only on 95.7, The Game.
Fremont Bank. If there's one thing we understand more than anybody, it's that it takes a local bank to really get the needs of local businesses. Fremont Bank has the flexibility and motivation to service your business loan needs like other banks can't or won't. With our full suite of business loan products and recognition as a top SBA lender in the Bay Area, Fremont Bank is the right choice for local and family-owned businesses. Fremont Bank. Learn more at fremontbank.com. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Finding the right Medicare plan may feel impossible, but now it's anything but. With Walgreens Find RX coverage tool, you can compare plans online, over the phone, or in person, making Medicare easier than ever. Easier than picking which true crime doc to watch, figuring out that Wi-Fi password, or putting the duvet cover back on. So if you can do those things, with Find RX coverage, you can definitely Medicare. Find the plan that's right for you by visiting walgreens.com/Medicare.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel's indoor and outdoor products. And for a limited time, enjoy special offers on qualifying combinations of Fisher & Paykel products. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
It takes 2 vaccines to help protect you this season, the flu and COVID-19. And now you can get both shots at the same visit. Learn more at cdc.gov/vaccines.
Many of us have noticed that supply chain bottlenecks have become an issue, but Golden State is doing everything we can to supply our clients with the building materials they need. We have the largest inventory of lumber and materials in the Bay Area. Need to place an order? Many products can be delivered the next day. In some cases, the same day. Start at goldenstatelumber.com. Our clients have relied on us since 1954. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Selling your current home and buying a new one can be tricky, unless you call Sherrod at Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Ask about Sherrod's home trade-in program and request his free home selling report. Sherrod will purchase your home in cash within 72 hours, giving you cash to find your dream home while staying in your current property for up to 12 months. No showings, no hassles, and you pick the closing date. Call Sherrod, 408-740-7400, or visit TradeMyHome.com.
At LensCrafters, we value expertly tailored eye care, provide state-of-the-art eye exams, offer a wide assortment of designer brands, and high-quality lenses. Because everything we do at LensCrafters is for every sight that makes your life special. We offer 50% off lenses with frame purchase. Shop in-store and online. Book your annual eye exam now on LensCrafters.com. LensCrafters, because sight. Eye exams available at the Independent Doctor of Optometry at or next to LensCrafters. Doctors in some states are employed by LensCrafters. Offer valid through November 28th. See Associate for details.
So much to explore at Total Wine and More. Pinot Noirs, Grigios, Champagnes, and Chardonnays. Plus more than 2,500 beers and bourbon barrel-aged. Tequila, rum, scotch, and gin, vermouth that's extra dry. Hard seltzers and single malts, so many for you to try.
Now offering delivery in select markets. See details at TotalWine.com/delivery. Drink responsibly, B21.
Dell Technologies' biggest business sale of the year has arrived. Step up your vision with top tech up to 50% off during their Black Friday event. Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. Plus, get incredible savings on Windows 11 PCs, along with servers, monitors, and docks, all with free shipping. There's also special financing with Dell Business Credit. Get started by contacting your Dell Technologies advisor today at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Get a cash offer for your car, truck, or SUV today at your local Bay Area Chevy dealers. Selling has never been easier. Just bring it into a Bay Area Chevy dealer, get a free appraisal, and we'll make you a cash offer on the spot with no obligation to buy. We buy any make or model, paid off or not. Find your local Chevy dealer at BayAreaChevroletDealers.com.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 90 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate hub for everything sports. With live games, shows, news, and highlights, all in one place. Only with Xfinity X1.
Fever is the leading symptom of COVID and the flu, and the only way to reliably detect it is with an accurate thermometer. Be vigilant and be accurate with the Exogen Temporal Scanner, whose accuracy has been proven in more than 100 clinical studies. Don't rely on non-contact thermometers. They are proven to be inaccurate and will not reliably detect a fever that might mean COVID. Be sure to seek medical advice at the first sign of fever. Learn more at Exogen.com.
Masterclass gives you unlimited access to online classes from the world's best. Anytime, anywhere, at your own pace. Create an unforgettable dish with Gordon Ramsay. Write a chart-topping song with Alicia Keys. Build an iconic brand with Anna Wintour. Or land a Yurchenko 2.5 with Simone Biles. Okay, maybe we'll wait on that one. Learn from more than 100 world-class instructors through over 1,000 exclusive lessons. With cinematic quality classes broken up into on-demand videos short enough to fit into your everyday life, you can watch from your phone, tablet, living room devices, computer, or even just listen with audio mode. So if you know someone who wants to do everything and anything, give the gift that shows you how well you know them with Masterclass. This holiday, give one annual Masterclass membership and get one free for yourself. Go to masterclass.com/thegame today. That's masterclass.com/thegame to get a second annual membership free. Terms apply.
hit you. Did you see Kyle Juszczyk pancake 51? They came out last night. Let's not put this back on. Let's put this on the team because last night they came out and a lot of guys were pancaking the opposition. The Niners played, Steiny, like you said in the beginning of this conversation, at a different speed, at a different level, with the more conviction than the Rams.
Hey, Lo, thanks for popping
Lolo,
on here.
yeah,
You're a stand-up. You're a stand-up gentleman, absolutely.
Hey, Niners did well. Hey, I'll eat my words.
And tell Steiny don't act like he was on the other side of the street. He's trying to do that and turn the people.
I know he is, Guru.
I see him coming a mile away.
No, Guru, we know how he is, Guru.
Yeah.
All right, Lo, get on that street strider and work off some of that energy, buddy.
I will, brother. You guys are the best. Peace.
All right, that's Lorenzo Neal. Wait, I didn't think the Niners were going to win yesterday. That's it.
I said they were going to get blown out. I think we both
I didn't think they were going to win. Yeah. You didn't think they were going to win.
With you, Steiny.
Lo didn't know. No, but what is everybody...
I think
what's everybody wound up
fixated
about?
on the because I'm giving Jimmy his flowers, I guess, from my standpoint. I'm fighting for my life over here. So that's where I'm going. But, dude, I just want the team to get to the offs. And, Steiny, it is about momentum. What are they going to do in Florida this upcoming Sunday? And I got the schedule here. Is that an early game or late game for us? I'll let you know in a minute.
I mean, it probably is a 1 o'clock game, but you never know. Sometimes those games are 4 o'clock. Like, for example, 2 weeks ago, for some reason, the Eagles played a 4 o'clock game, East Coast time. I didn't understand why. Anyway,
Jacksonville's at 10 our time.
Okay, 10 o'clock.
Thanks,
and I know you hate those 10 o'clock starts.
So you're getting love. I'm not.
On what?
We're on Twitch, and they're saying you got a beautiful head of hair, and now we've got a haircut
let me tell you something. This Twitch thing,
and nobody said anything.
Yeah, this Twitch thing could be an issue.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, listening to us.
So, in addition to what I say, now I have to worry about what I look like. This is all bad.
You're good looking. You do TV.
Swagalicious. TV.
You did it the other day. My dad said your partner was on there, and I asked him, was Steiny Guru at the bottom? So I got security on that.
No, I got Cast and 8 always saying Steiny and Guru.
No,
95.7.
He shouted me out one time.
Did he?
Yes, Al. Anyway, people get back to it.
All right. No, that's a big win for the Niners.
Man.
And here's the thing. Remember yesterday I was saying, this team needs a spark. They need it. Well, they got it. There it is. Last night, that kind of win.
It was a group effort, Steiny.
It was.
First time in a long time. Jimmy Ward, first time interception since 16. At 2.
Hey, let's put the rat on the table.
What?
I got to wait for it to be put on the table. Jimmy G.
Third down.
That is 3 straight just terrific ball games.
Are we calling it Arizona terrific, though, in the AL? I mean, he didn't lose him the game. He
2 touchdowns. Yeah, that interception doesn't count. That doesn't count.
So the one Stafford threw where the guy should have just my son could have caught it. If I'm a quarterback, I hate it. They need to take those off the quarterback's ledger. Like when it hits their hands and they bobble it, or you know what I mean? Don't make it look like I threw a bad pass when the ball was right there.
No, I got you.
Yeah.
Steiny, I want to know if the Jags win next week, what's your guy's stance on Lance? I think Jimmy bought himself 2 games.
Right.
2
I'm
games.
saying the rest of the season. And I've said that after Chicago. And for this one smart-ass, Steiny, I didn't say the Jags had a great defense. There are no more great defenses. They're a physical defense.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Stay off the text line.
But
short week against Jacksonville. Anybody can beat anybody. What do we got here? Let's go out. I'll take Phil. Phil in San Jose. What's up, Phil? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
Hey, I got an idea. I got a thought on why those guys came out so inspired yesterday. And I go back to last week when they lost to Arizona the way they did. And Kyle came out right away and said, we're not doing separate film this week. We're gonna watch this one together. And we might be embarrassed over it, but we're gonna get it. We're gonna get it out. We're gonna, as you say, put the rat on the table. And I think this week everybody came back and they said, we're not going to do with that again. And we're going to have a session of another team meeting on Monday or Tuesday, and we're going to see a bunch of hard-thumping dudes that put it on them. And I can't help but think that inspired the team. If for no other reason, they were going to go out and be embarrassed 2 weeks in a row.
I think you're onto something there, Phil, for sure. I mean, you can't tell me intensity wasn't at the heart of that win.
Or how about this? And I'm not what about pride? Because that was an embarrassing loss to Arizona, Steiny.
It was.
That was about intensity, obviously, but pride.
It absolutely was. Hey, the Golden State Warriors, they're on the road tonight in Brooklyn where they will take on KD and the Nets. Woo-hoo-hoo! We got a big one tonight.
Yeah. I'm Kevin Durant. You know who I am.
That's right. That's right. He is. Tip-off set for 4:30 right here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors Live starts at 3 with Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto. It's presented by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate sports hub experience.
Go away.
Hey, Ray. You know what?
I don't get it.
Who do you think Ray
talking to him, man?
Who do you think Ray likes the most? Or let's just put it this way: who do you think Ray hates the least among his colleagues in this building?
That we got to get into.
What do you think it is?
We should bring him in.
I think he hates me the most.
Oh my!
It might be.
It's
I
me.
think he likes Baby Rat the best. That's what I think. Anyway, nobody else cares. Yeah, no.
Maybe we'll bring him in on Crosstalk, Sonny. Ask him.
Probably not. He doesn't like to do that.
If I ask him, ask him, he'll do it.
Crosstalk won't fit today because we're going right into Warriors
you're right.
Live.
Big game.
So
you know who I am.
Absolutely. I'll talk a little Warriors on the other side, but we'll stick to football mostly. We got Ross Tucker. Ross Tucker coming in at 1:30. Looks like the San Francisco 49ers have put themselves back in the hunt. Nothing more, nothing less. All right, coming up next, whatever it is, it's sponsored by Caltrans Stormwater.
Welcome to Trash Talk. Our guest, Chip Bag. What's up, Chip?
Been on the road a lot.
That's not where you belong.
Right, because then litter gets in our waterways.
Let's change this.
Put me in the bin. That is where I belong.
Clean highways, clean water, cleanca.com. From the Caltrans Stormwater Program.
Find what you love at the Mila Innovation Center at Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Select the built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you, and for a limited time, save up to $1,800 with the purchase of a qualifying Mila appliance package. Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at freedmansappliance.com.
You and your phone have been through a lot this past year. It's been your lifeline to the world. And now some big wireless company is telling you got to buy a new phone from them and sign their contract? They don't control you. With TracFone Wireless, you can keep the phone, number, and network you already have. Already got a 5G phone? Keep that too, because TracFone runs on America's best networks now with 5G nationwide. Plus, we've got unlimited talk and text smartphone plans starting at just $20. TracFone Wireless. Now you're in control. 5G nationwide access requires a 5G capable device. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary.
Shop on eBay this holiday season to get more for your dough on stand mixers, or get more for your buck on this season's hottest tech and gaming gear. And on eBay, you can even get more Thanksgiving deals with a second helping of savings. The holidays are here. You can get more because you save more on premium brands with eBay's exclusive Thanksgiving deals. Get more when you get it on eBay.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. On that heavy shelf you hung yesterday, turns out you didn't use enough anchors. Wait, you didn't use any anchors? Now you've got an open floor plan. Trendy. And if you have the wrong home insurance, you could need a wall of money to fix this. So get home insurance with Allstate and be better protected from mayhem, like me.
Based on coverage and limits selected. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Church's is adding Applewood smoked Texas cut bacon to our all-white meat chicken sandwich. Yep, these two are best flavors forever. Try our new Texas cut bacon chicken sandwiches today. Church's, bringing that down home flavor. Offer valid at participating locations.
Velvety paper feel, exquisite colors, stunning scale. At Staples, we sweat the details and quality of every print project. Stop by Staples and try our Print Big Promise. We're committed to getting your print job right, to treating your small business like a big deal, and guiding you from start to finish. Get 20% off signs, banners, and posters when you spend $75 or more. Offer ends January 1st. Visit staples.com/services/printing for details. Staples, where small business prints big.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. I'm a broken traffic light. Stop and go is the name of my game. It's easy. You go, they go. What was it? They go, you go? And if you have the wrong car insurance, these repair costs could stop you in your tracks. So get Allstate's new low auto rate and be better protected from mayhem, like me.
Not available in every state based on coverage and limits selected. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. In most states, prices vary based on how you buy. Allstate Bar and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Selling your current home and buying a new one can be tricky. unless you call Sherrod at Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Ask about Sherrod's home trade-in program and request his free home selling report. Sherrod will purchase your home in cash within 72 hours, giving you cash to find your dream home while staying in your current property for up to 12 months. No showings, no hassles, and you pick the closing date. Call Sherrod, 408-740-7400, or visit TradeMyHome.com.
Have you heard the phrase, the best defense is a good offense? That's what Golden State believes when it comes to protecting your home from the elements. A smart play is to visit goldenstatelumber.com. Under products, click Windows and Doors. Take a virtual tour at one of their showrooms throughout the Bay Area for a variety of options that will defend your home with greater energy efficiency. Now that's a winning combination. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
In the time before AT&T Fiber Internet.
What are you doing in me dungeon?
It's the only place where the bloody Wi-Fi works.
Oh, and you don't mind the spiders?
Spiders? What spiders? Oh no, they're everywhere! Oh!
In the time after AT&T Fiber Internet.
It's nice having fast, reliable Wi-Fi in the whole house.
For sure.
The dawn of a better internet era with AT&T Fiber.
Limited availability in select areas. Check eligibility at att.com/getfiber. AT&T Smart Wi-Fi extenders may be required. Sold separately. Restrictions apply.
What makes AutoZone America's #1 battery destination? Because they offer free battery testing and charging and reliable replacement batteries starting at just $79.99. And they've always got your battery solution. Get in the zone. AutoZone. What makes AutoZone America's #1 battery destination? Because they offer free battery testing and charging and reliable replacement batteries starting at just $79.99. And they've always got your battery solution. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Hello, California. Switching to Geico is a good idea, especially when you consider everything.
First off, Geico makes it easy to switch, and you can contact your local agent for personalized assistance.
But if it's so easy, you might start thinking everything is easy, even jousting. And it's not. Just ask my cousin Ernie.
Well, if you switch to Geico, you could save hundreds on car insurance, and you could keep saving by bundling your motorcycle, boat, and RV, plus your home or renter's insurance.
But saving money might cause you to feel rich, which might lead you to hire a butler. Do you really need a butler?
Well, they do have an industry-leading mobile app you can use to pay your bill, file and manage a claim, or add a new driver. And they offer discounts to military and federal employees.
But after you switch, you might be so happy that you celebrate by doing the Running Man, and nobody does the Running Man anymore.
Well, Geico is the second largest car insurer in the country and has been saving people money for 85 years. It's hard to beat that.
But you're right.
Switch to Geico. It's obviously a good idea.
Whether you're driving for distance, pitching for precision, or putting to win it all, come to the Golf Mart to get custom fit for all your clubs throughout your bag. Hit a few balls and let our team show you the latest swing technology and data that will help optimize your game. Having each club tailored to become your gamers will help you start shooting lower scores. Let the Golf Mart help you make every shot the perfect one. Come in and get custom fit today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
You're listening to KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Let's get physical.
Why would he care? Jimmy Garoppolo does one thing, and that's win. Most of the time.
You know what this is playing? Let's get physical.
I prefer
hot. Physical. Hey.
Look at you guys. Pretty amazing.
That's what the Niners did.
I don't like. Yeah.
I can't see me.
Guru,
this
could be a problem.
I gotta go shopping now.
I'm not even gonna get into it.
You look good.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thanks, Badone.
Big homie's gonna be fine, bro. Let's talk a little Niners. Great game for them. 44 rushes. Elijah Mitchell, 97. Deebo Samuel operating out of the backfield.
What was that?
remember when Deebo Samuel was asked by Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto about, hey, does you have any plans to go back to running back? And he was just like, no comment, or something like that, which essentially means yes, we have plans to put me at running back, and that's.
What if he would have got hurt? That was my only thought. Like, let's have him get hurt running a 15-yard post route. Not that, but hey, the dude's a stud, and somebody gave him the biggest kudos last night.
You don't play football scared, Gru.
Yeah, but you don't put Steph at the 5. You know what I mean? He's not a running back. You like that?
I can't stand that. He's a football player.
Yeah, but
he's a football guy. Yeah, right, He's an offensive player. He can play anywhere he wants.
He is the most physical runner with the ball in the NFL. That is, bar none. That's how I feel about
I'm a football guy.
Baby T.O. That's what I'm calling him. He just don't got the height, but he's got the physicality. Steiny, I'm going to ask you this, my friend. How many rushes did the great Jerry Rice have in his career? And
you are comparing Deebo Samuel to Jerry Rice. Shame on you.
Or Terrell Owens.
Shame on you again.
Or
and
all the
again.
greats.
And again and
Lynn
again and
Swann.
again. Get a second contract, and then we can put you.
It's coming.
Then we can start.
It's coming, Steiny.
Come on. He's not Jerry Rice.
How do you overreact to yesterday? Because I'm not. You're 4-5. You think you got a gimme, but you're 4-5. You are the gimme, so you can't get big-headed. I'm just eager to see how they plan to attack the Jaguars, who, Steiny, again, not a great defense, but a physical defense. And the Rams, you may have just threw them for a spiral they may not recover from.
I'm not buying that until they lose next week.
Well, they're off. They got to buy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then that would really be a problem. I think the 49ers got something on them. I think that's psychological. So let's see what happens if the Rams can get back on track. Antonio's in Oakland. What's up, Antonio?
Man, stomped them. 5th straight time. At first it was, it's all Jared Goff's fault. Well, did Jared Goff play quarterback last night? I don't think so. But, man, that was like, they ran 44 times. That was the most since 2012 when they went to the Super Bowl. We had Frank Gore. Can you believe that? Like Mike Singletary said, physical with an S. That's what it was last night, man. That was a beat down. And we're going to beat the Jaguars. I guarantee it.
Antonio, I got to tell Steiny, I got to give you kudos. I saw your dance video at the game. Antonio's got some moves, Steiny. Michael Jackson-like. I got to give you some love.
Oh, yeah, that's my new page. Hey, yeah. Thank you, Guru.
Yeah.
Much love.
How do you get down?
I'm dance machine.
Get low. He was getting it. Yeah.
Right.
He was in the parking lot tailgating, like we used to do at the Raiders.
And he was dancing in the parking lot.
Yeah, and the video was on him. But
how do you even find something like that?
You know what? We got to get your IG game up. We got to get mine up. I'm on there.
Oh, so you follow him on IG?
Yeah, and somebody sent it to me, and he was
all right.
It was. Hey, Steiny, I was a little jealous. Like I used to have moves like that.
Yeah, no, Antonio's a lot younger than you.
He looks like Steph Curry. Remember we met him?
He does. He does look a little like Steph Curry.
Don't play like him. Looks like him. Yeah.
Hey, you know what I want to know? So I was checking out some of the Manning cast, and I watched the first 5 minutes of it. I didn't stick around for any of the guests, but I could see why people would be. Actually, I guess that's what I want to ask. 888-957-9570. If you watch the Manning cast, why? What is it about that that you like better than the regular Monday Night Football announcers? 888-957-9570. You know, Goo, I don't know why, but I just...
Let's talk about this.
I switched it over to just the Monday Night Football announcers. I don't know why. It looks entertaining. It looks like it's a lot of fun. They're funny. But for some reason, I feel like by watching that, I'm, in a way, not... I don't want to say getting as much information as the other one, but... I kind of want to be kept abreast of the game more, I guess.
Steiny, look, I like my sports like I like my wings, traditional. And I told you I thought it was an embarrassment by ESPN to have another option while the A team of Greasy, Levy, and Riddick, who do a pretty good job, okay, they're not the best, but hey, Peyton and Eli, if you guys are these great comedians, get your ass in the real booth. And I would think they would have enough tact or enough respect for the three guys, going back to Howard Cosell and Don Meredith and all those guys. Don't be the sideshow. And now ESPN has sold their soul. They're getting Draymond. All the guests are great, but this ain't no sideshow. This is Monday Night Football, and there should be only one broadcast. And I guess I'm just an old fogey.
You are on this one.
So if you were Levy, Riddick, or Greasy, you wouldn't have a problem?
No, I wouldn't.
I would. And I'd go to...
How long have they all been there? This is like their first or second year, isn't it?
Okay.
So,
hey, Peyton, your dead jokes, do them in the booth.
All right.
You're doing them. Why are you not? They recruited you to get in the booth.
Let's say they were getting a 7 on Monday Night Football.
Okay.
Share.
Gotcha.
Okay, so now they get a 7, but they get a 2 on the Manning cast, so it's a 9. It's not taking away from the Monday Night Football broadcast.
It is if you leave. I'm talking about these 3 individuals. Forget the ratings. I'm driving home. I'm Louis Riddick.
What is your problem? Like, gosh, you were so all over the place. Like, America was founded on competition.
But yeah,
if you can't handle it, Riddick and
not by
Greenberg,
not by the same company.
Absolutely.
No, you just said you changed back. Why? And now you're throwing me fastballs high and even.
I like the traditional, but I don't think the Manning get him off the air.
So yeah, that's where
I like the option.
My flag.
Let's go to Eric. Eric's in Oakland. What's up, Eric?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Going well, man.
I find it very, very distracting, to be honest with you.
Okay.
I was flipping back and forth the other day, and I was like, I like when they talk about the actual game, the announcers, the flow. I find it like they're trying to run a talk show in the middle of my football game. I'd watch them, separate, but not when the football game is happening. I want to know what's going, the plays, or this or that. I don't care about, I'm sorry to say, Draymond or any of the other guests that are on there. They're not football. They're not football players. They have nothing to do with the sport. They don't add anything. They don't subtract anything except for just distracted. It's like for the millennials, if you're
right.
Really distracted, that's what you watch. If you don't really care about football, it's kind of like one of those things that's in the background, I guess. If I'm cooking, I'm not listening, I'm not watching, fine. But if I'm trying to watch a football game, I want to know everything that's going on in the game, the commentary, I'm not looking for that kind of entertainment when I'm watching that game.
Appreciate it. Although the reason they can be great is because when they do share information, it's incredible.
I mean,
it's
like
just
that
incredible.
shot of millennials, Steiny, as a millennial. I don't like that.
I don't mind
entertained.
I don't mind those at all, so I don't like you to jump in
really
like that and tell me about what your feeling is on millennials. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I think you know. Mm-hmm. No, I do kind of.
Have you ever missed a play, Steiny? Because sometimes the play becomes secondary. Like, bring it back up on the screen. I know what you're saying is provocative and, that's interesting. But the game comes first.
Yeah, but there are people that it's not that the game doesn't come first. It's that they don't need somebody to tell them it's 3rd and 7 when they're watching the TV and you got the yellow line and it says 3rd and 7. So maybe it's at that time where you want to hear the Manning say some kind of football lingo that I can't come up with off the top of my head.
What they have Draymond do? You said they had him.
He did his old.
Give it to me.
I don't want to. He did his. I can name 34 players that were drafted before me.
That is awesome.
And he got up to, I don't know.
Oh, he didn't do it.
I got up to 8, and then it's like, all right, we believe you. You can do that. Although when he did make fun of Peyton getting cut from the Colts, that was a touch awkward. Thank goodness Peyton Manning can laugh at himself. That was pretty funny.
You think it's here to stay, Manning cast?
I hope so. I like the option.
Get in the booth.
I love the option.
Booth.
Yeah.
I'd be shocked if they do with other sports, too.
Exactly.
You start doing with Major League Baseball. They already have, like, the StatCast one. Doing basketball.
Yeah,
So you're telling me get ready for the future. Well, no, it's not the future. It's an option. I'm traditional.
415 Guru.
Oh, Lord.
You're acting like an old fogey. There's going to be 7 or 8 different broadcasts for a game in the future now.
That's fine.
Irony is you like multi-platforms.
Give me
like
the
yourself.
original.
Well, look, you're on Twitch.
Hey,
you're on Twitch right now.
So
that's 2 platforms. Stick the radio, Guru.
No, that's the worst example.
Huh?
Yeah.
Huh?
What if there was somebody impersonate? What if there was a Hutch and Dutch on the same from the same station? You would flip your lid.
Listen,
How was
Dibley,
Hutch and Dutch on with Steiny and me? Yeah, come on.
Dibley put you in your place. He did on this one. I don't like to pile on, but Dibley put you in your place.
My eyebrows are raised. What?
When you and Dibley do your live Liquidate All Assets podcast at 3 p.m. Okay, on a Wednesday or Thursday.
Who is that?
You're directly going up against Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto. The same thing. It's the same thing.
I hate us. But we're not doing the same genre. We are doing something condensed in 30 minutes, and their show's 3 hours.
No. Yeah, not even close.
God, I hate that guy.
Jacob in Oakland. What's up, Jacob?
Yeah, I would just like to say that, Draymond did his shtick, and, he ended up saying how much he loves Charles Barkley and whatnot. But the thing about the Manning cast is where else will you get both of the Mannings and Phillip Rivers comparing who wears a bolo tie best while you're watching the game?
Yeah, I think it's a great choice. Tell you the truth, I could see I think some of the reason I didn't watch Manning's last night was because it was the Niners. Let me see who's on next Monday night. It doesn't matter if it's not the Niners. I might be more likely to check out the Mannings.
So you admit you would miss something of substance from the natural telecast when it's the Niners. Like why did you say that?
Well, because for the Niners, I think it is more important if we're going to come in here and talk about it today. You want to know what a penalty is exactly. You want to know, hey, it's 3rd and 7, and guess what? They converted, and now they're 7 for 9 on 3rd downs. Yeah. You won't get that with the Mannings.
Giants-Bucks next week, by the way, Monday Night Football.
Okay. Well,
it'll be interesting to see Tom Brady and Eli talk about vice versa. Peyton Manning, Eli Manning talk about Tom Brady. They both played against him, obviously. Eli's old team, the Giants. There's a lot there.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe Eli's going to take some shots.
I like that notion, but it doesn't supersede the Bucks and the Giants being a stinker because the Giants aren't any good.
That's the point. It makes a stinker of a game entertaining.
Yeah. Let's go to Walsh. Walsh is in Emeryville. What's going on, Walsh?
What's going on, fellas?
Hey.
I just want to jump in on this. As a millennial, I see it as, just like Steiny said, it's an option. You don't have to watch ESPN2. It's on ESPN. It was on the local station. But I agree, I will never get, I played football in high school. That's as far as I went. Average player. Normal, pretty much 85% of the world. And I like it. He's talking about flash, different motions, different defensive coverage. It actually enhances my knowledge of the game from not going to that next level. I think it's great. You don't have to watch it. And yeah, I kind of liked when Draymond dug in on Peyton Manning. Draymond's real. And it's another added source of entertainment for maybe people who are, younger than even me at 29. I think it's great.
I think it's great too. I do. And here's the other. Okay, remember when Tony Romo first started in the booth?
No, he was a phenom.
Everybody was blown away about how he knew what was happening.
Right.
Well, that's what the Mannings do.
Jim, he's going to blitz, Jim.
That's what the Mannings do. Essentially, they'll say, "Oh, look, they're overloaded on the left. This is when you do the trap on the right."
But they'll also interview too, which I'm not hating on, with the guest because they do get the top guest.
That's part of what it is.
But that's when I'm like, what about the football?
Well, then just watch the regular one.
I am.
For the life of me, I can't understand why you don't like that.
And I think you get
it's
mad
not
that I don't like it.
I do. Now, not as mad as I used to get 3 years ago.
Can you give me a number? Can we find out how they're doing number-wise? Could you imagine if they outdid what would Levy and Greasy
you know what? I mean,
I'm going to resign.
I could be wrong, but there's no chance that they will be even close because the reality is, I would say most people don't even know there's a Manning cast.
Okay.
I mean, when I say people, I mean casual football fans. Let's go to Tony. Tony's in the Mission. You know what? I haven't been to the Mission in a while.
You got to get down there.
Yeah, I got to get to the Mission. Like the Mission.
Hi, guys.
Hey, Tony.
How you doing, guys?
Yep.
Hey, just calling in today, man, after a great win.
I mean, like Cook and Cap would say, ownage is ownage, and we own those guys. But I just want to take it back to when I was harping on Shanahan and the play calling in Arizona, how he would go away against Frank Wright. He wouldn't throw the deep pass for the PI. It seemed like he felt the heat this past week against Arizona, and he finally said, you know what? I'm going to do what works, and I'm going to do it over and over and over. I'm not going to be the coach's son that needs a new play every series. And he simplified it. Putting Deebo in the backfield, I mean, he made Mitchell look like a DB. That was brilliant. Getting the short routes, the drag routes right in the middle for Deebo and Kittle. That's what Garoppolo's good at. He's not good at breaking down defenses and throwing them in perfect place, but he could throw average little short yard routes. That was perfect. And the best thing, the reason why we won, I think, is because we just kept doing it over and over and over. I mean, Mike Vrabel, he might not out-scheme you, but he'll do what works until he gets the result he wants. And look at his team. They're a tough team.
Thanks for the call. Yeah, appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Yeah, that was a TKO.
I forgot who. I just know he's Tony from the Mission.
Yeah.
What's up, Tony? Absolutely.
That was Teddy Pendergrass. TKO. Technical knockouts, Donnie. I love TKO.
Oh, that's a song of his?
Love TKO.
He passed.
RIP to the legend.
Oh, I think a while ago. Leonard's in Fairfield. Let's get off Teddy P. Da-da-da. No, it is all over, I'm pretty sure. What's up, Leonard?
That was awkward.
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey.
Help us out, Leonard.
How you guys doing?
Doing well, man.
Not much, man. Love you guys, man. Love you guys.
Thank you.
Hey, look, check it out, though. Rest in peace, Teddy Pendergrass. And about the Peyton Manning, the Manning brothers, you know, hey, it's a good idea. It's cool, but, you know, I was watching it the other week, and really, I couldn't watch the football game because they were interrupting, but I seen some parts in it that did interest me and was like, oh, you know, this is pretty cool and all that. But when you really want to get down and watch the game, it's kind of hard to.
I'm with you. I'm with you there, Leonard. I'm with you there. Now, the one thing that's funny is not funny, but I mean, the bottom line is the next day or that night, you can hear everything that was interesting on the Manning cast. I mean, I've already heard the Mickelson stuff. I've heard the Draymond Green stuff.
How was he feel, lefty?
Well, I just had the highlights.
Oh, okay.
So the highlights are pretty good. He said,
did you chuckle?
They showed Eli Manning's golf swing to Mickelson, and they asked Mickelson to critique it, and he said, that's cute. That's a cute swing.
But, and you know what? I gotta rewind, not back to truck up. The Super Bowl, they do this too. College national championship games, ESPN2 will have, you know, a round robin. But I just don't want Dave. I don't want comedy mixed with Dave Chappelle meets NFL. We did that with Dennis Miller and Tony Kornheiser at the Bush. Like, keep my stuff sacred. And I ask you, Steiny, and I mean this. Forget the Manning cast. Have you ever watched any sporting event on your couch at a bar and said to yourself, honestly, I need more?
Yes, I have actually.
Oh, come on.
I've always thought that it would be a great. I would like to have the three, and it's kind of what it is, you know, three guys talking sports on the couch while they're watching a game. I always thought, depending on the three guys, it could be very interesting.
So you don't get like Nance and Romo. I know it's only two, but last night it was three. It was three. Those are the couch guys.
Give in on this, Guru.
I'm not. I like what I like.
Well, you can like what you like, but don't take the Manning cast away from the people that like the Manning cast.
And I'm not. And is that
kind of
wrong, Guru?
This, I don't know if this is my corporate background, Steiny, but again, I would think a guy like you would appreciate me having this take. It's not about the Mannings. It's about what it does to the Greasies, to the Steve Levy, and I don't like that for them. Because if I drove home, what the hell they doing? How they supporting us, honey? Me talking to my wife. How they support? They got another on ESPN2. How you gonna? You know what I mean? That ain't cool. Can't be two circuses in town, Steiny. Only one.
I am vehemently disagreeing with you on this one. Look at this. 415 says Bill Burr. He's a comedian.
Yeah, I know who he is.
He simulcasts the Patriots games sometimes.
I didn't know that.
I mean, don't be afraid to wake up and smell the 21st
Only
century.
65-year-olds like Guru don't like the Manning cast. I'm still hooping. Ain't no 65.
Let's go to Mike. Mike's in La Honda. What's up, Mike?
What's up?
Hey.
So really quick, I gotta start with Guru. I'm like one of your biggest fans, but man, you are really sounding like an old grumpster on this. I just wish you would open your eyes more. I guess the best way to sort of have you open your eyes is asking you guys this question. A, who is your favorite football commentary team right now, just on your normal Sunday, Thursday night broadcast, whatever? And B, do you think those guys could, like, do the Manning cast better than the Mannings? And I guess another question to that, while you got me on the phone, is do you see the Manning cast being better if it was presented like a normal NFL commentary? I like how you said Romo got a lot of praise. Do you think a Romo cast would be cool? I feel like, Guru, you're hating because it's just like two guys on a couch. But if they were all suited up in a studio, you might take it more serious, even with the jokiness. Sort of want your take on that. Love you guys. Thanks a bunch.
Now that's to rack him. That was great.
I think he took a shot at you, though.
Well, he said he was my biggest fan, so he could do whatever he wants after that. But Steiny, he's right. But then it wouldn't be the Manning cast if they went like my wings, traditional, and were in the booth. I think part of the luster, you tell me, is
I would have no interest in watching Romo and Nance.
I love both of them.
Yeah, I can't.
Aikman and your boy Buck are my number one.
I don't. You know what? What if I told? I don't have a number one.
That bothers me.
They're all
This guy's
fine.
pretty good.
They're all fine. Seriously,
They're not all fine.
They're all fine. All those guys are fine.
Like
Joe
Gus
Buck.
Johnson, you a big. I know he's college. You a big.
Sure, I like Gus Johnson.
Yeah.
There's nobody. I don't watch a game and say he stinks, well, unless it's Mark Jackson. No, he stinks.
He
stinks. You excited about the game today?
Dude, I cannot wait. And
kind of wish it was a 5 o'clock start instead
That's
of 4:30.
only 30 minutes later, though.
Well, there's a reason for that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
But-
I got it.
Yeah. This is TNT. Chuck will be in the house. Hey, it's not. I tend to worry. I like Steph.
Was that Shaq?
Yeah.
All right. Ross Tucker coming up next on 95.7 The Game. He joins us every Tuesday, and looking forward to talking to him on the other side. Hey, download the Odyssey app today and make sure to check out the Odyssey exclusive stations from hip-hop to classic rock and everything in between. They have all the best stations curated to fit every occasion and all of your musical tastes, brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar.
What's up, Bay Area? It's Stephen Curry.
Curry takes a three off the dribble. Knocked it down straight on for about 28 feet.
What up, Bay Area? It's Kevin Durant.
Durant up the left side calls his own number down, and he hit a three. Durant hit a three.
Tune in tonight for Warriors action on the exclusive home of your Golden State Warriors. 95.7 The Game.
You know a spot, but not just a spot. The spot. Actually, with the all-new Nissan Frontier, you know a bunch of them. One for hitting the trail. One for catching a wave. One where this happened.
Yo, where'd our tent go?
Another where the fish get bigger every time you tell the story. Some spots, you made your mark. Others marked you. And one, okay, let's stay away from that one. But the key to these great spots? Being able to reach them in the first place. Your spot is out there. Find your frontier in the all-new 2022 Nissan Frontier. With best-in-class standard 310 horsepower, advanced tech, and 281 pound-foot of torque. Comparison based on 2022 Frontier S versus latest in-market Ward small truck segment. Base models compared based on manufacturer's website.
Dear, it's 1908. Don't you think we should get electricity?
And stop using candles to see at night.
It's just electricity lights up the room fast. It's more reliable than candles blowing out, and people seem to love it.
Well, candles are.
Dear, did you just run into the wall?
Nope,
May I have a new candle, please?
Historically, switching to new technology is a no-brainer. Today, it's AT&T 5G. Fast, reliable, and secure. Switch to AT&T 5G. It's not complicated. 5G requires compatible plan. May not be in your area. See att.com/5G for you for details.
Your life, your hopes, your passions. These things are none of our business. Your deodorant rash, your favorite cheese, and whatever you were searching for at 1:15 a.m., that's really none of our business. Because your life is private. And unlike other tech companies, we think your internet should be too. Oh, what kind of talk is that? That's none of our business either. Protect your privacy online for free with DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
It's not magic that will deliver 1 billion packages to homes across the country this holiday. It's the United States Postal Service. And we don't need a team of reindeer to do it because we've added more vehicles to our fleet. And while we don't come down your chimney, we can pick up presents for you and yours. So if making more holiday deliveries to homes in the U.S. than anyone else seems like magic, that means we're doing our job. Share the magic at USPS.com/helpers.
For the ones who are always in the know.
Delivery confirmed.
For the ones who keep things running. For the innovators and the problem solvers. Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry, experienced staff at local branches, and free access to experts to help answer your toughest questions. So whatever challenge you face, we have the knowledge and products to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Amber Stott, food activist and host of Raising Kale, a podcast that tells the stories behind the food we eat and its impact on our health, environment, and economy. Discover the food heroes no one else is talking about. Listen on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
To learn more about our programs and to donate, visit us online at carsforkids.com. Remember, that's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and maximum tax deduction.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hi, this is George with New Life Property Investments, and I buy houses in cash. If you own a house and want to sell it fast at a fair price, call me at 925-490-2000. I can pay cash and close in as little as 3 days. I buy houses in any condition, any price range, and any location in the San Francisco Bay Area. I'm a private real estate investor who buys several houses a month, and I want to buy yours. I buy inherited houses, divorce houses, behind in payment houses, and I even buy my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. Do you have a house that is trash and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Great, because I love buying fixer-uppers too. I buy vacant houses, abandoned houses, condemned houses, and foreclosure houses. If you or someone you know is looking to sell their house and want to sell it fast, call me at 925-490-2000. That's 925-490-2000, 925-490-2000.
You work hard, so you deserve the good things in life, like getting an amazing deal on awesome internet. That's why there's never been a better time to switch to Xfinity. Get the fast and reliable internet that you deserve for $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And for the first time ever, ask how to get 12 times the speed for the same internet price when you add Xfinity Mobile. Just imagine faster downloads, more streaming. The possibilities are endless. That's more speed, and you'll save hundreds over AT&T. Plus, ask how to get an eligible 5G phone on us, and for a limited time, $300 back. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now, because you deserve awesome internet. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay. Ends 11/21/21. Restrictions apply. New Connect Internet 50 megabyte per second customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra and subject to change. After term, regular rates apply. Compares monthly service charge for Xfinity 600 megabytes per second to AT&T 500 megabytes, each with one unlimited mobile line for a year as of 10/6/21. Reduced speeds after 20 gigs of mobile usage.
All right, Ross, here's where I'm going to start with you. What have you checked out the Manning cast? Do you like it? Have you not checked it out? Just give me some thoughts as kind of a traditional broadcaster. What do you think of the Mannings?
Yeah, it's a great question, Steiny, and I did check it out. There was one week where I was somewhere where I didn't have ESPN2 somehow. I don't know, some hotel room, weird. But I've kind of gone back and forth. I really enjoy it. You know, my favorite parts of it, though, are when they don't have guests.
Right.
I don't really need, Draymond Green or Phil Mickelson. Like, I don't need that part of it. That doesn't get me excited. When it's just Peyton and Eli talking about what they're seeing, talking football, I really enjoy it. And the one thing I think is interesting about it is, with no play-by-play guy, you actually have a lot more room and time to just talk football. And I'm not, look, I have play-by-play guys every game I've ever done, hundreds of them, whatever. Love play-by-play guys. But when you have a play-by-play guy, they need to set up the play, they need to call the play, and then you provide analysis. Eli and Peyton just kind of talk the whole time, and as a result, it feels like they're able to give you more information, more insight. I don't know how regular fans feel about it. For me, I think it's great. I don't really need the play-by-play guy, right? Because I know the players and I can see on the TV what's happening. Obviously, it wouldn't work on radio, but for TV, you can see what's happening. So I think it's an interesting question of how much play-by-play you need for television when you can see what's happening.
Ross, it's interesting because Steiny's giving me the business, some callers too, but I'm this guy, and you tell me what you think because you've been in the booth and you are in the booth. I said, the Mannings are great, but it's a bad look to Greasy, Riddick, and Levy that they work for the same network and they're taking this thing super ultra serious, and you got The Circus on ESPN2. What do you say to that?
So there's a couple different ways to look at it, right? The first way to look at it is kudos to Eli and Peyton for figuring out a way to get on Monday Night Football without having to actually travel to the games and just be able to say whatever they want from their houses or a studio near their house. Like, they're geniuses, right? Like, they don't even have to deal with a play-by-play guy. My buddy Kyle Brandt even auditioned to be, their play, but they didn't need him. So. Right. Kudos to Peyton and Eli for figuring that out. The other way to look at, and obviously if you're Greasy and Riddick and Steve Levy, you can't be thrilled about it. The flip side, though, guys, is if Peyton told ESPN he wanted to be in the Monday Night Football booth, well, then Greasy and Riddick would just be out altogether.
It's true.
They would have just given them the color analyst job, and they wouldn't be on Monday Night Football at all. So I think everybody is getting something positive out of it. I think there's still a lot more people watching Greasy and Riddick, and those guys are Monday Night Football, and I'm sure they're getting a lot of money. But Peyton and Eli are getting what they want, and people can choose. There are times where I prefer Peyton and Eli. But then when there's a guest on, I kind of go back and I want to watch Greasy and Riddick.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you, Ross. It's a nice little change up to go to once in a while. Ross Tucker joining us. He's Odyssey's NFL insider. He joins us every Tuesday. Ross, what do you make of that game last night? 1 week after the 49ers get run out against the Cardinals, they do the same thing to the Rams. How do you explain something like that?
Well, Steiny, it's 1:36 p.m. Pacific time, and we only have 10 more minutes left for Guru to ask his weekly, why does Kyle Shanahan stink? Should Kyle Shanahan be on the hot seat? Is the shine on? However Guru phrases it every single week about I can't wait to hear what the question is this week. Listen, I'm a former offensive lineman. That was awesome. Okay?
Right.
And in particular, I hope Niners fans really appreciate George Kittle and Kyle Juszczyk, and certainly Trent Williams. But Juszczyk and Kittle were just kicking you-know-what and taking names, and it was, you just check pancakes their middle linebacker on one play. The next play is throwing Von Miller on the ground. I mean, it was just, I think we have the formula for when you play the Rams. The Rams are soft.
Yeah.
The Rams are like L.A. You know what I mean? Like the Rams remind me of L.A. It's like, they got all the big names, all the hoopla, great for social media, but there's still going to be somebody from Ohio like Juszczyk or Iowa like Kittle or Pennsylvania like me that'll just punch you in the face and not really care.
Love it. Ross, no Shanahan slander today. I told Steiny and the listeners I gave him his flowers. I thought he was losing the team or could if they got embarrassed last night, and every unit stepped up. And Ross, you just said it. You played. If you look at these teams in the NFC, that everybody has a hole or a flaw to me, and now we know that, stopping the run is the Rams. If the Niners can just get in, they can cause problems. Deebo Samuel, what are you making of this guy? Because some weeks I'm like, okay, he's putting up the numbers because they're only throwing to him, but I'm ready to give him his star. Like, he is a factor in the NFL.
Yeah, I think he's a star player. I love that they're giving the ball more in the running game. It sounds like with Elijah Mitchell having this fractured finger that potentially they'll have to give it to Deebo in the run game even more. And I also think part of what makes Kyle Shanahan such a good offensive play caller, play designer, is finding the different ways to get Deebo Samuel the ball. And the other thing is, more than any other team in the NFL, they must work on it all the time. But when the Niners receivers, Samuel and to a lesser extent Ayuk, when they catch those in-breaking routes, those slants, those deep digs, it just looks like they're already running 1,000,000 miles an hour, and Jimmy Garoppolo does such a good job of leading them. They almost always run for 10 more yards after that. They break a tackle. They make a guy miss. It's really fun to watch.
Ross Tucker joining us. He's Odyssey's NFL insider. Joins us every Tuesday at this time to talk football. Jimmy Garoppolo. I mean, I know Ross, it's easy to say, well, there it is. There's the template for how the 49ers can be a good football team. But you can't do that every week, obviously. So what's the ceiling for this team, do you think, the 49ers?
Well, and what's funny about that, too, is it's like, see, Jimmy's good as long as you're running for 7 yards a carry, and it's like, right. Well, what quarterback's not good when you're doing that? I mean, if you're an NFL quarterback and you're not good when your team's totally dominating up front, then you're not good. You shouldn't be playing. You shouldn't be starting. You really need guys that are getting paid what Jimmy's getting paid. You really need them to be good when the running game's not going that great. You need them to find a way to help you win a ball game that you otherwise maybe shouldn't, and that's never really been Jimmy's thing. Although I will say this, that 1 year, 2019, it did feel like late in the game he came through a few times, and he deserves his credit for that. I don't think that, look, I think the Niners definitely have a chance to make the playoffs, but I don't see them going on a run. Because here's the thing. I don't think they're good enough to win 3 road playoff games in a row at Dallas, at the Bucks, at Green Bay, or what. That's not happening.
Ross, I got to ask you about the team the Niners are chasing in the standings. Currently a half game back at Carolina, and I need you to help me because I'm shocked still right now, 2 days later, at what Cam Newton did. The fact that they ran him out there that fast. As a former player, what did you make of that? And are you shocked? And do you think Carolina now can go on a run that you mentioned the Niners, you don't feel they may go on one?
Well, I'm a little surprised they signed Cam back because it did feel like it came out of nowhere. But, I'm in the media, right? So I love that they did it. It makes for a great story. His first start, Rivera, his former coach. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. So I love it from that aspect. And I thought it was a great story that he came in and he ran for a touchdown, threw for a touchdown. But I'm not necessarily feeling him as their starter. I think he's better than P.J. Walker, probably better than Darnold, but he's really coming in cold, man. I mean, this is not, baseball where the guy can play third base for you that night, or even the NBA where you can put him in the rotation and score. I mean, he's a quarterback, and it's a totally new offense. I'm sure they'll pare things down for him, but you guys know pro football in general and playing quarterback in particular, it is a detail business. It is a lot more complex than people realize, and the success or failure lies in your ability to master the details of the position of the offense. I just don't know how he's going to do that. Like, how is he going to do that in so short a time? People are going to start to show them different looks, different blitzes, and I don't know if he's ready for it. We'll see what Ron Rivera does. Ron Rivera obviously has a pretty strong opinion of what Cam's good at and what Cam's not good at, and he's going to show that on Sunday. I don't think Carolina's going to end up making the playoffs. I'm not as bullish on this move as other people are. I think that they'll be middling. I mean, I think there will be other teams like a San Francisco or Minnesota that end up having, maybe even the Eagles, that end up having a better record than Carolina.
Hey, Ross, before we let you go, give me something to look for when the 49ers play Jacksonville next Sunday. Something about Jacksonville.
I was impressed with Jacksonville last week against the Colts. They were down 17-0, and they came back to really make it a game. I think it was 20-17. So I give them a lot of credit for that comeback. I will say it feels like their defense, it's really young. It feels like they're getting better. They've been pretty good. They held the Bills to 6 points. They held the Colts, who have been playing very well, to 16 points.
Yeah.
Because remember, the Colts had a blocked punt for a touchdown. The Colts don't win that game without that blocked punt for a touchdown. So I would just see whether or not the Niners can keep it going offensively against a good, young, hungry Jags defense, which has gotten a lot better.
Thank you so much, Ross. Appreciate it, man.
All right, maybe next week, Goop. Maybe we can get back on our streak.
I'll keep you on your toes. There you go.
All right, that was Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. All Odyssey Insider calls are presented by BetQL. BetQL is here to help us all make better bets through real proven analytics. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Hey, real quick, when did Deebo Samuel score to make it 31-7?
On the fourth down, they win 4.
About how much time was left in that game? 10?
Yeah, I think it was double
more?
digits. Yeah.
Okay.
Why you ask?
Because I'm wondering why you don't put Trey Lance in there then. I mean,
yeah. I hadn't thought of it until you brought it up.
You want to play Jonathan Kuminga? You know what? Let's wait till we get a lead.
I'm cutting you off every turn. I'm a hockey goalie. Let's put the rat on the table. Maybe that would have just caused more. That would have done more harm than help for the shows like what we do. You know what I mean? Like if Kyle was like, "This is Jimmy's baby." He's actually. You're right. He did play 3 good games in a row. He's earned this. I'm not even going to bring that circus to town, and that's why we didn't see Trey.
See, I could almost look at it the other way and say, "All right, Jimmy got us his 31-7 lead. I'm going to put Trey Lance in like you put a traditional backup quarterback in. After the game's over, the stakes are low. We'll give him he'll get a whole series or 2. He'll get a chance to lead a drive. I don't know. It's just something that came up, and I was just wondering.
Can I share with you what I thought you were going to ask me?
Sure.
The Deebo chain. What was that? Steiny, that thing had to be.
You're not going to believe this.
Did you? Go ahead.
I didn't like it. I don't like it.
When you're under 500, I want to say I didn't like it, but you needed some flavor. You needed somebody to say something. You heard Lowe yesterday screaming, and that's what do we call it? Swag.
No.
Because you see it in college where they have the turnover chain.
I don't like it.
Of course, I don't like it
even a little. Get that stuff off the sidelines.
But you like the Manning cast.
It's not even.
It's the
remotely
sideshow.
comparable.
It's a sideshow still. You know what I mean?
The Mannings aren't on the field wearing that stuff.
But it's jewelry. But Steiny, that was a big chain. Good God.
I mean, nobody would really wear that chain out.
E40 would
right?
wear something like that?
No.
Mr. Fab?
No. They're even more understated than that.
Oh, Steiny,
they're
you ain't seen
understated.
them when they get loose and, they're going somewhere big. They got their ice on, Steiny.
By the way, I think it was E40's birthday yesterday.
It was. Happy birthday. We said it, Earl.
Yeah, happy birthday, E40. Yeah. That chain's too big.
I loved it. Who made it? Was the Niner?
I don't know. The text line says the chain came from Jason Verrett. It's swag. It's dope. And then the obligatory white people won't get it. Steiny.
Oh, I didn't right.
Think those are real diamonds?
Oh, yeah. Did producer E throw the whistle? This is the NFL. Those are real. Yeah, E, those are real. Let me tell you. Well, I imagine they are. Yeah, they're real. You see Deebo after the game, he looks like Liberace with all his you seen him? Even yesterday. He got jewelry.
Looks like the 49ers have waived cornerback Dre Kilpatrick.
Oh, darn it.
Yeah, if that's
how are they going to win this week? No, that ain't
Kirkpatrick.
Cool. What did I say? Kilpatrick?
Kilpatrick.
Like kill him? Like why do we want to do that?
You killed Patrick.
You know why? It's because he got pancaked the other day, and there was a Freudian issue there. My bad. One other thing now, I forgot what I was going to say about was the Niners.
Both our comps. He said Jacksonville's defense. I told you early in the green room.
Yeah. Apparently
so
they're young.
Be easy.
They're young and hungry.
And what did you say? When you're inconsistent and you think you're going to you'll get a stinker like Arizona. Let's see them get hot, Steiny, because again, if the Niners had to play the Packers again, they got action. They technically beat them.
See, I'm not ready to
Arizona.
do this. I'm not ready to do this.
Dallas with their leaky defense. Tampa. What's up with Tom? The Saints. Where's Drew? I mean, the Rams. What's going? I mean, you get where something's happening if they can handle their business.
Look, here's what I expect to happen, and you can put it in the cap if you want.
I got my pen.
I think this is a team that's got weaknesses. And I think it's a team that isn't good enough to, quote unquote, get on a run. Here's what I think is going to happen. And I think they're going to win one out of the next two games. Okay. All right, to take them to 5-6.
Still in.
And of course they're still in it. And once again, we're going to bleed into week 12, 13,
at
14.
Seattle.
And you know what? And Jimmy Garoppolo, what I thought happened, Jimmy Garoppolo is going to quarterback the next 5 games at least.
If he doesn't get hurt, Steiny, it's his. And I said that after Chicago, and I do believe it.
I also don't think you should wear a chain if you're 4-5. If you want to know my
I kind of
feel.
Did you hear me talking to producer E in the green room before the show? I'm old school, traditional. Some call it, Steiny, and I like 4-5. But 8-2, you do it, But hey, who am I?
Although when you haven't won a game at home in 497 days, I guess that's the time to do it.
Well, how awesome was that?
What, the crowd and stuff?
Yeah, the people.
Yeah, they deserved it. 49ers finally get a win at Levi Stadium. Next week, the Jacksonville Jaguars. They got to go down to Jacksonville in a short week. It's not going to be as easy as you think.
I already told you.
You know I'm right.
And they're favored by 4. What is it? 4.5. Vegas has the Niners.
I thought it was 7.
Was it 6?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, 7.
No way.
Yep.
That's all I know is that's what Willard Dibs said.
49ers currently -7 at the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Jump on those Jaguars, baby.
Oh, good Lord. The money line on that, baby?
Yeah. All right. Well, that's coming up Sunday, obviously. We got Warriors Nets.
Dude.
KD.
TNT.
It's TNT?
Yeah, so we're going to get to see Barkley. That's why I did my... but
I'm done.
They're going to talk at halftime what they think about the Warriors, Klay coming back. I'm so excited about this game. Top 2 scorers in the league. But what was Bruce Brown of the Nets doing on Twitter when he was asked about Steph Curry and his greatness, and he erased the tweet, but he alluded to...
We don't know that's true.
We saw the Twitter handle where the tweet was... Okay.
It was deleted.
Hey, I'll give you that.
It was deleted.
Steiny, I think the Dubs get back off the mat after dropping one in Charlotte.
I think tonight's going to be a tough game.
Tell me why. Because Harden is
because they got Durant and Harden.
Well, they got this version of Harden. Well, I'm his biggest guy.
We need to figure out whether Harden's We need to figure this out, though, whether he's out of shape or whether he's lost a half a step.
Because he said he's out of shape.
Okay. Yeah. Well, if he is, then I think that team's going to be tough to beat.
I'm not skinny fat.
All right. On the other side, all right, I just saw a headline about the Warriors and Klay Thompson. It's the kind of headline that drives me up a freaking wall. It really does. I'll tell you what it is and why it is. Hey, before today's Warriors game, tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, brought to you by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate hub for all things sports with live games, shows, news, and highlights all in one place.
The red and gold came up huge on Monday Night Football.
Garoppolo got it across, and it's Samuel breaking away. Touchdown, 49ers.
We're reacting to Niners-Rams and getting you ready for Steph versus KD.
Back to Curry. Curry fires away. 3-ball.
Only on 95.7 The Game.
Did you know there's dust floating around your home?
Really?
Yeah. Dust starts on hard surfaces like shelves and ceiling fans. And when you walk by, dust starts to move, compromising the quality of the air you and your family breathe.
So, what do I do?
Get Swiffer Heavy Duty Duster. Swiffer Heavy Duty Duster is the fast and easy way to trap and lock dust.
Before it gets into the air.
Exactly. So you can just... Swiffer Heavy Duty Duster, proud partner of the American Lung Association.
Dell Technologies' biggest business sale of the year has arrived. Step up your vision with top tech up to 50% off during their Black Friday event. Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. Plus, get incredible savings on Windows 11 PCs, along with servers, monitors, and docks, all with free shipping. There's also special financing with Dell Business Credit. Get started by contacting your Dell Technologies advisor today at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
California's Great America's Winterfest returns this year, and it's open select nights November 26th through January 9th. Come visit the Bay Area's favorite and most immersive holiday tradition. California's Great America is magically transformed into a winter wonderland and holiday festival, where guests can ice skate in front of the iconic Carousel Columbia, marvel at the magnificent displays of lights and decor, check out spectacular live holiday shows, and experience more than 60 rides and attractions.
Shantae, can you sweep that, please?
Mina's salon business is growing faster than she can keep up with. She needs a new shop manager before her bookings go out of style.
Curtain bangs and balayage would look so good on you. Just hang on one second. Can you please answer that?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Masterclass gives you unlimited access to online classes from the world's best. Anytime, anywhere, and at your own pace. Create an unforgettable dish with Gordon Ramsay. Write a chart-topping song with Alicia Keys. Build an iconic brand with Anna Wintour. Or land a Yurchenko 2.5 with Simone Biles. Okay, maybe we'll wait on that one. Learning from more than 100 world-class instructors through over 1,000 exclusive lessons. With cinematic quality classes broken up into on-demand videos short enough to fit into your everyday life. You can watch from your phone, tablet, living room devices, computers, or even just listen with audio mode. So if you know somebody who wants to do everything and anything, give them the gift that shows them how well you know them with Masterclass. This holiday, give one annual Masterclass membership and get one free for yourself. Go to masterclass.com/thegame. Do it today. That's masterclass.com/thegame and get a second annual membership for free. Terms apply.
Hi, I'm Matt Jesse, president of MB Jesse Painting, and I'm here with Megan, our fabulous office administrator. Are you worried you missed your chance to paint this summer?
This has been a busy season, but we have good news. Our team of painters is ready to take on your project right now. Residential or commercial, we have all the painting services you need to keep your property looking its best.
Contact us today to schedule your free estimate. Call 855-MB-JESSE or visit us online at mbjesse.com.
MB Jesse.
Church's is adding Applewood smoked Texas cut bacon to our all-white meat chicken sandwich. Yep, these two are best flavors forever. Try our new Texas cut bacon chicken sandwiches today. Church's, bringing that down home flavor. Offer valid at participating locations.
Some people treat investing like a game, but Marcus by Goldman Sachs approaches investing in a smart way with digitally managed portfolios that leverage Goldman Sachs strategies. So, do you want to play games or do you want your money to work smart? You can money. Visit Marcus.com to learn more about saving, borrowing, and investing from Marcus by Goldman Sachs.
Investing involves risk and investments may lose value. Brokerage and investment advisory services by Goldman Sachs & Company, LLC. Member FINRA SIPC. Lending and deposits products provided by Goldman Sachs Bank USA. Member FDIC.
That's a no-whip, high-foam, 170-degree, sugar-free gingerbread latte.
Ah, yes. It's gingerbread latte season at Duchesne's Coffee Shop.
Gingerbread on the side.
He'll need a seasonal barista before his cookie starts to crumble.
Anything else? Oh, there's a list.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 90 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate hub for everything sports. With live games, shows, news, and highlights all in one place. Only with Xfinity X1.
Street Strider, the world's first 2-in-1 indoor and outdoor elliptical, will change the way you exercise forever. You get the combined benefits of jogging, skiing, and cycling, but without the physical stress on your joints and body. Take the Street Strider outdoors for a fun, full-body workout. And when the weather is bad outside, simply attach it to the indoor trainer stand for a stationary workout in your own home. Order online at StreetStrider.com. We ship to your front door. Go online now. That's StreetStrider.com.
It's time to elevate your tailgate with Charles Woodson's Intercept wines. Our wine is made to pair with football. From our big, bold Cabernet to our smooth, perfectly balanced Pinot Noir, Intercept is made to Charles Woodson's specifications, and he'll guarantee you'll like what you taste. I know the fans by the Bay take tailgating seriously, so visit InterceptWines.com and enter promo code Bay Area to get 10% off and have Intercept delivered to your door. Please drink responsibly. Must be 21 years or older.
You're listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
What did I do wrong?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
J.J. Stokes coming up at 2:30. J.J. Stokes for San Francisco 49er wide receiver. He'll be coming up in a half hour. You think he's ever lined up at running back?
I'm going to say no.
By the way.
Deebo. What you got?
By the way, Ross Tucker. Boy, I love that they put Deebo Samuel in the backfield.
I'm with you, Guru.
No, I think he was trolling you, Stan.
You're wrong, Guru.
You are wrong on that one. He was not trolling me. Look, if Deebo Samuel's your best yard gainer,
your best might be player.
Okay, get him the ball. Absolutely, get him the
air.
ball.
I prefer it in the air,
even if Jimmy's throwing it, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Because last week you were saying he throws so high, he's going to get everybody hurt.
That was for Ayuk. Jimmy was I give him an A+ yesterday. Cut their ass on third down. That's when he was getting them. Hit Kittle for a touchdown.
Yeah, it's a great effort by the Niners. See if they can keep it up. All right, I saw something that kind of got under my skin.
We are the same, man. We're different, but we're the same. Because I knew it, and I wasn't going to bring it up, but you bring it up.
Do you know what it is?
Yeah.
What?
You cut me off.
What do you mean me cutting you off?
From the 925. Guru, can you finish your sentence about Bruce Brown? But what I was going to do, you let me finish. I finished it. I said he said Steph was just okay. Yeah. I thought that's where you were going.
No, here's where I'm going. I'm going to this headline in NBC Sports Bay Area. Klay bothered by the disrespect, but hopes people keep doubting. I love it, Klay Thompson said. I hope people keep doubting us. I saw somebody on TV the other day talking about the Warriors aren't contenders because they've had a soft schedule. Listen, pro athletes concoct this cockamamie crap to get motivated. The Warriors, okay, there's a couple people that don't think the Warriors are championship like, it's not like there's a conspiracy against the Warriors, and nobody thinks anybody who's paid attention knows that the Warriors are in business this year.
Stephen A.
So, like, it's not like I love it. It's not like they're going to shock the world and they're going to prove to the world that they're back in. Of course they are. They're 11-2. They got Klay coming back.
Yeah. I guess I'm surprised.
It's mythical. The doubters are mythical.
Easily.
But this is not about the doubters, Steiny. This is about the athletes.
Because that's what in the headline.
What did we learn from the Last Dance? That these athletes, no matter how great you are, you'll go late.
Doesn't make it right. Doesn't make it true.
On your shoulder.
Doesn't make it true.
Okay.
I respect Klay and Steph and Jordan and Draymond. They find ways to stay motivated.
Whatever gets you ready, though, right?
But don't try.
Using manufacture?
That's fine. You can manufacture all you want, but don't try to sell me on it's real. That's all.
All right.
That's all I'm saying. The Warriors aren't any more doubted than the Lakers right now.
Oh, God. I got it yesterday. Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you this right now. Who do you think's got a better chance to go further, the Warriors or the Lakers?
You know what? I'm so confused at what's going on
Most people would say the Warriors now. So my point is, tomorrow's story, LeBron upset at the doubters. Westbrook's upset at the...
But you're in on it, though. You get it. You don't like it, but you get it.
Well, I get it.
And Klay's chomping at the bit, and that's what 75, being left off the top 75 was. He is going to come out gasoline draws, Steiny.
No, he's not.
Fire!
No, he's not. He's going to play 15 minutes, and you're going to say, how come he didn't play 30? It's going to be a slow build, Goose. Slow build.
But even still, as long as he's making contributions like a good church, Wiseman as well, this thing is looking pretty. And now Kuminga's chipping in. They got action. Can't wait for the night.
Your boy Kuminga going to guard KD?
I was just going to,
what?
I want to see Dre on KD.
Draymond on KD?
Huh?
I'm all for it.
Grow up.
I think Wiggins will start out on Durant.
Yeah.
So let's go to Word.
Back to Wiggins.
My main man, Word. Word may sell me a car. What if I told you that?
Dude, you've been talking about it. The streets are talking.
We'll see. What's up, Word? How you doing, man?
Come get it, man. You gotta wait till they lift those recalls, then you can come get it.
I know. You know what? I get this. So Word. I go to. I leased my Chevy at. FH Daily. So I I got to wrap it up in about a month. And I happened to mention, I got a buddy that works at Chevy in Fremont.
Yeah.
And I said, it doesn't matter where I buy it, right? Or where I get it. Oh, man, Word. You would have thought I insulted their mom. They were like, oh, no. You want to get that here. No, we can do. So, hey, it's up for grabs. All right. What do you got, buddy? I know, that was boring. Go ahead.
So I got a cool Deebo stat for you. He's the first receiver to give you 5 touches in a game and 5 touches in a game and score a touchdown in the air and on the ground. The only other player to do that was Cordero Patterson earlier in the year, but he's officially listed as a running back. So Deebo gives you that. And Guru, you were mentioning, Tito never did that, and Jerry never played running back, and all these other receivers. Hines Ward. That's probably a more accurate comp for Deebo, Hines Ward.
Oh, thanks, Word. Appreciate it.
Hines was he was a badass, but talent pool, your boy's got more. Talking about Deebo, but I ain't mad at the comp.
I mean, he's been absolutely phenomenal. Yeah, he is. He is. Next caller is, hold on, I'm picking this one up. It's a guy named Rick. I said hold on before you pick this up. Rick in San Francisco apparently wants to talk about Steiny's a contrarian.
Oh, wow.
Oh, no, really? Oh, no, you got to be kidding me, Rick.
Oh, no.
What's up, Rick? Give it to me.
Well, hey, can you fellas hear me?
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't.
Hey, listen, if it was chocolate ice cream, Steiny'd say it's vanilla, dude. You're just there to give Guru, his due. But the reality is, on the Warriors subject, they've been long downsized from the East Coast media. They've never been the darlings, even with the championships. Look at Klay, not even making the top 75 players. Curry never getting the calls early in his career. Come on, you got to be. No wonder Clay's mad. He's tired of this crap. Come on, guys.
Look at Rick.
Hey, Rick.
Well,
but here it is. Here it is. Okay, East Coast bias. Oh yeah, that's just the Warriors. They've been saying that for 20 years on any team from the West Coast. That ain't personal at all. That's
what about
not
this
personal.
For the MVP, the sports writers would be in bed while the.
And you know what?
I used to hate that.
And look, you cannot say Klay Thompson is definitively a top 75 player.
I'm with you. He's a Hall of Famer for sure.
I mean, did McGrady make that list?
I can't. I don't think
remember
he made
that. I forget the list.
Tracy didn't make
There's like 7 guys who are absolutely comparable to
But I like
Klay Thompson.
Or my athletes getting pissed off at something like that. It's coming from a good place. And if that's telling me you're going to shoot 30 more jumpers or lift 200 more weights or
I can't
reps,
believe I'm going to say this, but is it coming from a good place? Is it coming from a good place if it's an individual award you've been skipped over for that you're upset about?
Through the lens of if it's going to keep me in the gym 10 minutes longer or it's going to have me not have that off day.
He lives in the gym.
But still, you got to, this fire that these guys get, you got to do something with it positively.
No, you're right. I get that. I absolutely get that. And listen, Westbrook's in the top 75. It's not about Klay is better than Westbrook. Do I believe that? Yes. It's about the 6 other guys who are every bit as deserving as Klay Thompson. He wasn't the only one that got hosed. Yeah. That's all I'm saying.
I'm with you. I can't wait for
Is Kyrie Irving going to play this year?
If I had to bet, I'm saying no.
He's just going to do this.
And if you're his teammate we're both vaccinated, but would it change your relationship or friendship with him?
No, not my friendship. Not my friendship. We saw a guy the other day who acknowledged he wasn't vaccinated.
Yeah.
What am I going to do? Shun him? I'm going to put my mask on.
He
I'm going to
lost
stay
his
away
career
from him
right now, currently.
Yeah.
So,
Steiny, would you rather have Westbrook or Klay Thompson? Of course, I'd rather have Klay Thompson. Well, the reason I paused is because he's been hurt for 2 years.
Yeah, I hate that.
Of course, I'd rather have Klay Thompson.
And Draymond, I guess, on the Manning cast said he is going to be, if this is true, assigned of guard and Durantula.
All right.
I'm getting something to drink, Stein. This is going to be a good game.
God, I wish it started at 5.
I just want to fight you over the half hour.
Can't tell you
what's that mean? 4:30 is 5. By the time they tip it, it'll be 4:50.
See, this is one of those games where I feel like, believe it or not, I don't do this much, Goo.
Yeah, excited.
Do I want to go out and watch this one? I want to go out?
Well, then you won't hear the commentators if you do.
Well, is Mark Jackson on the game? Oh, no, it's TNT. Who's TNT's number one group?
The guy, well, they got a few. Reggie Miller, and what's my guy?
Kevin
favorite.
Harlan?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
And Kobe Bryant just went in the booth. He's Superman. That's my Harlan. That was bad.
That's a 1.
Dude, that might not even... How do I get that minute back?
By the way.
Tonight it'll be Brian Anderson and Grant Hill on the call.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Brian Anderson's our guy.
Along with Stan Van Gundy.
Oh,
yeah.
He doing politics on Twitter. He'll let you know.
He does.
I apologize for the
Kevin Harlan. I had something I was going to say, and it was kind of important, so I thought, now I forgot. God, it was something about the Warriors. It was about how they're being doubted, but every team's being doubted.
2. They're 11-2. 2 best records in the league.
So I'll tell you what bothered me today.
Shit.
And I know, and you know what? I'll bet you a lot of people when I say this name don't even know who he is. I cannot believe Evan Mobley got hurt, and he's going to be out 2 to 4 weeks. Oof. Evan Mobley's the rookie for the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Balling. And I meant to bring him up yesterday.
Exactly.
I swear
because he's
I
a
did.
center, just like James Wiseman. And he's having success in his rookie year.
A fluke elbow?
And not to mention Colin Sexton.
A fluke elbow injury? What? I couldn't believe that, Steiny. I swear I watched the game against Boston when Boston blew the lead. I said, I got to ask Steiny about your boy. And now they won't be. Well, that's a good thing for the Warriors.
I just texted my boy Dana and said, "Hey, Nets Warriors 4:30."
What did he get?
He said, "I'm out." There's a place he goes to in San Leandro. He's like, they're having their 5-year anniversary cocktail party at this place.
Oh, we got a name.
No, +1,
right?
I mean, I took him to the hall.
Well, they should have took me. Should have took me.
Well, what would you offer me tonight?
Some Henny. Double shot.
I don't drink that stuff.
Either
that stuff
do
puts me out. Oh, boy.
Like, should I put you out, or are you like, hey, I gotta go?
Hey, Fillmore Mike, what's going on? Yeah, I'll talk about Mark Jackson. I don't have a problem with that. What's up, Fillmore?
Oh, give it to him, because Mike knows I'm
Steiny, bro.
Yeah.
You like.
Yep.
Two things. First of all, his commentary, he's one of the best. He's one of the best NBA commentators. You may not agree with everything he says, but he's one of the best.
I don't like any of
it. That point, right?
Go ahead.
That point, okay, that's your opinion. And then on coaching, you always like, he doesn't deserve. How can all these coaches getting second opportunities, 3-4 opportunities? He made a mistake. You know, he mismanaged what he was going to do wrong. But as far as results on the floor,
not bad.
Argue with the results. He bought a team that was whack.
Underachieved that last year.
Into the playoffs, 2-3.
He underachieved that last year.
Can I help Mike? Mike, not that you need help.
Go ahead, Mike.
I was just going to let Mike. Did you hear Klay and Steph just about a week and a half ago give Mark Jackson love? It's about to happen. He's getting another job.
All right, thanks.
I seen that,
okay.
and it was a beautiful moment.
Thank you,
and I loved it.
Nice. Why do we agree, me and Mike? Steiny.
Okay, Mark Jackson.
He's brilliant.
Mark Jackson is not brilliant.
Doing the games.
Look.
Why do you don't? What did he do?
What do you mean? What did he do?
Well, you sound
he did
like
about
it's personal.
17. It's not personal. It's the way he conducts himself. All right? Mr. Sidewalk Preacher getting extorted because he's into some stuff that a real Christian man wouldn't be into.
We all have our vices.
You want me to keep going?
No, I hear you.
I'll go till this
is
break
America,
is over.
Though, Steiny, the land of second chances. And we've seen guys and gals do
why
worse
hasn't he
things.
been hired in 7 years? Why has not Mark Jackson been hired in 7 years?
You got me there.
No, I don't have you there. It's because he's not a good guy.
But then why is he why do they flaunt him in our face on why is he good enough for his job?
Because that's what they do.
In everybody's living room.
That's what ESPN
a contradiction,
does.
though.
Because him and Breen have been doing it forever. I mean, you think about what Joe Lacob got up in front of a few hundred people at a luncheon and said, you can't have a guy in your organization that everybody else hates or dislikes. He pitted teammates against teammates. He pitted coaches against coaches.
Those are facts, mistakes.
He played favorites depending on what their beliefs were. Get out of here. He took all responsibility off his own coaching by saying it's a make or miss league. When you say it's a make or miss league, that says I don't have anything to do with it. I don't have anything to do with it. Make or miss league.
So you ran down as look, man. I'm being so real. Everything you said is true, but again, when you look at me and I say we are in the land of second chances, people grow. That's real. But you are right.
Hey,
he ain't getting the call. His phone is not ringing.
That's right.
From a coaching standpoint.
That's right.
But when I heard Curry,
hey, Mr.
Klay,
Extortion. I'm real glad. Hey, no. I'm real glad though. You're praying for Jason Collins. Real glad you're praying. What are you praying for? What's he praying for?
You would have to ask him, but I can assume.
I don't. I'm out.
Were you shocked that Steph and Klay gave him love about?
Because
it had nothing to do with
their
that.
class acts, and they're not going to go run him down for no reason. And the reality of the situation is, he did lay a foundation here for 3 years.
Steve Kerr even gave him love for that.
But if you think Mark Jackson would have won a title with this team, no chance.
The offense needed help.
No chance. Offense.
Steiny, it's the.
Yeah, he ran.
I'm telling you.
Come on, man.
He's getting another job.
Good. And he'll alienate 95% of that franchise, I'm sure.
See, I think it blew up in his face so bad that what you're preaching the gospel about the infractions, but Steiny, he's had to learn from that.
That was a little exaggeration, but you go to church Sunday, Goo?
Nope.
Well, it's going to affect your playing time tonight against the Nets.
See, now that was all bad.
Listen,
and I was going to say I go to church every day.
Mark Jackson used to. They would play in L.A. on a Saturday.
I know this.
Okay, a Saturday night. They would want to come home. Right, the road trip's over.
I've heard
they stayed overnight so that he could go be a pastor at his church in L.A. the next day.
And if you're a player that doesn't want to go, and you think that could have something to do with
using the team bus to go to church,
I get it, man.
Using the team bus to go to church.
And I'm gonna just say this: that
come on, man.
You can't mix both. And maybe that's one of the biggest lessons. But he was on that Shannon Sharp podcast, Steiny, and he admitted all his errors.
No, he did.
Well, he
admitted
didn't go in detail with the stripper and all that stuff and extortion. But I'm just saying, he was a man that knew he had messed up. But
I would not
touch
Mark Jackson. No. I would have never said a word about Mark Jackson from the day he got fired till today if he weren't one of these guys who puts the cloak of religion around him. You want to put the cloak of religion around you, you're going to get judged differently.
Now,
period.
Okay, right. And I'm going to say this to you. That was all during that time. And if I'm up here thinking the guy's changed, and I listened to every word of the interview, and I'm thinking this has to be a part of it, that can change too. To where if he got another
self-righteous, and I do not believe
be overbearing, Steiny, to where some people run and hide. Oh, here he comes. He's about to talk religion. You know, you meet people like that.
You know who's a religious person? You know who's a Christian? Steph Curry. Right. Did you ever hear him chirp? No, he lives it day in and day out.
Those are facts.
Week in and week out.
But we can't say that a man hasn't changed.
He actually, he actually does. He does actually strike a chord with me that's negative. I'm sorry.
And what I'm doing to you, Steiny, what I'm doing by us having this conversation is you can't rob Mark of changing. And then you're like, well, Goo, how's he going to... People change, Steiny.
You know what?
They do.
Some people change.
So
some people.
I'll sum it up with this. So you are not surprised at all
absolutely not.
That he ain't got another job in 7 years.
No. He fostered a toxic relationship within the team. You heard the Festus Ezeli story?
I got it. And I heard the one with the camera gate. Who was that with? The assistant coach that went to Santa Cruz. Who am I talking about?
Darren Ehrman.
Man.
I mean,
but those were
he and Scalabrini got into
no doubt.
I mean, I really can't go down the Mark Jackson rabbit hole, even though we are. You know what? Robin's in San Francisco. What's going on, Robin?
Hi. I just thank you for taking my call because this is a subject that really gets to me too, Steinmetz. I'm on my way to the dentist. I guess it's another way to procrastinate going inside. But listen, I agree with everything you said, Steinmetz. Listen, I'm going to say this, because most people, a lot of people, especially African Americans, support because they feel he's been slighted. They always throw race in there. The fact of the matter is that he's been given credit for laying the foundation. Nobody has never taken that away from him, okay? He got him to a point where they could, it's kind of like this. It's like, you know how someone can help lay the foundation, but they can never get you or lead you to the water, but they can't get you over the water or over the mountain? That was Mark Jackson. So the baton had to be passed on, okay? I'm sorry. He could not, he was rigid. He was overbearing. His coaching staff turned against him and was secret taping him. I don't care what they said after that. Do you think that he would have took a suggestion from a coach on how to play an individual in a finals game? No, he wasn't. Mark Jackson, while he's preaching Christianity, he should preach accountability and start taking, like Michael Jackson say, the man in the mirror. He's starting with the man in the mirror. And to sum it up, Mark Jackson, to me, stinks as an announcer. He's a hater. And this is where you guys are going to disagree. I can't stand listening to him and Van Gundy together. I turn down the TV and I turn Tim Roy on and watch the game. Bless you guys.
Thank you. Tim Roy will be on tonight. By the way, tip off at 4:30.
He got it!
You can hear the Warriors Nets on 95.7 The Game.
I appreciate you sharing this, Steiny.
You know what? I got to go back. You know what? I got to go. You don't want me to go back into my notes because I can't even remember them all.
Right, but it don't matter. So we know what they are. My whole thing, I'm looking at you through this glass, is people change, man. And we don't know what's in that man's heart this time, but I find it hypocritical, and it's really not. He's in all of our living rooms, but yet he can't coach. You know what I mean? But
I don't.
To some owners, and what went down here, everything you recited, they looked at him like he was at fault 99% of the time, but I'm just hoping he gets a second chance.
Well, here's the thing. And you know what? I shouldn't say he won't. He may, but he not only burned the bridge here, he burned the bridge across the league after what the league heard he was like here.
Right. Especially with the church on Sundays.
Not acknowledging, he wouldn't acknowledge anybody but the basketball staff. You know what I mean? He had a problem if somebody from another department wandered into the gym.
Dictatorship. And maybe he'll tell you right now, Steiny, he learned from that.
So, Steiny, you'll keep rehiring. PJ retreads like Carlissimo. No, PJ, no. And Van Gundy. Van Gundy had success. But his whole point is other coaches, non-black coaches, get, Brian Shaw got a second chance.
Yeah, and that's his stop.
Tyronn Lue's got second chances.
But we see some.
Let me tell you something.
With 5
Mark
or 6.
Jackson could be blue, yellow, green, or gold. And I think he'd be in the same boat.
And I know we're up against it. I asked you why. Where did that origin come from of the comment from Klay? But they were asked about Mark Jackson. That's why it came out.
Yeah.
Because I was like, oh, this is good stuff. I'm hoping some owners like, you know what, Mark, we can give him a second shot.
I mean, why wouldn't Klay and Steph like Mark Jackson? He gave them both the green light early in their careers.
Because they lived it. What if those? Well, you know what? Those things that are reported bothered them to the degree. It didn't bother.
Well, probably didn't bother Curry because he is a Christian. Klay probably, Klay checks out on that.
Bogut wasn't feeling it, and he wasn't the only one.
Exactly.
I'm rooting for him.
I mean,
people change. That's all. You know what I mean? And he didn't do what Ruggs did or something to that degree, but it was still, character can change.
No.
He got hot.
There's just something about him. Yeah, there's about a handful of people in this world that No. All right. God, why did we get on to Mark Jackson? I was in a pretty good mood.
Yeah.
All right. I'll tell you what. Hopefully, J.J. Stokes on the other side can put us back into a good mood. I wonder if he's ever lined up in the backfield like Deebo Samuel. All right. J.J. Stokes coming up on the other side. It's brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com.
Curry crossover dribble into a quick three release right side. Good. Curry straight on from 27. Rattled it home. Durant one-on-one on Isaac. Takes the jumper. Got it.
Today at 4:30.
Poole for a three-look. Splash for Jordan Poole.
Only on 95.7 The Game.
After the week, month, or just day you've had, you deserve to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort. Cache Creek is that much-needed escape from the everyday that's not far away. Take some swings on our award-winning golf course. Or take some time to yourself in our luxurious spa. And of course, you'll want to try your luck on our 200,000 square foot gaming floor. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort. Visit CacheCreek.com to learn more.
What's good about the upcoming holiday season? You might have more time on your hands for projects. If you're considering new windows, you'll want to visit Golden State Window and Door. You may be surprised with the various styles they have available. Get started online at goldenstatelumber.com. Under products, click Windows and Doors, then take a virtual tour. Too many choices? Golden State's professional associates can make it easy for you. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Your goals, your future.
your dreams. These things are none of our business. Your symptoms, your work from home sweatpants, and whatever you were searching for at 1:15 a.m., that's really none of our business. Because your life is private. And unlike other tech companies, we think your internet should be too. Oh, who's that from? That's none of our business either. Protect your privacy online for free with DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Complete your dream outdoor kitchen with a grill from Heston. Come see the Heston Living Suites on display at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, a Heston dealer for both indoor and outdoor. Each and every Heston grill is built from the ground up in California, and the pride and precision that goes into each grill truly puts the Heston product in a league of its own. And now, you can save $750 or more at the Heston Grilling Rebate event at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and at friedmansappliance.com.
Need to sell your home and buy? Call Sherrod at Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Get above-market cash offers within 72 hours and pick your closing date up to 12 months. Call 408-740-7400 or visit trademyhome.com.
For the ones finding new ways to ensure the job always gets done. For the ones wearing many hats. For the ones who are hands-on, even from far away. And the ones keeping business moving forward. We are Grainger, offering supplies and solutions for every industry, with 24/7 support and experienced staff at over 250 local branches. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It takes two vaccines to help protect you this season, the flu and COVID-19. And now you can get both shots at the same visit. Learn more at cdc.gov/vaccines.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 90 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate hub for everything sports. With live games, shows, news, and highlights, all in one place. Only with Xfinity X1.
For the ones finding new ways to ensure the job always gets done. For the ones wearing many hats. For the ones who are hands-on, even from far away. And the ones keeping business moving forward. We are Grainger, offering supplies and solutions for every industry, with 24/7 support and experienced staff at over 250 local branches. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Well, I started my own restaurant because I love to cook. But that also means a lot of greasy pots and pans. And we can't waste time with endless sink changeovers. So we upgraded to Dawn Professional Pot and Pan.
Dawn Professional cleans 58% more pots and pans per sink than the leading competitor.
Less dish soap, fewer changeovers, and more time doing what we love.
Dawn Professional. It's clean. Upgraded. From P&G Professional.
1877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
To learn more about our programs and to donate, go to carsforkids.com. That's Cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and maximum tax deduction.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Referencing J.J. Stokes, former San Francisco 49ers wide receiver. Talked to him a little bit about last night's game between the between the 49ers and the L.A. Rams. Don't forget, 4:30 tip-off. Golden State Warriors, Brooklyn Nets, right here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors Live starts in a half hour with Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto, and they'll take you to 4 o'clock. Turn it over to Tim Roy, and Tim Roy takes you right up to tip-off. So
you know who I hope is
watching
watching tonight? J.J. Redick and the naysayers that say the Dubs haven't played anybody. I mean, it doesn't get any better than the Nets, right? On paper, Steiny. Who else do we got in the league? Milwaukee. Lakers ain't what they are.
I mean, the Nets are the best team right now in the Eastern Conference. So
without
actually, it's pronounced Milwaukee.
Milwaukee.
Oh, boy.
You all right?
Yeah, I just starting to look. You know what? I just Googled Mark Jackson.
Yeah, you went
to be reminded of 17 other things. But I'm going to let that go right now.
What you looking for tonight in this game?
What am I looking for tonight in this game?
I want to see Dre check or try to guard KD
tonight in this game. All right, I'll tell you what I'm looking like. I don't look for anything out of Curry because he's fine. You know what I mean? Here's what I'm looking at tonight: Porter and Bielitsa, and to a lesser degree, Kuminga, Damian, like the role players.
Yeah,
because tonight's a big game, relatively speaking. It's a big game. And you know Curry's going to be fine. You know Draymond's going to be ready. I think Wiggins will be Wiggins. I don't think Wiggins gets up for games or, you know what I mean? I don't think Wiggins gets wound up for some games and not. Well, actually, let me check that.
Yeah. Minnesota.
He treats every game the same, but for the Timberwolves.
What about Poole? Because Poole's been, we could say it's now, he's been struggling some.
He's been struggling from the field. But, I'll give Poole this. I mean, he's not going to shrivel up tonight.
No, that's the whole thing is.
But I do want to see, how Bielitsa plays in a game like this, how Otto Porter Jr. plays in a game like this. Can Gary Payton II be a factor tonight somehow?
I told you about Bielitsa. I like him, Steiny, but I notice when the defense and the guys are, follow me here like Twitter, overly athletic, it's kind of hard for him to do his thing. You know what I mean? It's like, but if he has that space to breathe, think about it. I want to jumper. Do I want to do my, then he's comfortable. But when they're overly active like Minnesota was, 90, I think it becomes somewhat difficult then. Not that he can't do it, but I like to see him and Otto Porter Jr. Have a good game.
Yeah. Strength in numbers. Is it back? Kind of seems that way. The other thing is, and I was talking about this the other day, who's going to be who are the players going to be off the bench who are going to help the Warriors win tonight? And the thing I find interesting right now about the Warriors is they don't have a rotation. They have no rotation. Nobody knows exactly when they're coming in for whom at a specific time.
And that ain't going away soon because Klay and Wiseman are coming back.
Right.
So they got to be added.
And what I like about their second unit is Toscano Anderson, Gary Payton II, and Damian Lee. If they don't play for a couple games, you're not going to lose them.
Wow.
Because I don't want to say they're lucky to be in the league because that's not fair, but they're not NBA veterans who assume they are going to be in the league forever. So if they don't play one or two games, Steve Kerr can go to them and they're still going to come out and play hard because they're not going to be attitude problems.
Steiny, I swear to you, that's who, when you just said that, I thought of JTA, friend of the program. But the other day, he didn't get many minutes. I went and looked at the box score, and I go, that's a luxury. I want guys like that on my team because they don't have that, hey, woe is me, why didn't I get in? And that's just got to help Kerr. Whatever day it is, whatever color the Rubik's Cube is going to, land on, Steiny, those guys step up and answer, and there's no jealousy or animosity. Oh, why'd Steiny get 10 minutes and I only got 2? It seems like they got all the guys that are dialed in, and JTA is that guy to me.
Yeah, to me, they're not established enough to assume they're going to play every night. And so they're just ready to go because they're not – it's going to sound – I don't want it to sound like this, but they're not good enough to be an attitude problem, especially on this team. Hey, Spadone, and can you help explain this text to me? Klay Thompson is going to be introduced like the Winter Soldier.
Captain America.
Oh.
I hate that you
I thought it was Game of Thrones.
Well, actually, the Winter Soldier is Bucky Brooks, who was Captain America's enemy in that movie.
Wait a minute. Bucky Brooks is an NFL scout.
Oh, not that
He
one.
is.
Yeah, but you're right.
Yeah, but that's also the name.
Yeah.
Alias is the White Wolf. Moving on.
So, Spadoni, I missed that. That was the villain then, huh?
You didn't see Captain America Winter Soldier, the second one?
You just
I didn't see the second one.
You see the first one?
Yeah.
Why? No, Guru, why?
I'll ask my son, Spadone. Don't worry about it. I didn't know that. That's bothering me.
But effectively, the Winter Soldier has a grand entrance, and I think that's what he's referring to with Klay. Yeah.
Well, man, that's going to...
I did have a slip. It's Bucky Barnes, but I did say Bucky Barnes.
Bucky Barnes.
Who's on the
He's here
last week, actually. He was great.
Yeah, here come the Bucky Barneses over the text line. Warriors Nets tonight. 4:30 start. 4:30 start. Here's who the Nets have been starting. James Harden, Joe Harris, Bruce Brown, Kevin Durant, Blake Griffin, old friend Blake Griffin.
He didn't get as low as Carmelo to where he was out the league and had to basically get back. But he was forgotten about, Steiny, and now it looks like he's found himself a home.
Yeah. He's been playing a little bit better.
And the Wizards are number one in the East by a half game.
Where the hell's that coming from?
Cut bait with your boy, Russ.
That's true.
And now they got Kuzma, Harold. I'm thinking LeBron. We're looking at Lonzo make threes in his face yesterday.
Addition
like,
by subtraction.
No doubt. Hey, you know what, too? I should take one on the chin. I'll take one on the chin for Washington, at least at this point.
What'd you say?
Well, they hired Wes Unseld Jr., right? Come on. You know, that's kind of, I thought, that's kind of a PR hire. You know, his dad played.
Yeah.
Hey.
His dad was enforcer.
He's got him going, so good for him.
My first #random NBA Finals was the Bullets and Gus Williams, Jack Sigma, and Dennis Johnson, and a young Lenny Wilkins coaching the Sonics. And it used to come on at 11:30 midnight, Steiny. The NBA Finals.
Who's on that team again?
Jack Sigma.
Sure.
Dennis Johnson.
Yeah.
Gus Williams.
Oh, yeah.
Downtown Freddie Brown.
Mm-hmm.
And then all I remember is Unseld from the Bullets.
I want to say the Sonics had a guy named Lonnie Shelton.
Yes, you're right. I didn't come off the head.
But no, that do you know that Dennis Johnson, I think this is right, in 1978, I think 78, Washington beat the Sonics, and then 79, Sonics beat Washington. Okay. I got to double check this, but Dennis Johnson in a Game 7 of an NBA Finals went 0 for 13 from the floor.
How would I not? Come on, man. There's no...
Next year, he was a Finals MVP. Pretty sure I'm right about that.
That's trivia for that. You know what? Damn, 0 for 13?
Yeah, that's when they had the tight rims, though, not the ones now.
Well, he came back the next year and exonerated himself.
Took a lot of layups, I think.
Oh, well, it don't matter.
No, I don't.
Got that trophy.
I don't know. Yeah, so Blake Griffin, and then off the bench, there's one guy that scares me and one guy that doesn't. Patty Mills is always a little,
man, I love him.
He could hurt.
Yeah.
He could hurt us. But LaMarcus Aldridge is also playing 20, 25 minutes
He used to be a star, Steiny. So guys like that will always have, I can get you. You know what I mean? And now he's in a role to where the pressure is not on him. Post moves, can shoot.
You know what, though? Later in his career, he never hurt the Warriors. He's too slow.
And we used to watch them just get beat. Draymond slapped the ball out of his hands when they would meet up with him. Yeah, I mean, he did it to a lot of people, but still.
No, Draymond always is. By the way, I saw power rankings that have Draymond Green number 1 right now on the Defensive Player of the Year.
Now that would be, well, hey, Dre, Day, we're rooting for you. You can't hear us. Oh, Odyssey podcast, but Gobert's going to get it, even if he... Dude, it's just his award, Steiny. It's starting to bug me.
Well, we'll see. Steiny, how come you didn't say that about the Timberwolves when they hired Ryan Saunders, Flip Saunders' son? Yeah, I may have forgotten him, but I'll tell you what, because I know what you're getting at. I know what you're getting at, 510. I did bring up Eric Musselman as one of those guys. All right, J.J. Stokes is joining us. Better late than never. Hey, J.J., thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it, man.
My apologies, man.
No problem.
You know, when your son has your phone and he's playing video games, and then you hear the last bit of the ring, he's a avid video game player.
No problem at all, man. Hey, let me start here. I'll tell you where I'll start. Have you ever lined up in the backfield like Deebo Samuel lines up? Or do you remember any team using a wide receiver in the backfield like the 49ers did last night?
No. I lined up in the backfield when I was 7 and 8 years old, but since then, never again. But it's genius if you ask me, because if you look at his build, he kind of has a build of a running back / receiver. He can catch the ball, he can run routes, but also he can line up in the backfield and just make plays. I think his biggest asset is running with the football, as we all would agree on that. We've seen him run in the open field, and we see him make big plays if he catches the ball down the field, because it's only a couple people he has to make miss rather than 11.
JJ, I remember your build, T.O., you guys were long receivers and can move like a deer. And you talk about the stature of Deebo Samuel. My question to you is, what category or class do you put him in, and is there a ceiling? Because I'm starting to, I don't want to say Sterling Sharp, but I'm like, this dude is putting up monster numbers. I told my partner I'm not a fan of giving him the ball in the backfield so he can take extra punishment. What do you think of that?
You know what? I think they've settled in on, they understand how he's a playmaker with a ball in his hands. The thing about him is he like his build. His build makes it perfect for him to line up, and he has duality. And I think that's something that they use. And I don't know if that was their intent the whole way, but once he's gotten here, they've seen that that's worked for him. And for me, I don't mind him taking hits early on, because if he sees, I mean, you pick your matchups anyway. If I see a defensive lineman who I know is 300 plus pounds and I'm not going to get around the corner, I'm not going to take him head on. But a smaller linebacker, safety, corner, I think he measures up well against those. But those bigger linebackers, 260, 270, that are coming downhill full head of speed, he knows how to avoid or minimize the contact on those. He's experienced in that way. So I have no problem with him being in the backfield because he has that and that experience doing that.
J.J. Stokes, former San Francisco 49ers receiver, joining us. So the 49ers get hammered by the Cardinals last week when the Cardinals didn't have their starting quarterback, starting wide receiver. Last night they handled the Rams. How do you know if this is just a team that's going to be around 500 or it's a team that maybe is set to make a little bit of a run?
Well, to this point now, honestly, that's what they've shown. They've shown that they're an even kill team. They're at 500. They haven't been truly consistent. There's always gone something wrong. In fact, I was at the Arizona game and kind of watching the game. It's almost like they realized since the quarterback and the star receivers aren't there, they relaxed, and quite honestly, they just got manhandled up front. And so I think they took a page out of last week and said, look, we got to win it up front, especially when we're playing against the defense that they have. And that front four for the Rams, and they dominated on both sides up front. And I think they just they really analyzed what they did the week before against Arizona and took it up a notch. Now, can they be consistent? Like you can do something one week. Can you do it multiple weeks? We've seen them do it years ago when they made the Super Bowl run, but can they get back to being consistent like that? And that's what everybody's anticipating, expecting, and we just haven't seen it.
JJ, talk to us about Brandon Ayuk. I've been very passionate about him, the player, and him basically getting lost, and me, not having any inside sources, but it just seemed like Kyle, and, there were words thrown out like doghouse. And I'm like, this dude was a stud last year. I know Deebo was hurt. I don't know if that had anything to do with it, but 256 yards, on the young year with 2 TDs. What advice would you give this young guy?
Honestly, the only advice that I can give him, being in the doghouse before, is get there early, study the film, study your opponent, know everything you're supposed to do, and try to truly eliminate all mistakes in practice. And at the end of the day, catch every ball thrown to you. Whether it's just in warm-ups, you have to practice perfection and at a game like speed. And I don't know that everybody does that because it's so hard to do. But that's something that I think the great ones do. And if you're striving to get better or be great, those are things you're going to have to do. Practice hard, practice at a game tempo, and just steady your butt off. I mean, you have football is your life, so there's no way around it.
Hey, JJ, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Thanks.
And get that phone back to your son. He's probably chomping at the bit.
He's come in already a couple times asking for it already.
Hey, thanks for joining us. Really appreciate it.
All right, thanks, man.
All right, that's JJ Stokes, former San Francisco 49ers wide receiver.
Yeah.
Did you hear the word he used?
Yeah.
He said genius.
Oh, man.
Now, that's a word, interestingly, that you frequently used about Kyle Shanahan. You came off that word, I would say, about 3 or 4 weeks ago. But now it looks like JJ Stokes said it was a genius move.
Yeah, a genius move doesn't make you a genius. And when your team's 4 and 5.
But where is he right now? Is he a genius or not? Or do we just go week to week?
We go season to season. And last season, he had a chance with Nick Mullins to use some of that expertise and guru knowledge, guruism. It didn't work for him or Beathard. They had a chance. They got a chance this year, Steiny, and it looks like Jimmy's going to ride it out, barring injury. But if they can get in the playoffs this season, to me, I could go over 10 games. I won't, with different teams to where you thought the lesser team had no chance. More now than any other season I can remember, if the Niners somehow could get to the playoffs and then at that juncture, Steiny, get that swagger back, like I mentioned, the Rams, the Niners wouldn't be scared. They had their backup quarterback on the road at Arizona. Dallas has holes. Any of Green Bay, I mean, any of these teams can be had, but you got to handle your business.
You can't win. They're not going to win 3 straight road games. So if they're the 7th team, let's say.
But then wouldn't I be telling you, that's me like telling you, hey, what do you want for Christmas? And then the kid saying, you ain't got enough money to get it. You don't do
kind of.
That's a bad. I don't know what movie I was watching, but
no, but look at.
Let's handle that when we get there.
No,
right now it's Operation Playoffs because you're not winning the division.
I know, and that's the thing.
I was trying to see if there was a way. I don't
think there's they can make a run if. I mean, I just go back and I get it. They won the game, but a big part of the reason the 49ers I think got to the Super Bowl was because they did have home field throughout the playoffs. It's just so tough in football to win 2 straight road playoff games. Because
when you can't win a home game, in the regular season. But Stein, let me throw this at you. At Jacksonville, obviously, home against Minnesota.
1-1.
And then the guy that owns you, you're on the road, and they're a mess right now, but they're still alive at Seattle. And you owe them. Last time he played, he put hands on you. Like, I could see them winning 3. I could see them losing 3 or going 1-2 or 2.
Well, that's the sign of a team that's just not there yet.
Who's responsible for that to change? It's Kyle. Like, if he's gotten to him and that was such an embarrassment, that Arizona JV game, this may be what they needed. And I know you're right. So, hey, it was just one game, Goo. I'm feeling that way. I'm like Durant. But you quietly win the next 2 or 3.
Doobie in Chicago. What's up, Doobie?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey,
what's up? Love you guys.
Thank you.
Hey, sorry, I was listening on Rewind, and you guys were talking about, or I guess Stokes mentioned that Kyle was a genius for putting in Deebo as running back. But I would say that the Falcons have been doing that with Cordero Patterson all year, and so if anything, Shanahan should be criticized for it took him until week 10 of Deebo's 3rd year to realize that he could put him at running back. So why are we congratulating this guy? All he did was look back at his former organization and steal their idea.
Well, thanks for the call, Doobie. I would say one is Deebo hasn't been healthy enough, I think, to put him back.
And he had 5 carries, not to take away anything last night. Deebo has got he's gotten off with the ball in the air. I don't care if it's the 1-yard wide receiver screen. It hadn't been him being Earl Campbell.
And in fairness, we have to give Word credit for that. Word was the guy, our great caller Word, who said he's more like Cordero Patterson. So
he's better than Cordell Patterson, who's found a niche in this league. I'm just saying, moving forward, Steiny, I want my receivers to be Jerry Rice, John Taylor-ish.
Oh, no kidding.
I want to hand the ball.
Thank you.
Mitchell better not play with that digit, right? If it's on the whole...
No. By the way, Elijah Mitchell fractured a finger.
Man.
He's having surgery today. I'm dead serious.
You think he's going to play Sunday?
We asked Lorenzo Neal. Look, Lorenzo basically said, you can play with that.
Come at me, bro.
What about my guy?
Now,
Lorenzo
last night didn't carry the ball as much as Elijah
See,
Mitchell.
you saying what he ain't on air.
Of course.
But Jeff Wilson Jr. back. That had to be refreshing.
10 carries for 28 yards.
But that may be 7. I'm going to give you 4. That may be 17 carries now. I can't give the ball to a running back that just had surgery the same week, hoping you don't fumble.
Nah.
Ball's on the ground. What happened? Oh, he had surgery on Tuesday.
All you got to do is tape it up.
Like you would know. Like it's a Christmas ornament or poster. Okay, I forgot.
I'm just paraphrasing Lorenzo Neal. How much time we got?
Is it Rocky Blair or Blyer?
Blyer. Rocky Blyer.
Got 1 minute.
1 minute.
Where'd the time
Steiny,
go?
Steiny, are you guys both still taking Sean McVay over Shanahan if you're starting a franchise right now?
Yeah, probably. I'm
going to get back to you.
I like my coaches who get to multiple playoffs, not just one.
The ownage, though. Great job, Spadone.
No,
Shanahan's like a college professor trying to get tenure right now. I think McVay's already there.
McVay seems too worried about his beard, Steiny.
I like it.
Like his beard. Like he was lining it up before
you mean like
he went
Gabe
out
Kapler?
there.
And he just won Manager of the Year, I'm pretty sure, right?
Okay.
No,
3 o'clock announcement.
Oh, okay. He's about to win Manager of the Year in about 6 minutes.
Yeah.
Gabe Kapler. All right, Warriors Live coming up right on the other side with Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto.
Kalena Azubuike at 3:30. Can't wait for that one.
Azubuike at 3:30. Can be a fun one. We'll talk about it tomorrow. 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Bay Area? It's Stephen Curry.
Curry takes a 3 off the dribble. Knocked it down straight on for about 28 feet.
What up, Bay Area? It's Kevin Durant.
Durant up the left side calls his own number down, and he hit a 3. Durant hit a 3.
Tune in tonight for Warriors action on the exclusive home of your Golden State Warriors. 95.7 The Game.
You know a spot, but not just a spot. The spot. Actually, with the all-new Nissan Frontier, you know a bunch of them. One for hitting a trail. One for catching a wave. One where this happened.
Yo, where'd our tent go?
Another where the fish get bigger.